Appreciate your attendance. And I'm going to begin with some good news, and that is that we have two new board members with us today. And I will, in just a few minutes, swear them in. I'd like to introduce Angelis Zaragoza and Marvin Speed, which sounds like a movie star name, but that's okay. Marvin is replacing Guillermo Villa de la Rosa, who has now gone on to another job. It's very good to have you. Marvin continues to tell me this morning that he is acting director of DAPO. We said acting means nothing to us. You're here and you're in a good place. We're glad to have you. And Angelis is appointment by the Senate. And we've had some quality time with both these individuals, and I'm happy to welcome them. I'm going to allow you in a few minutes to say a few words about yourself. So I won't bore you with any more introductions except to say, please stand, and I would like to take the opportunity to swear you in. Let's see how we do this. I'll go here and you two there. Does that work, Adam? Fine. All right. He likes to get a lot of photos. Notice me. Okay. You've probably done this once or twice. Whoa. Right now. Testing. Testing. You can live with that? Ugh. Would it be okay if I just turn this microphone? Do you think it'll pick it up? Sean. Have you ever tried this microphone to the trick? Just heard Sean does it.
Check, check. Check, check.
Work hard to intensify the moment by technical difficulties. I still think we have some, but I'll go forward. Check, check.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. You'll announce your own names separately as I do this. I,
Marvin Speed,
Angelis Zaragoza.
only swear
do solemnly swear
support and
defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution of the State of California,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance
And
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Oh, thank you both. That was great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Great to have you. You to turn your microphone on, Annalise. And if you wouldn't mind a few opening remarks for us, Annalise?
Sure. Thank you, everyone. I am very grateful to be here among you all. My name is Angelis Zaragoza. I am a juvenile attorney in Los Angeles County for the Alternate Public Defender's Office. I've been a public defender for over 10 years. about half of which I have been serving young people. And I look forward to getting to know all of you and to working with you all, especially at this very, critical time for detained youth in Los Angeles County. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm so pleased to have you. I think you bring a perspective to this board that will be super helpful. Understanding that this is your first day already meeting with you, Katie and I, spending time with you. You gave us eye-opening, pertinent information, and I think all of us will value as we go forward. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
And to you, replacing Guillermo de la Rosa, who went on to another job. I'm so happy to have you with us, Marvin. And as I said, we really don't accept any acting sort of behavior. So pretend like you're here and you're going to do the deal. If you wouldn't mind sharing a little about yourself.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. You can't really replace Guillermo, so I will do my best. The bar is set very high. Again, my name is Marvin Speed. I am the acting director for the Division of Adult Parole Operations. For California Corrections, my background's a little bit different. I spent 12 years in the federal sector as an attorney. I worked with the United States Department of Justice in their Civil Rights Division, spent some years with the United States Secret Service. Also worked for the Department of Defense, Defense Logistics Agency. Moved over to what was known as the Board of Prison Terms, which is now known as the Board of Parole Hearings, and spent some time there as a deputy commissioner, associate chief deputy commissioner, and then the executive officer for a few years before moving over to the parole side. And on parole, I've worked as a Parole Agent 3, running a parole unit in Stockton. I was a district administrator, parole administrator in Sacramento for a number of years. Came back to the headquarters and worked to the capacity of an associate director, assistant deputy director, and now as the acting director. So again, pleased to be here and appreciate the staff at BSCC. They gave me a very nice and welcome and comprehensive background on everything that's going on. So I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. Great to have you. And yet again, super impressive resume and bringing some more diversity to this body only helps us to do better and better. Today, we have taken the agenda somewhat out of order. We're starting the 9 o'clock time, which generally is 10, and we're going to work very hard to get through a large portion of what I would refer to as our information and discussion items. We will have a hard stop at 10 o'clock where we'll begin specifically to discuss issues and the agenda items surrounding the Los Angeles juvenile facilities. And then following that, we'll come back on the regular agenda. When that's all done, we'll start our next meeting, which is, what's the acronym again? The burn skip. So it will be a long day. We will work very hard to take breaks as needed. There are water, food, and snacks I expect you to take advantage of anytime during the meeting. If we don't have a formal break, we certainly understand people using the facilities as warranted. With that said, let's do our regular fun part, Adam, and go through the technology portion of this agenda.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. We are meeting both in person and virtually. We will support public participation during this meeting. If you are connecting by phone, please be sure to mute your microphones or phones by dialing *6 to mute and unmute. When you are called upon to speak, please eliminate any background noise before unmuting your microphone. If we missed you, please send a written comment to publiccomment@bscc.ca.gov. The email is available on our website as well. Board members on Zoom, if you wish to make a comment on any of the agenda items, please use the raised hand feature on Zoom or physically raise your hand so we can see you. For members in the boardroom, please state your name before you make your comment so that those participating remotely may know who is speaking. Members of the public, we will give the members of the public the opportunity to comment after the presentation of each agenda item, and prior to the board voting on an item. Agenda item 6 is the opportunity for any member of the public to make a comment on any agenda items or other comments in general. You will have 2 minutes for your comment. Participants on Zoom who wish to make a public comment, again, please email publiccomment@bscc.ca.gov with your name and the agenda item you'd like to comment on. You can also use the raised hand feature on your Zoom application. If you are calling by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand. I will call out the phone number you dialed in with. Unmute your phone by dialing *6. We will lower your hand once your name is received. Please remember that we are monitoring your raised hands. As soon as we lower your hand, we have your name and you do not need to raise them again. We will get to you. Public participants in the boardroom, please complete the public comment card on the table by the entry door and provide them to me during the meeting. Regarding voting, all agenda items that require a vote during this meeting will require a roll call vote, and I will call out each member's name at the end of each agenda item. Board members in the room, please remember to turn off your microphones when you are not speaking. And please remember to speak into your microphone so that all members on Zoom may hear you. As always, we thank you for your patience. Madam Chair, that concludes my instructions.
It does conclude your instructions, but I will now ask you to please take the roll.
All right. Chair Penner,
Present?
Mr. McCumber, Mr. Speed,
Here.
Mr. Groudon.
Here.
Mr. Dykes will join us shortly. Ms. Chavez, Mr. Haynes,
Present.
Ms. Vernon,
Here.
Ms. Guard,
Here.
Mr. Mills,
Present.
Mr. Budnick,
Here.
Ms. Zaragoza,
Here.
Ms. Kumpion.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And generally, this is the time when we hear from the executive director and myself regarding any information items, and we're going to forego that at this juncture and move directly to the consent items on our agenda. I'm asking the board to take a look if there are any board members or any members of the public that would like to pull an item off the consent agenda. We're listening to you now. Anyone from the board? Anyone in the public? Hearing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second.
Dean Groudon, I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Kelly Vernon, second.
A motion and a second. We'll move right on to our next item, which are discussion items. Yes. Oh, I apologize. See, I'm so fast.
There you go.
Supervisor Chavez caught me not taking care of business. So sorry.
And ask for public comment, Madam Chair.
Okay. Am I just I haven't even had that much coffee this morning. I'd like to apologize in advance. Okay, looking now for any public comment on any discussion item,
I do not have.
consent item, I should say.
I do not have public comment.
Thank you,
for
thank you.
consent.
Yes. You have to do a card, yes. Is it, may I ask you, is it on a item on the consent agenda that you'd like to make your comment on? Okay, and I would like to make that point at this juncture. I think it would be helpful. We're going to be somewhat rigid regarding any public comment that is not pertinent to an item that the board is discussing. We have a number of things to get through today, and we have, I think, junctures at which public comment will be made on many, many different subject matters. And at the end of the agenda, we have public comment on any issue anybody would like to discuss. So in an effort to move this along, not as fast as I was trying to do earlier, foregoing votes and public comment, but to move this along, we're going to be somewhat rigid and make you adhere to that rule, if you don't mind. Now looking for the vote, Adam?
Chair Penner,
Aye.
Mr. McCumber.
Aye.
Mr. Speed,
Aye.
Mr. Groudon,
Aye.
Mr. Dykes is not voting right now. Ms. Chavez,
Yes.
Mr. Haynes,
Aye.
Ms. Vernon,
Aye.
Ms. Guard,
Aye.
Mr. Mills,
Aye.
Mr. Budnick,
Aye.
Ms. Zaragoza,
Aye.
Ms. Kumpion.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion carries for agenda items A through C.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to move to discussion items to item D, Organized Retail Theft Grant Program. Council, do you have any recusals you'd like to address?
I would just like to point out, so for this particular grant, we're talking about approving the RFP for the field. I would ask, and in this case, the eligible entities are county and city governments related to organized retail theft. So to our board members who might be interested in applying for their departments that may be interested in applying for these funds, or the county, I'd ask that they step out now and recuse themselves.
And just as a matter of information for myself, if Sheriff Dykes is able to join during this agenda item, will he be advised of the same?
Yes, and yes,
He's not here.
he's
so-
not here right now, so we
Okay,
would.
so let's,
IT could let me know if Sheriff Dykes joins, then I can communicate with him. Okay, thank you.
thank you. And seeing Ricardo Goodrich front and center, please take this on.
Sure, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Deputy Director Ricardo Goodrich with the Corrections Planning and Grants Programs Division. Presenting agenda item D. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge Board Member Guard and thank her for her contributions. This agenda item requests board approval to release the Organized Retail Theft Prevention and the Vertical Prosecution Request for Proposals. Both grant programs were established as part of the 2022 State Budget Act. The Organized Retail Theft Prevention Grant provides competitive funding to city police, county sheriff departments, and probation departments to prevent and respond to organized retail theft, motor vehicle or motor vehicle accessory theft, or cargo theft. The Organized Retail Theft Vertical Prosecution Grant provides competitive funding to district attorneys to address increased levels of retail theft property crimes using a vertical prosecution model. At the July 25th board meeting, the board approved a staff recommendation to establish one executive steering committee for the organized retail theft and the vertical prosecution grants, appointed board member Guard as chair of the executive steering committee, and authorized staff to work with the chair to establish an ESC to oversee the grant development process. The recruitment process began after the July 2022 board meeting. A small number of individuals expressed interest in serving on the executive steering committee, but not enough interest was generated to convene an ESC that could read and rate all the proposals that would likely be submitted. To ensure the timely release of funds to the field, staff developed the request for proposals in consultation with retail and law enforcement subject matter experts. Following are the key components of each RFP. The Organized Retail Theft Prevention Grant makes approximately $242 million available competitively to city police, county sheriff departments, and probation departments, subject to future appropriations in the state budget. Proposals must address organized retail theft, motor vehicle or motor vehicle accessory theft, or cargo theft. Applicants may apply for funding in one of two categories, up to 6.1 million for medium scope proposals, or up to 15.6 million for large scope proposals. And applicants may submit collaborative proposals. For additional information, please reference attachment D4. The Organized Retail Theft Vertical Prosecution Grant makes approximately 28.5 million available competitively to district attorneys subject to future appropriations in the state budget. Prosecutors must use a vertical prosecution model, and applicants may apply for funding in one of two categories, up to 800,000 for small scope proposals and up to 2 million for large scope proposals. Again, for additional information, please reference attachment D5. As part of this agenda item, staff is requesting that the board approved a revised timeline for both RFPs and to convene a scoring panel in lieu of an executive steering committee. Both grants were due to begin in July 2023 and now will begin in October 2023. A scoring panel is requested to read and rate proposals and to make funding recommendations to the board. Under this approach, members would not meet as frequently as an executive steering committee, and this approach may result in higher interest from prospective members. At this time, staff recommends that the board approve the organized retail theft prevention and organized retail theft vertical prosecution RFP for release, authorize a scoring panel to convene and make funding recommendations to the board, and approve the proposed activities and revised timelines associated with the RFPs. Madam Chair, this concludes staff's presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Ricardo. And I just would like to extend my thanks to Board Member Janet Guard for helping us with this heavy lift in the short timeline and the many other things. But yes, I was going to ask you, would you like to say anything? But you're on mute.
I'd like to stop you there, Linda. Actually, I didn't do a lot. Given the way that this unfolded, it's Ricardo and Casey who did
Yes.
the work on this, and I want to commend them. I think they did an exceptional job. I did want to raise a point that will come up when we're looking at the Mobile Probation Services grant, which is, I believe, item F. It appears the same thing happened there, and I am curious as to how often this happens and whether or not it's something we need to look at, because I think the burden on staff is tremendous when this occurs. But anyway, I would just want to commend them. They really did an exceptional job.
Well, and then thank you. Thank you for your remarks, with the exception of that you didn't do much. Let me say this. We're in sort of new territory on this issue, in that it has been very difficult to convene executive steering committees to marshal some of these RFPs out to the field, and understanding, staff is doing a great deal of work, and we commend them for that. We work hard to utilize subject matter expertise on these when we have that opportunity. But often our timeline is very short, and convening those without appropriate membership isn't warranted. And the two that we're looking at today fell into that category. I'd ask staff or anyone else that would like to, add to those comments. Katie, would you like to address oh, you're not even sitting down, Katie. She's running around the room. Yeah. No, it's,
Oh, yes,
And
we
we-
have a problem
Yeah,
with getting
yeah.
ESCs. I'm sure Chair Penner has outlined it. And I think there are a lot of reasons that go into it. We have had this grant process for many, many years and have really enjoyed a lot of volunteer participation. But I just think the many changes in the world in the recent years and demands on volunteer schedules, it continues to be difficult. I too, along with Judge Guard, want to really thank Ricardo and Casey in particular. And we may need to just have some deeper conversations with the board about ways to modify our grant development process.
Yeah, thank you, Katie. So she supports what I said earlier, Judge Guard, and I hope that helps you in terms of an answer. Thank you. You're on mute, but I can read lips. I think you said thank you. Moving along now, does the board have any questions or comments on this agenda item? Yes, Sheriff Grodd.
Just real quick, Ricardo. So on the timeline, it seems a little bit short. Obviously, we know we need to get the funding out there, but specifically the bidders conference, it says May. Any idea when in May you might do that? Because a lot of people won't start in earnest drafting their proposal until they've met with staff or had that bidders conference.
Yes, give me 1 second. The date is like May, there'll be two different ones, May 10th and May 11th. May 10th will be for the vertical prosecution. May 11th will be for the general project. And I'd say generally within 4 to 6 weeks, give or take, try to have some virtual conferences available so folks can at least start to ask questions, but those are usually followed up, I would say, with a bevy of emails as well. So that's, I think, about right.
Thank you.
Of course.
And were you suggesting the timeline for the return of the RFP is too aggressive? Okay. Is there,
Fairly short.
oh, your mic's not on.
Sorry, the main
Um,
concern was with the date not, the May date not being posted in the packet.
And just as a general rule, we are setting these aggressively. I didn't know in this instance, Ricardo, if there's some issue with encumbrance of the money and that having to get out to the field sooner than later. Can you address any of that?
I don't think there would be, but I guess it depends on how long, I guess, the request would be for.
Ricardo, this is Katie Howard speaking. Would perhaps 2 or 3 additional weeks? I know you may need to check on that. I'm wondering if Aaron can advise if the board's motion could contemplate a possible extension of the timeline if it works. Just wanting to address the proper governance question here.
And while you're getting ready to speak, Council, I see that Sheriff Dykes has joined us, and I appreciate that very much, Sheriff. We are on the Organized Retail Theft Grant Program, and putting you on the spot immediately is if you intend to apply for that money, we'd ask for your recusal now. If not, you're welcome to stay.
Thank you, Linda. There is a possibility that I will be applying for that, so I will recuse myself. Thank you.
Okay, then you can go off screen, stay put and listen till we get ready to re-engage you. It was a
Yes,
short and sweet welcome, and now you may go.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for the disruptions on my end.
That's okay. It's okay. Sorry, Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, up to the board to whether or not to smooth out that timeline. I think the key dates are, when you want the grant period to begin. There's obviously some flex in the other dates in terms of the proposal rating process and things like that. So if there is an inclination to allow people more time to develop the proposals, but with again, maybe a start date on October 1, I think if that's the inclination of the board, we can accommodate that.
I'm seeing nods.
That works.
Yes, sure.
Yes, I think we should extend it 2 weeks if Ricardo thinks they could still approve the grants by October 1st. If you extended the
Absolutely. So like a
proposals
July,
to the 3rd.
so right now it's proposals are due June 23rd. You want to just do like around like a July 1?
They all voted unanimously on the A through C.
Okay.
Someone's not on Zoom. I mean, on mute, somewhere on Zooms.
Or I'm looking at least my calendar, maybe July 7th.
Sure.
Is that
Sure, sure.
for proposals?
July 7th it is.
Sold. All right.
All right. Any other questions, comments from the board?
Yeah, Madam Chair, sorry, my voice, Kirk Haynes. I had a question about in the different categories, Ricardo. It has the 3 different categories that folks can apply for under organized retail theft, motor vehicle or motor vehicle accessory theft and cargo theft. And I was looking at some of the public comment in regard to construction site thefts and those kind of things. Would something like that fit into one of those categories?
I don't think it's a good fit. Unfortunately, the law is pretty prescriptive and it calls out those specific items. So unless the applicant could make, some type of a persuasive case as to how those items were related to motor vehicle theft or cargo theft or retail theft, I don't think it would be a fit, at least the way the law describes it currently.
Okay, just thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Now, no further comment from the board. Looking to the public, do we have anyone interested in commenting on this item? Adam?
I believe I have one member on Zoom that wants to comment. Daniel Rodriguez, did you want to comment on agenda item D, organized retail theft? Okay.
Are you there, Daniel?
No, I do not then. Well, we have someone in the room, Israel wants to comment on agenda item D.
Good morning, buenos dias. My name is Israel Villa. I use he, him, and his with the California Alliance for Youth and Community Justice. Regarding both of these, I just wanted to share, I think, my and probably a whole lot of the community perspective regarding these specific steering committees. I've served on steering committees and work groups, and our alliance, since our involvement, the last Title 15 process, and since, working with Allison and others for years, have brought that community perspective to many of these grants. The issue here is a misappropriation of our tax dollars. Is going backwards. This funding, these grants, they're not addressing root cause. It's not addressing the poverty issues, right? So it does not surprise me. And it was a great question that was asked by the I forget her name in the Zoom as to why is this doesn't happen often. What is the denominator or the factor is that these investments, in my opinion, is not help addressing the issues. It's going to continue to punish and arrest Black and brown people and poor white people. And that's the problem with these specific things. Otherwise, we shared it far and wide, and it doesn't surprise me that there was no participation. I thought about it, but what's the point when I've been coming here for over 8 years asking for, I don't think we need to ask for transparency no more. Everything's clear as day. The BSCC is set up specifically to maintain law enforcement agendas and that public safety narrative that does not work. And I don't have faith or confidence in this BSCC in its totality, and which is why we need to look at the recomposition and bringing some balance, just some diversity and some balance. Because at this point, 8 out of 13 seats are law enforcement or system connected or backgrounds, and we're not going to get absolute no justice here. And thank you.
Thank you. And I would remind people that public comments is limited to 2 minutes. I should have said that prior to you speaking, but I appreciate your remarks. Back to the board. Any comments, questions? Adam? Oh, we need a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Janet, I see you.
Just to respond to what the last speaker said, what we were required to do is follow the statutory language, and the statutory language limits how this money can be provided and to whom it can be provided. So the board itself is constrained that way. It's really the legislature who's made the determination as to where the money goes, but I appreciate his comments.
Thank you. Anything further? Yes.
Madam Chair, Kirk Haynes, I would move for staff's recommendation to be approved.
Thank you.
Can I propose
Yes,
an amendment
Yes.
with a change in the tentative timeline for proposals due from June 23rd, 2023 to July 7th, 2023?
That's fine. Yes.
So the motion includes that date change. Looking for a second.
Marvin Speed, second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Adam, will you take the roll?
Chair Penner,
Aye.
Mr. McCumber. Aye. Mr. Speed,
Aye.
Mr. Groudon,
Aye.
Mr. Dykes recused, Ms. Chavez recused, Mr. Mills recused, Mr. Haynes,
Aye.
Ms. Vernon,
Aye.
Ms. Guard,
I see her saying it.
Did you get it? Aye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Budnick,
Aye.
Ms. Zaragoza,
Aye.
Ms. Kumpion.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion carries for agenda item D.
Thank you very much. Now we're moving on to agenda item E, Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Grant. RFP, I see Eddie coming to the dais. Before that, council, do we have, can we invite our missing members back?
I think we can, Madam Chair. Yeah, the eligible entities for this particular grant are federally recognized Indian tribes, and I don't think we have any board members that might have a conflict on that issue.
And if someone might text Sheriff Dykes to join us.
Madam Chair, I'm present.
Thank you. Interestingly enough, we don't see you. Okay, we're fixing that right now. While people are joining us in the room, I'd take this opportunity to thank Norma Kupion for taking care of this. Now, if you raise your hand and tell me you didn't do anything, then I'm going to believe we're trending in the wrong direction today. So thank you for your assistance on this one.
Oh, ready?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, buenos dias, Madam Chair and members of the board. Eddie Escobar, Field Representative with the Corrections Planning and Grant Program Division, and I will be presenting agenda item E. This agenda item requests board approval to release a request for proposals for the Missing and Murdered Indigenous People Grant Program as recommended by the Executive Steering Committee. Before I begin, I also would like to thank Norma for her assistance and leadership through the ESC process. Thank you, Norma. The Missing and Murdered Indigenous People Grant Program was established in the 2022 State Budget Act. This grant provides competitive funding to federally recognized Indian tribes in California to support efforts to identify, collect case-level data, publicize, and investigate and solve cases involving missing and murdered Indigenous people. Last year, at the July 25th board meeting, the board approved a staff recommendation to establish an executive steering committee to develop a request for proposals. Designated board member Norma Kupion as chair of the executive steering committee, authorized staff to work with the chair to establish a diverse ESC, and authorize the ESC chair to oversee the grant development process. The ESC recruitment process began after the July board meeting, and an ESC convened over several months last March to develop the RFP that's provided in attachment E1. Key highlights in the request for the proposals include approximately $11.4 million available competitively. Proposals must address culturally based prevention strategies, strengthen responses to human trafficking, or improving cooperation and communication on jurisdictional issues. Applicants may apply for funding in one of two categories, up to $440,000 for small scope proposals and up to $1 million for large scope proposals. And funding can be used for diverse activities, including, but not limited to, outreach and awareness campaigns, alert notification systems, community healing activities, human trafficking, education and training, and legal clinics, just to name a few. As part of this agenda item, staff is also requesting that the board approve a revised timeline. The grant program was due to begin in July 2023, and now will begin this October. This additional timeline was needed to seat a full executive steering committee. On behalf of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous People Grant Program Executive Steering Committee, staff recommends that the board approve for release the Missing and Murdered Indigenous People Grant Program request for proposals and approve the proposed activities and revised timelines associated with the RFP. Madam Chair, this concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking to the board for any questions, comments? Adam, do we have members of the public that wish to comment? Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Nora.
I'll wait. Go ahead.
Board members.
Okay. Oh, no, I wanted to thank Ricardo and Eddie and Ashley for all of their really hard work. It is going to be a theme. I don't feel like I did much. I feel like they are amazing. I want them on my phone. They know this. So when I make decisions, I can just listen to their voices. They were really great. And the community that came forward to spend their time and their expertise on this was amazing. It was amazing to listen to them and to be in that space. So thank you all for your hard work so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could make a comment, please.
Yes, please.
So some of these things I certainly sponsor here locally with our tribes. And I think it's important that when you talk about a sovereign nation and some of the cultural issues that come up and really responsibility of investigating these types of things, anything that facilitates the level of cooperation that this grant is going to bring forward is something that law enforcement is looking forward to, and working with our tribes and continuing those great relationships across the state. So thank you very much. And thank you, Norma.
Thank you. Great encouraging remarks. I appreciate that. Anyone else on the board? Adam, members of the public wish to comment on this item?
Yes, I have one public comment in the room. That would be Israel. Israel.
Hello, Israel, and the reminder that we have a 2-minute timeline.
I'll
Thanks.
try to be as quick as possible. Israel BSCC YCJ. On the flip side, this is the proper investment, justice. You know what I mean? It's challenging. Oftentimes, it's been challenging for the last 9 years, being an advocate, a community organizer, and really fighting for justice. And this is, something that is parallel. This is where we can communicate. I didn't hear an issue of filling that ESC. And I hear the sheriff like, yeah, he's working with the tribes. Like, that warms my heart. Now that's a proper investment. I want to thank Janet for the feedback, and I agree wholeheartedly. And I also want to say that I don't come here. It's hard to come here. So I bring this protection. I don't come here just to shoot arrows and be combative, but I do come here to speak truth, and we have to speak truth, and we're going to speak truth. And again, I agree with Janet. That's just when I speak in my public comment, like as of 2-3 years ago, it's no longer for this board. It's for the legislative staffers, it's for administrative staffers, and it's for the media. It's no longer for this board. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. And again, to the wider community, this is a proper investment. Fully support. We're going to outreach, and we're going to make sure that CBOs are aware of this and they work with the stakeholders in a good way. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your remarks. Adam, anyone on Zoom wish to comment on this item?
Yes, I have two that are on Zoom. The first one will be Nancy Juarez.
Nancy?
Good morning, Yes, good morning, everyone. This is Nancy Juarez with the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice based in San Francisco. I just want to thank the board for the staff that put time and energy into making this investment. I appreciate all the ESC members. One thing I want to ask and highlight is that this money is specifically for federally recognized tribes, and we know that a lot of our Native relatives go missing, are killed, and their cases go cold. Right? Because, and they can't apply to this funding, though there's such a need. There's such a need. So I guess I just want to offer that and uplift that to the ESC, to Norma, who chaired that ESC, and potentially if there's anything that can be done to invest in those communities that aren't federally recognized. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last commenter is Yusuf Miller.
Yes, thank you. My name is Yusuf Miller. I'm with the North County Equity and Justice Coalition out of San Diego County, the Saving Lives in Custody campaign. And I thank you for this well-needed initiative for our missing and murdered Indigenous people, and also to include the unrecognized tribes. This is a huge need throughout the state and throughout the nation, actually. But in San Diego County, we have the highest number of tribes centralized in San Diego County in the entire nation. So it's really important. And we work with the indigenous tribes here with the Mosque Against Trafficking and the anti-human trafficking process here in San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more public comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Back to the board. Any further comments, questions? I'm looking for a motion in a second, please.
This is Kelly Vernon. I'll move to approve as presented.
Thank you.
Shannon Dykus, I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion in a second. Adam, please take.
Chair Penner,
Aye.
Mr. McCumber. Aye. Mr. Speed,
Aye.
Mr. Groudon,
Aye.
Mr. Dykus,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Yes.
Mr. Haynes,
Aye.
Ms. Vernon,
Aye.
Ms. Guard,
Aye.
Mr. Mills,
Aye.
Mr. Budnick,
Aye.
Ms. Zaragoza,
Aye.
Ms. Kumpion.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion carries for agenda item E.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item F. Before we begin, do we have recusals, council, on this item?
Yes, we do. Board members Vernon and Haynes will be recusing themselves pursuant to Government Code Section 1091 related to their employment with their probation departments. These are actually awards that are being made. Is Santa Clara County getting an award? If so, then yes, please do recuse. Thank you.
Welcome again, Ricardo. There we go.
There we go.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for your patience. Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Deputy Director Ricardo Goodridge with the Corrections Planning and Grants Programs Division presenting Agenda Item F. This agenda item requests that the board approve 17.6 million to 25 probation departments for the Mobile Probation Service Centers Grant Program. This grant was established as part of the 2022 State Budget Act. Per the Budget Act, 20 million is available competitively to county probation departments to establish mobile probation centers. The grant allows probation departments to purchase vehicles, equipment, telecommunications, and other technology needed to operate mobile probation service centers to assist probationers, particularly those individuals who are unhoused and struggling with meeting probation requirements. The BSCC received 29 proposals for this grant program. After a technical review, 28 proposals met all submission criteria and were provided to the scoring panel for funding consideration. Applicants applied for funding in either a small, medium, or large county category based on their population size. A scoring panel convened on March 6, 13, and 15 for training on the proposal reading and rating process established in the RFP. The scoring panel recommends 25 proposals for funding. Of that number, 9 proposals were in the small county category, 6 in the medium county category, and 10 in the large county category. All 25 proposals are recommended to be fully funded, and approximately 2.3 million would remain after all eligible proposals are funded. On behalf of the Mobile Probation Service Center scoring panel, staff recommends that the board fully fund 25 probation departments for 17.6 million to purchase vehicles, equipment, telecommunications, and other technology needed to operate mobile probation service centers to assist probationers, particularly those individuals who are unhoused and struggling with meeting probation requirements, and dissolve the Mobile Probation Service Center scoring panel upon approval of the funding recommendations. Madam Chair, this concludes staff's presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Ricardo. Looking to the board, any questions or comments on this item?
Madam Chair, I only have one question for legal. Our county is being considered in this, and should I recuse myself, or since it's another department, is it okay to remain for the vote?
Because it's another department, it's okay for you to remain for the vote, but also for if you'd like to recuse Sheriff Dykes, that's also perfectly acceptable since it is going to a sister county agency.
Okay, thank you. If it's appropriate, I'd like to stay on, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Adam, any members of the public, either on Zoom or in person, wish to comment on this matter?
I do not have public comment for this item.
Back to the board. I'm looking for a motion and a second, please.
Dean Grouden, I'll make a motion that we approve staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Second?
Marvin Speed, second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Adam, please take the roll.
Chair Penner,
Aye.
Mr. McCumber, Mr. Speed,
Aye.
Mr. Grouden, Mr. Dykes,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez, Mr. Haynes, and Ms. Vernon recused. Ms. Guard,
Aye.
Mr. Mills. Aye. Mr. Budnick,
Aye.
Ms. Zaragoza,
Aye.
Ms. Kumpion.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion carries for agenda item F.
Thank you, Adam. I think we can invite recused members back to the boardroom as we move to item G.
Madam Chair, just looking at the clock, I was wondering if we had time, because I think we do have to do some setup for the special agenda item at 10.
Oh, I'm happy to hold this until we reconvene. That would be fine. We'll take a few minutes to set the room up and begin our 10 o'clock agenda. Yeah. For the record, council, I note that Annalise has left the room. We didn't have a formal recusal, but I assume that's,
Yes, Madam Chair. So Angeles has recused related to her employment with the County of Los Angeles and the work she does with the alternate public defender's office. And I also believe that Mr. Budnick is elected to recuse on this item as well. And that's why I don't believe we will be seeing him during this presentation. Oh, as Janet recused as well. Okay. Okay.
I'm going to call us back to order. Special order of business today. We are beginning at this specific time regarding the inspection of Los Angeles County Juvenile Halls detention determination of suitability. And we have invited LA staff forward. And when it is time, I'll ask you to introduce yourselves. But until then, thank you for coming today and joining us. I also see Allison Ganter here with us. And I'd just like to begin quickly by noting to the board members that Los Angeles County Probation Department is once again out of compliance with the board's regulations. At our meeting in February, we had planned that the county would submit their corrective action plan on March 14th, and that we would discuss the status of the county's implementation of their corrective action plan at today's meeting. However, after review of the corrective action plan, BSCC staff made an initial determination that the cap was insufficient. And today the board will need to make a determination of suitability. I thank each and every board staff for the BSCC staff for their tireless work on this agenda item. It has taken a great deal of personal time and effort to prepare for today's meeting. And I thank you for all the efforts that everyone in the room has made towards the end today. I appreciate LA being here. Those participating on Zoom, I also appreciate you, and we'll announce those in attendance that way in a moment. Our decisions will impact the staff and the youth in these facilities. These matters continue to deeply concern us and are very, very serious. And there is no easy fixes to this issue. But we have an important task ahead of us today, and I would like to begin by requesting that the BSCC staff do their presentation. We'll hear from Allison, and then we will hear from our general counsel, our field rep, Lisa Southwell, and then we will go next to the Los Angeles County probation staff, actually Los Angeles County staff, we have all here. And then we will look to board members for comments and routinely proceed from there. So I'd invite now Allison to begin her remarks. Let me, boy, goodness, let's correct that really quick if you don't mind. Okay. We're going to restrict any comments, public comments on this item to 2 minutes. And Adam, I think we can restate that, you can do your raised hand on Zoom and we will acknowledge you, and you can rest assured you will be acknowledged. To those in the room, if you wish to make a comment, please fill out a comment card. And we're going to begin with Allison's comments now. Thank you, Allison.
Great. Thank you, Chair Penner. Good morning, Chair Penner, board members, members of the community and colleagues, and welcome to the Los Angeles County representatives. My name is Allison Ganter. I'm a deputy director here at the BSCC, and I'm here to present information related to staff's request that the board make a determination of suitability within the meaning of Welfare and Institutions Code, Section 209, subdivisions A4 and D for the Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall and the Central Juvenile Hall in the County of Los Angeles. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge my teammates, particularly the field representatives who get the most important work here done. I'm up here because of the work that they put in outside in our county. So thank you to my teammates. You'll recall that both the Barry J. Nydorf and Central Juvenile Halls were found unsuitable in September of 2021. Because of items of non-compliance found in the 1820 inspection cycle. After the county submitted corrective action plans, and I'll refer to those as CAPs throughout, and following re-inspections, both juvenile halls were ultimately found suitable. From November through December of 2022, BSCC staff conducted the 2022 the previous inspection cycle of both juvenile halls. On January 13th, 2023, the county was notified of 30+ items of noncompliance between the two facilities. Pursuant to Welfare and Institutions Code Section D, a cap was required within 60 days and no later than March 14th, 2023. Due to the ongoing and serious nature of the items of noncompliance, at the February 9th, 2023 meeting, as Chair Penner mentioned, the board approved a motion to request then Chief Gonzalez to appear at today's April 13th board meeting to provide an update on the status of the implementation of the county's anticipated corrective action plan. On March 14th, 2023, the BSCC received the county's corrective action plan, and that's in attachment 4 in the materials. A CAP must outline how the agency intends to correct the items of noncompliance and how they will come into compliance within a reasonable time frame, no longer than 90 days, or in this case, by June 12th, 2023. A review of the March 14th CAP indicated that there was not sufficient detail about the specific plans for resolution of noncompliance, and a reasonable time frame for resolution was also not clearly indicated. As mentioned, the county's CAP must outline how the items would be resolved by June 12th of 2023. BSCC staff did not approve this CAP and notified the county of this action on March 23rd, 2023. And that's in attachment 3 of the materials. On April 3rd, 2023, the department submitted a supplemental CAP, and this is in attachment 1 of the materials. While this supplemental CAP is an improvement over the initial submission, BSCC staff has neither approved nor disapproved this CAP. While there are some areas of the supplemental CAP that could be approved after further analysis, it still fails to substantively address the issues related to staffing and the majority of the other items of noncompliance. The bottom line is that the supplemental CAP remains unclear whether the items of noncompliance will be corrected within a reasonable time frame or by June 12th of 2023. While the county must address each of the remaining 30 items of noncompliance to ultimately be found suitable, the most serious items of noncompliance at both juvenile halls can be directly related to staffing, a fact that the county continues to acknowledge. Both facilities remain out of compliance with Title 15, Section 1321 staffing, due in part to the inability to carry out programming for the youth and provide for the safety and security of youth and staff. Additionally, lack of staff causes youth to regularly be denied services, has resulted in the non-compliant use of room confinement, and youth continue to urinate in their rooms because they are not given access to the restrooms at night. This ongoing and consistent lack of staffing contributes directly to the following items of noncompliance: Section 1354.5 room confinement, Section 1357 use of force. Staff have not been trained on the amended use of force policy, including documentation of the use of chemical agents. Section 1360 searches, daily searches of rooms and common areas, and regular facility-wide searches, all in accordance with LA's facility policy, are not occurring. Section 1370 education. Youth are not being brought to classrooms and are not being provided with mandated access to education. Section 1371, programs, recreation, and exercise. Youth are not participating in programs. Youth are not participating in programs or being brought outdoors for exercise.
Hey, it's me.
In essence, the continued issues with staffing at the department will cause continued issues of noncompliance in an unsafe environment for both youth and staff. Just this week, a staff member was seriously injured by a youth at the Barry J. Nidoff Juvenile Hall. Now, the supplemental CAP does go into greater detail about how hiring challenges and staffing shortages will be addressed with reassigned staff. The plan also outlines a recruitment, hiring, and retention plan, supplemental operational changes, and a supplemental plan for reducing the youth census. However, it fails to provide a specific plan how these actions, including the temporary reassignment of 100 staff, will fix the current staffing issues at the 2 juvenile halls and bring them into compliance with the above noted items of noncompliance by June 12th, 2023. The supplemental CAP notes that the CEO is currently conducting a staffing analysis of the department due to the County Board of Supervisors on April 18th, 2023. This staffing analysis is essential to the actual corrective action plan that the county must describe. This staffing analysis could provide the detail that BSCC staff must have to assess compliance with staffing and related items of noncompliance. This staffing analysis must clearly outline how relief will be provided by the numbers of staff assigned to specific posted positions, and in turn, how those posted staff will directly address the items of noncompliance directly related to staffing. Other issues in the supplemental cap include that the behavior management plan attached was outdated and referred to procedures that we know are not currently occurring at the facilities. Again, while there are a few items that may be resolved within the supplemental cap, the majority of the issues of noncompliance, and most importantly, the issues with staffing and related noncompliance, are not adequately addressed in the supplemental cap. As mentioned, BSCC staff have neither approved nor disapproved this supplemental plan. While preparing for the board meeting, a question was raised by the county about to what extent the items of noncompliance reflect issues involving the Secure Youth Treatment Facility, or SYTF, which is co-located at the Barry J. Nydorf facility. Specifically, since WIC Section 209 relates to any determination of suitability only at juvenile halls, suitability would extend only to the juvenile hall or pre-adjudicated operations of Barry J. Nydorf. Upon review, staff has determined that the notice of SYTF operation provided by Los Angeles County in December of 2021 does not accurately reflect the current operations at Barry J. Nydorf. The BSCC does not have an updated SYTF plan or notice from the county. During our inspections in both 1820 and 2022, we noted that the post-dispositional SYTF youth are being commingled with pre-adjudicated youth at Barry J. Nydorf. There are not clear delineations between what would constitute the juvenile hall portion of the facility and the SYTF portion of the facility. BSCC staff are clear that the items of noncompliance apply to the review of policy, procedures, and documentation for youth housed both at the juvenile hall and the SYTF at Barry J. Nydorf, particularly since the county has not consistently housed SYTF youth in the originally documented SYTF facility. So while the inspection report for Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall accurately captures the systemic problems of noncompliance within the entire facility, it is not clear how the determination of suitability for the juvenile hall would affect the operations of the entire facility. If the expectation would be that only pre-adjudicated youth would be required to vacate the facility, since the board does not have similar enforcement authority over the SYTF. Our initial analysis is that pursuant to Welfare and Institutions Code Section 209, any determination of suitability would extend only to the juvenile hall operations of the SYTF. We will continue to keep close tabs on the SYTF regulations as these issues progress. As mentioned, staff did not approve Los Angeles County's initial corrective action plan. Staff has neither approved nor disapproved the supplemental corrective action plan filed by the county on April 3rd. The bulk of this supplemental cap fails to substantially address the issues related to staffing. However, there are a few areas, as mentioned, where the supplemental corrective action could be approved after further analysis. BSCC staff could conduct on-site inspections to verify completed corrective action in those specific areas. Staff is recommending that the board consider the following options when evaluating the submittal of the caps and determining the suitability of the Los Angeles County Juvenile Halls. Number one, the board could reject staff's determination and approval of the March 14th plan, deem it approved, and allow Los Angeles to proceed with its corrective action plan. Two, the board could deem the new April 3rd supplemental plan as approved. Three, the board could reject both plans and as such find that both facilities are not suitable for the confinement of youth. Four, the board could determine both facilities unsuitable based on the most recent inspection and ongoing items of noncompliance, notwithstanding the submission of the corrective action plans. Or five, defer making decisions on the corrective action plans and determination of suitability to a future board meeting. Staff is making the recommendation that the board defer further action on the Los Angeles County Juvenile Halls to a future board meeting for the following reasons. The county has proactively moved to make improvement at both facilities, filed a supplemental plan, and has hired new key personnel. As such, the board should take additional time to evaluate whether the county has, this is from the WIC code, failed to meet its commitment to resolve non-compliance issues outlined in the corrective action plan. Second recommendation, staff recommends that the board request that the county file a new detailed SYTF form, plan, and notice under Welfare and Institutions Code Section 875, clearly delineating the SYTF portions of the Barry J. Nydorf detention facility. And the third recommendation is that the board schedule an additional board meeting for mid-May for the board to reassess suitability. That timeframe will allow for additional staff analysis of the supplemental cap and on-site inspections by BSCC staff to verify any completed corrective action to inform the recommendation for further board action. Thank you, and I'll pass it back to you, Chair Penner. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Council, do you have any remarks you want to make at this point?
I just want to, again, to highlight, and Allison already walked through this, sort of the unusual procedural posture we are in with respect to evaluating what's going on in the facility right now. Because previously, when we've done the determinations of suitability with respect to Los Angeles County, what we've been asked and have asked staff to do consistently is sort of tell us what the status is of the items and the compliance with our regulations. And what we've done is, for example, with the safety checks in the last go round is our inspector, Lisa Southwell, has gone down, has pulled documents, reviewed videotape, and has made actual determinations of whether or not they were in compliance or out of compliance with that particular regulation. And what we've asked the board to do is determine whether or not the facilities are in compliance, in fact, with our regulations and whether or not they're suitable or not suitable for the confinement of youth based on those determinations of compliance with our regs. We're in a different situation here, which is what we would have liked to have seen is Los Angeles submit a corrective action plan to us that was approvable. And at the time we received the corrective action plan, which was on March 14th, staff at the time did not feel that we could approve the plan and to allow that corrective action plan to go forward. And the effect of that is where we are now, which is in the absence of an approved corrective action plan, the board needs to consider whether or not the facilities are suitable or not, based on the submission or non-submission of the plan. And so really what the board is looking at today is whether or not the original plan, which was evaluated by staff, could be approved, whether or not a combination of the plan that was submitted or the supplemental plan can be deemed approved as of the March 14th date. And the effect of that would be to extend again the compliance period out to June 12th, which was the original timeline which we expected to be under back when we were discussing this in February. Was we were expecting to have an approvable plan and then eventually inspect during the period between March and June for compliance and implementation of that corrective action plan. That's been short-circuited again because we found staff found the plan deficient when it was submitted on March 14th. So that's where we are right now procedurally, and happy to take any questions from the board on that.
Any questions from the board of council at this moment, just procedurally? Okay, I would now, and certainly you can ask questions at a later time after we hear from Los Angeles County, and I would invite Chief Fletcher to introduce those at the table with her and begin your remarks. And also on Zoom, I see Supervisor Hahn, I think there. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Pinner. If you don't mind, we'd like to start with the Chair of the Board of Supervisors for LA County, Janice Hahn, and then we'll do introductions of the folks at the table.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Janice Hahn, and I am currently the chair of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. And I want to first thank you for inviting the supervisors to attend this meeting. I know there's county staff there with you today in person who will be there to answer your questions, but I wanted to join you virtually to make clear how committed my colleagues and I are to getting this right. I understand that the BSCC staff is recommending that you defer action today and give our county some time to come into compliance, and I appreciate that. And I want to underscore the county's commitment at the highest levels to solve this crisis in our juvenile halls and bring them into compliance with BSCC standards. Our probation department is the largest in the country, and changing the culture and mindset within such a tradition-bound organization has been challenging, to say the least, but we're doing it. From our board on down, everyone is rowing in the same direction as hard as we can. And we've put the full weight of our county resources into solving this crisis. Our county health departments, the Los Angeles County Office of Education, our new Department of Youth Development, the Internal Services Department, and the Department of Public Works are all working with probation to come into compliance and to better serve the youth in our care. In particular, we're mounting an all-hands response to the root problem in the halls, which is the chronic staffing shortage. Through a variety of budget authorizations and other measures, we're on track to add nearly 450 probation officers to Central and Barry J. Nydorf by the end of 2024. We've already added 64 new recruits alone over the last 6 months, and we'll be running multiple academies to boost that number as fast as we can. And meanwhile, we're getting a better handle on the absenteeism, the leaves, the resignations of our current staff, and are working to modernize probation's outdated human resource system. These are not the only steps we're taking in the long road towards fixing the problems. We're retraining all staff, new or existing, on the latest use of force techniques. We're changing our contracting practices so that we can bring more programming in for our youth. And we're remodeling and modernizing our juvenile facilities so that they're less like military boot camps, a change that reflects the new LA model of restorative juvenile justice that my board has mandated. I'd be the first to admit these changes are long overdue. My board colleagues and I don't blame the BSCC for being frustrated because we share that frustration. I've been among the department's loudest critics. But as chair, I want to assure you that we are doing everything possible to turn this around. And we are starting to see some results. As you discuss your latest inspection today, we ask that you work with us to build on those results rather than taking the drastic action of shutting down our juvenile halls. Ultimately, it will be the young people in our facilities who would suffer the most. Thank you for letting me speak to you this morning. At this point, I think I was going to turn it over to Fezia Davenport, our CEO, and unfortunately, I do have to leave. And I know you'll make the best decision you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Good morning. Good morning, Chair Pinner. See if I can move this way. And members of the BSCC board. As Supervisor Hahn mentioned, my name is Fezia Davenport, and I am the Chief Executive Officer for the County of Los Angeles. My responsibility in the county is expansive, and it includes two key things. Management of the county's budget, and in some circumstances, approval of hiring requests from various departments. This is the first time I have ever appeared in front of a non-LA County regulatory body on behalf of another department. Yet here I am. I honestly wish that I were here under different circumstances, but I'm not. And I am here today to evidence both my personal support and to throw the weight of the county family, the entire county family, behind the youth in our care to support staff in our probation department, as well as the interim probation chief, Ms. Fletcher. And I am joined here today by members of the county team that you'll hear from shortly. Karen Fletcher, interim probation chief officer, I believe many of you already know. And then we have two new additions. One is Sheila Williams. Ms. Williams is a top tier, very accomplished budget manager that has worked in the CEO's office for many years, who has recently transferred to the probation department during budget season. Recognizing that we need to meet the moment. We're trying to ensure that Ms. Fletcher has members and talent that has the skills and competencies necessary to help her manage through this BSCC process. And then we also have Ms. Nicole Romero, another very highly skilled technical legal expert from the Office of County Counsel, who was also a recent transfer in addition to the probation executive team. My Board of Supervisors, as indicated by Supervisor Hahn, has indicated and wanted me to also reinforce their commitment to supporting the probation department, as well as the youth that are in our care. At the end of the day, we realize that it is about the youth. We are here asking your board either to approve our supplemental action plan, which we believe is the most comprehensive action plan that the county has produced for the BSCC to date, or alternatively, to adopt your staff's recommendation to defer making a decision on the matter before you today. In a few moments, Chief Fletcher will share with you all of the work underway in LA County to support our youth and to resolve our BSCC findings, some of which Supervisor Hahn touched on in her opening remarks. The plan identifies specific strategies being used and further provides a roadmap to addressing the BSCC findings. But it also does more. I believe that it evidences our deep commitment to doing right by these youth, being mindful to do what is in their best interest and provide them with a level of care and support that they deserve while in their care that we believe should remain in LA County. At the end of the day, we hear the commissioners and we hear this body. And I believe that we will answer the call without allowing any uncertainty surrounding the suitability finding for predisposition youth and post-disposition youth to deter our planning in any way. Now, I know what you're thinking, and I think it's the question that, we all know, and probably some of you will ask, we have been here before. So what is going to be different this time? Well, for starters, I believe that we have an executive in the person of Ms. Fletcher, who has the temerity and the knowledge to ask about hiring and to move forward with hiring. She knows that she has the authority to hire. For those BSCC findings where we have clarity, we have provided, as I indicated earlier, a very detailed plan regarding how we will move forward with implementing those. And then there is a close partnership with my office to ensure that probation has the resources that they need, but also to ensure that all the county departments step up to do what is right and necessary. One of my roles in the county is to manage the day-to-day operations of the county's 39 departments and over 100,000 employees. And one of the things that the CEO does on many initiatives and many projects in a county is we bring them together and function as a coordinating entity. Although we also allow departments to have autonomy to run their departments, sometimes you need someone to call everyone to attention and point out what the North Star is for them and for the board. And what I mean by that is, in addition to doing their day job, running their various departments, we need an all hands on deck approach to supporting probation at this time. At the end of the day, even with all the resources we can bring to bear, we are mindful that they won't be enough, because in order to get to the other side of this issue, in order to do right by these youth, many of whom are Black and brown, and who have come from communities of concentrated disadvantage, we must partner with BSCC and your staff. We look forward to experiencing a deeper collaboration on the supplemental cap through ongoing dialogue and technical assistance from your staff. Next, you will hear from Ms. Williams, Ms. Fletcher, and Ms. Williams, and they will each share with you a view into the tremendous amount of work that is underway in the county, with a specific focus on staffing support. Much of what they will share relates to completing various tasks, and they sound like tasks, but they are really important. And they represent what needs to be done to position the county to do better than we are doing now. This concludes my remarks, and I will turn it over to our technical experts and service delivery experts, Chief Fletcher.
Good morning. I too want to thank you for the opportunity to come before you and share with you what Los Angeles County has done and continues to do to not only obtain compliance, but sustain compliance with both titles 15 and 24 in our juvenile halls. I want to reiterate Ms. Davenport's statement that I'm here today with the full support of the Board of Supervisors, the Chief Executive Office, County Council, and really the entire county family that wraps services around the young people that we all serve. We do seek your approval of our supplemental corrective action plan that was submitted on April the 3rd, and allow us to proceed with the 90-day window to implement our plan. Or in the alternative, request that you adopt the April 13th recommendation of your staff to defer further action on Los Angeles County juvenile halls to a future board meeting. The county has placed a significant emphasis on ensuring that youth are well taken care of and receive the services necessary to succeed upon their reentry and return to their communities. The ultimate goal is to let us work through this process with your partnership to address the areas of non-compliance, because the impact of the closure or movement of any youth from our juvenile halls would not only impact the staff and partner agencies, but the biggest impact will be on the youth and their families, some of whom have already experienced a level of trauma that most of us could never imagine. We remain committed to maintaining compliance and providing youth with the best possible services while in our care and custody. We're going to walk through some of the items where we believe that we have laid out a plan for you. We believe we've made great strides in accomplishing some of these factors, but they're related specifically to the challenge of staffing, recruitment and marketing, training, and Title 24 issues. So with respect to staffing, I do hope that you all recognize that the county does not view this non-compliance as a probation issue, but rather an LA County issue. We are really all in this together. And as Supervisor Hahn said, we are rowing in the same direction, just as fast and as hard as we can. We continue to work in collaboration with our county partners and the BSCC to bring us into compliance under Title 15, because it is absolutely what our young people deserve. They enter our facilities at the worst possible moment in their lives, and it is our fundamental responsibility to ensure their safety and healing through effective supervision, support, and rehabilitative services and programs. They should receive the absolute best possible care and treatment while in our facilities. We have some amazing, dedicated, intelligent, and passionate staff who continue to rise to the challenge. But as in every organization, there are still members of our team that are somewhat resistant to change. We understand that without consistent and effective leadership and staffing levels, even with all of the appropriate policies, technology, and programming in place, we will not be able to accomplish all of our goals. Appropriate staffing levels are absolutely critical to our success. Without it, staff will not feel empowered to perform their legally mandated duties. Our youth will not feel safe or flourish while under our care, and we will continually fall short of our mark. I want to provide an overview of the numbers in Los Angeles County just for context. Our current juvenile hall population as of yesterday was 349 youth in our 2 juvenile halls. 172 youth are assigned to Central Juvenile Hall. 177 youth are assigned to Barry J. Neidorf Juvenile Hall. Of that 177, 71 are post-disposition SYTF or DJJ young people, and 106 are pre-dispo youth. As a result of our staffing, we have taken the following steps to address the crisis, which has impacted many of the items of noncompliance. Since January 13th of this year, we have graduated 3 Juvenile Correctional Officer Corps academies, resulting in 62 staff assigned to our halls, with our most recent graduation this past Friday, April 7th. Our goal is to have an additional 145 graduates by the end of this calendar year. On April 10th, 65 reassigned field staff started in the juvenile halls, and an additional 14 reassigned staff started their 40-hour training. Each group of reassigned staff undergoes 40 hours of training on juvenile hall policies, such as use of force, physical intervention, de-escalation, and physical intervention report writing. Upon completion, they receive another 40 hours of training that is site-specific for their assigned juvenile hall. They will also receive another 1-week training in May. Beginning April 15th, 18 reserve officers will be assigned to our juvenile halls to perform non-direct supervision roles. Their duties will include providing exterior security at our juvenile halls, as well as assistance during visiting. The department is currently working to increase the number of reserve officers assigned to the halls. This will free up some of our sworn staff to transition to direct supervision of youth. Next week, the department will continue with the selection process for staff to increase those assigned in our juvenile halls to work directly with our secure youth treatment facility population. To date, the SYTF special recruitment notice has yielded 92 interested staff, primarily from the field and camps, which will result in a net gain of staff in our halls. The department is also working with the CEO's office on the staffing analysis that was previously mentioned for our halls, camps, and juvenile service operations, which will inform our staffing levels in each of those areas. And as stated before, this report is due on April the 18th. Effective April 1st, the board approved a new round of incentives, which require a six-month to 1-year commitment of staff to come from the field and work in our halls. We believe that this flat rate incentive will help inspire some folks that are working in the field to step up and volunteer for extra bodies in the halls. In March, we welcomed a new bureau chief overseeing our juvenile halls and appointed a new acting chief deputy with over 30 years of experience working on juvenile issues to oversee our juvenile operations. These new appointments, as well as our superintendents, directors, and supervisors at both of our halls, are committed to ensuring that our youth receive the best care and that our staff receive the necessary support for them to successfully perform their duties. They are committed and have certainly hit the ground running. We continue to enhance and implement new recruitment and marketing strategies to attract new talent to work in our juvenile halls. This will be accomplished through targeted recruitment at events and a robust social media presence. Sheila Williams is going to walk you through some of our efforts around those areas.
Good morning. Recruiting, training, and retaining competent staff has always been critical for our organization, but even more so today. Our goal is to not only attract qualified individuals, those who are positive, caring, and share a strong sense of commitment to the youth in our care, but we also want to ensure we retain them. We want to create and support an environment where our youth are engaged and thrive, and our staff are encouraged, respected, and valued. As outlined in our supplemental CAP, our action plan is as follows. We will develop a long-term recruitment and marketing plan, and we're engaging a consultant to assist us with that effort. We are working collaboratively with our Department of Human Resources to identify ways to streamline and expedite our hiring process. Those efforts are already underway and will continue. We are developing sound retention strategies to improve our efforts to reduce our staff turnover. As we work on the above efforts, our HR team continues in collaboration with our County Department of Human Resources to completely revamp and redo and expand our recruitment efforts. We've expanded our network of relationships with educational institutions, community-based and professional organizations. Initially, we worked exclusively with four-year universities. In addition to those, we worked with community colleges, various community and veteran organizations. In doing so, we've made contacts with 5 colleges, 32 community colleges, and we've networked with 5 county departments to increase our presence at events and in the community. We have attended and or are scheduled to attend 34 different job fairs or recruitment events beginning in December of 2022 that will continue through May of 2023. We've expanded our presence on social media. Jobs are on LinkedIn. We post weekly on Instagram and Twitter, and we're developing new recruitment flyers, posts, and B-roll footage. Meetings have been held with our county register recorder and DHR social media team, as well as we met with the sheriff and California Department of Corrections, recruitment units to learn best practices to improve online presence, content, and engagement. As previously mentioned, we planned 6 academy class for the current fiscal year, with an additional 6 more planned for the upcoming fiscal year. We also want to acknowledge and reassure our existing staff. We hear you, we see you, and we care. We value the work that they do each and every day with our youth. So our action plan also calls for a focus on staff safety. We want our existing and new staff to know that their personal safety and well-being is of paramount importance and a stated priority for our department. As with any plan, we will assess, make modifications and adjustments as needed as we move forward, but we will track our outcome of these efforts, including those outlined by Chief Fletcher. We have a challenging work ahead of us, but we want you to know, once again, that we are committed to the efforts presented to you in our supplemental CAP and those being discussed here with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. So as Ms. Williams mentioned, staff safety is an important component to this whole process. And we continue to try to improve staff safety within our facilities so that our staff feel comfortable and they feel supported and they show up to work. This includes increasing programming for our youth, implementing a robust behavior management program, and providing structure within our facilities to support the safety of the young people that we serve, our partners, such as Juvenile Court Health Services, County Office of Education, mental health staff who come in and out of the units every single day need to feel safe in those environments as well, and our own probation staff. LA County continues to make strides to improve the operation in our facilities. In January 2023, we went live with our RFID system that monitors in real time the administration of safety checks and, as needed, approved room confinement. We continue to provide extensive training and real-time technical assistance to our staff. We establish teams to review paperwork to ensure that we are following Title 15 requirements. Further, staff are receiving an annual use of force refresher training in our halls. Our BSCC compliance teams also continue to conduct video audits of the facilities to ensure that no incidents are overlooked, provide technical assistance, and refer matters for further investigation if staff are deemed not to be complying with policies, procedures, and Title 15 requirements in the facilities. We also want to cover for you some of the Title 24 matters that have been addressed in our CAP. Ms. Williams, do you want to address those?
So initially, we had sought some clarification from our BSCC representative on the required window specifications for our detention facilities. She indicated that we needed to comply with 3 window specifications as outlined in Title 24, Section 1230.2.110 under security glazing. This code section was established in 2003. However, our facilities were built in 1997 through 2001, all prior to 2003. The department has replaced windows in the facility per the existing window specifications, in other words, like for like, and not per the code for the past, at a minimum, 20 years. To become Title 24 compliant, modifications to the window frames are needed to hold the thicker and much heavier glass. It requires architect and engineering review. We received recently, as of last night, clarification from BSCC that we are grandfathered in per the 1997 or 2001 built of our facility, and that we do not need to comply with the Title 24 window specifications. However, they are recommending that we do so. We've developed an action plan to replace the windows with like for like right now to ensure that staff, that we eliminate all blind spots for staff and the youth. However, we do, working with our ISD department, we'll go forward with installing the Title 24 glass.
So in addition to the Title 24 that we received clarification on yesterday, the issue of unsuitability is also an item that we are seeking clarification on. So we certainly would like to thank our BSCC representative, Lisa Southwell, and General Counsel Erin McGuire for meeting with us on March 29th. During that March 29th meeting with Mr. McGuire and Ms. Southwell, the county was informed that if Barry J. Nidorf was deemed unsuitable, that it would only apply to the portion of the juvenile hall housing predisposition youth. The post-disposition secure youth treatment facility young people and those returning from DJJ would be allowed to remain at the facility as they would be exempt from the determination of suitability. This was a surprise to the county as we were not aware that Barry J. Nidorf was being held to a separate inspection as it relates to that population. At the meeting, we requested a separate inspection report detailing any items of non-compliance related to the post-disposition portion of the juvenile hall, as it appeared that we were being held to an unsuitability hearing based on camp non-compliance findings and not a juvenile hall. We truly appreciate the BSCC staff's acknowledgement of this issue and recognizing the need for clarity before any decision relating to unsuitability are made. And we will work with Ms. Southwell and Mr. McGuire to provide any details that they may need regarding the SYTF facility and operations at Barry J. We will also continue to seek further guidance and clarification on any other items related to windows or matters related to Title 24 within the facilities. But we have put a tremendous amount of work towards obtaining and sustaining compliance in spite of the climate challenges and the criticism the department has endured. Long-lasting change, as you have heard from Ms. Davenport, takes time. My team and I have made significant strides to push the department to reimagine how we can better serve the young people, the community, and support our staff. We value our partnership with the BSCC and the technical assistance that they have provided and that I know you will continue to provide LA County. We hope to continue that partnership as we work toward full compliance in our juvenile halls. We do want you to know that we remain committed to gaining and maintaining compliance. We're committed to our mission as well as the success of the young people in our care and all of our staff. We have proven that progress is possible, as demonstrated by the changes that we have been able to implement thus far. We appreciate the board's patience and guidance as we push forward to maintain compliance at both facilities. And we certainly, again, thank you for the opportunity to present to you this morning and welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to go back to the board for questions and comments, and I'm going to begin. And you can imagine that this board is somewhat frustrated and deeply concerned that we had to get to this juncture to hear the level of commitment and teamwork that you propose going forward. I'm somewhat exasperated in that you submitted a cap March 23rd that was insufficient and did not provide this level of detail. And then again, we saw one on April 3rd. And while each of you seems to be deeply concerned and care a great deal about the youth in your care and custody, and certainly about your staff, I'm confounded by why we have to be here. We went through this process at the end of last year, and on the heels of that, we turned right back around and heard conditions in LA County had not improved. It sounds trite, but I struggle trusting LA County going forward. And with that struggle comes young people in your care and custody that are not given adequate programming, that are locked in a room overnight and unable to use restrooms, and being asked to sit around and watch TV and play video games all day. All of those things trouble me. And you're talking about a long-range futuristic plan about how to get staff on board. But I'm concerned how you're staffed today. And I'm concerned what's going to happen overnight tonight. Are young people going to get out of the room to be able to use the restrooms, which is just a basic human need in a condition that's intolerable for this board? There are so many moving parts at play, but much of it, in my opinion, simply leads back to staffing, people not showing up for work. Not to say that any of you are bad and don't have the best interests at heart, but your execution has failed these young people in your care and custody repeatedly. And even with the recommendation that we make today, staff makes today, that simply gives you a 30-day turnaround. And much of what I'm hearing is long-range issues that you hope to address. Originally, we heard that you had 100 staff that was going to redeploy. That number's changed somewhat today. And, so I even have concerns about what does 100 staff mean to 2 facilities that are poorly operated. I'll start with that and ask any of the board members if they'd like to add anything. Certainly, if you're hearing frustration on my part, it's real. And we have a horrible issue here, and I'm not certain, I'm confident going forward, particularly if we're only going to give you 30 days. But if in fact that's the recommendation that is adopted, but I'd ask other board members to.
Thank you. Thank you for your words. Thank you for coming here today. Really appreciate you being here. And my name is Norma Kumpian, and I'm formerly incarcerated. So I'm not law enforcement on this board. And so I may have a different lens through which I see things. I also bring programming into Central Juvenile Hall and Kirby. And then I also accompany another team into Barry J. So I do go into those facilities. And I have a couple of questions first. First about your hiring, that it seems like that is the issue, is about the staffing. We've talked about that for a while here. How is this hiring criteria? I hear that you're advertising differently. I heard that. How is that going to be different compared to the people that you hired that you referred to as, you know, the old guard or the old school way of thinking? How are these people going to be different? Are you looking differently at their qualifications and their backgrounds? That's number one. And the second piece of that is you talked about the staff safety. And when I go inside, I listen to the staff, and some of them, I agree with you, are amazing. And you can see the way that the kids are with them. You can tell who's amazing and who's not. It's very obvious. But they often say it's this teeter-totter thing where they say like, oh, we can't do anything. You know, these kids, they're doing this. And I saw that the article from Monday about the staff that was stabbed. And so when you go and you talk to the staff, they say, you know, we're not safe, like we can't do anything. And so I would like to know, what also are you doing for the staff to be safe and the new staff to be different than the previous?
Thank you very much for the question. I want to address first the 100 staff that we are reassigning. So we began that. We have the first group who will have completed the 80 hours of training in the facilities beginning on Monday. So that adds 65 staff to the already 64 that we've hired since January. The additional 14 were in the next group. So from January to starting on Monday, we will have 143 new staff in our halls during that 3-month period. So that is a step forward. Certainly when we're doing our recruitments, we are trying to expand the way we're doing it. As Ms. Williams outlined, it's far broader than we have before. And we are, much like other departments, we look at folks' background to make sure that we're getting the right people. You know, in LA County, it's about care first, jails last. It's about youth justice reimagined. It's about making sure that we have the best possible people with the best intent, the best training, and the passion to work with the youth that we have in our care. So we are fashioning questions in the interview panels, right, to really address, to make sure that we are capturing those skills and abilities of individuals coming before us, wanting to work in our facilities, to make sure that they are the proper ones. We're looking at School of Social Work. You know, we're not just going to the School of Criminal Justice, right? That is a very old way of thinking about probation. We are not that agency. We have come a long ways in the last many years to make sure that the people we hire are the ones that are in it for the right reasons. So we will absolutely continue to do that. Staff safety is a huge concern. As you mentioned, we are trying to make sure that there is more programming through a master services agreement that is going to get us on a track to bring in programs much more efficiently and quickly into the halls. And that's a big piece of it, right? We need, as Ms. Penner said, we need to have kids engaged in programs, not sitting around playing, Call of Duty, right? We want them to be engaged. We want them to benefit from everything, whether we have a youth in our care for a week or 3 years. They need to benefit from the time that they are with us. And so we are very focused on bringing in that programming. But there is safety in numbers for our staff, right? Our staff start to feel very unsafe when we have low staffing levels. And so increasing those staffing levels is going to help them feel safer, which then just by human nature makes our young people feel safer, right? They feel supported. And so bringing in those extra staff certainly are going to address the needs of the staff who are in place. And we're rallying around them to make sure that they're trained, right? I think that has certainly been one of the issues that Ms. Southwell outlined in her inspection report. We need more thorough training. We want our staff to be able to feel comfortable in our institutions, to engage with youth, not in a physical way, right? The best skills that a probation staff has are their verbal skills, their ability to relate to kids, their ability to defuse something that could go sideways very quickly. But those skills and abilities are what we're looking for. And we will support those skills and abilities by providing and wrapping our staff around with more training in those areas.
And then
Okay.
oh, I'm sorry.
My
Oh.
bad. I have a question.
And then also we've heard and we have letters from the community from, I think I read one who said he was a youth incarcerated in Barry J 12 years ago, and it was the same issue about having to use the restroom inside the cell. What are you doing immediately about that?
So one of the factors that we are doing is making sure that especially our overnight shift, our 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., they are outside of the offices in the actual day room area so that they can hear a youth. Not very many of our rooms in our facilities are wet rooms. I think there's actually right around 40 total in the 2 facilities. So they don't have the ability to use a restroom within the facility. We are making sure that our staff can hear them. We're making sure that our supervisors are in units so that they can assist. A lot of that was related back to not having the staffing levels. And so we're addressing that through the new staff, making sure supervisors are there, directors and the officer of the day director is walking around to make sure if there is needed or added support that is requested by staff in those units, that they are readily available to go in the units and help walk a kid to the restroom. We never want to see a youth not being out of their room when they need to use the restroom. That is absolutely unacceptable, and we do not condone it.
Good morning, and thank you for being here and taking the time to present a thoughtful response to some of the questions that the BSCC has. I have a couple more questions, but first just wanted to say that I appreciate that the CEO of the county is here as well as the chair of the Board of Supervisors. That's meaningful because I've been critical in the past of the board and the administration for not paying enough attention to what we felt was a pretty critical issue. So at least it feels like at this point that that the LA County is listening. So thank you for that. A couple questions to just follow up. How transparent is the process for hiring, staffing numbers, and reform? Does the community have access to the information? For instance, like, questions that are being used to Ms. Compion's, statement of hiring, the sample questions, the testing process, so that the community does have confidence that you're hiring the highest caliber of person, even in a very tough hiring market. And I want to make sure that everybody recognizes that it is not easy to find probation officers as well as police officers, sheriff's deputies, and actually all jobs. So if you can do that one, then I have a couple more.
Right, absolutely. So we have not historically been very public about, questions that we're asking. Certainly, we have the platform of our Probation Oversight Commission and the Office of the Inspector General to include them in processes. I think what we are really working on with our Probation Oversight Commission is to be more transparent, right? That has been a criticism of the probation department in LA County. And we are trying to overcome that to make sure that they are aware. Much more open communication is happening at those meetings, and those are public meetings. So we want to be able to share and continue to share as much as possible so that folks do feel informed and part of the process, because that is the transparency piece is something that we have struggled with over the years. And we are absolutely committed to improving that.
And for the reform pieces, are you having public meetings that the average, I see there's 690 people who want to comment. We could be here a while. Is there a piece where people can come and give direct input to the probation department as well as tell stories, though that it's a very public process.
So that does happen in our probation oversight commission meetings. I am present as well as staff at those meetings with all of the commissioners. We do report out on a variety of things, right? Uses of force, programming, those types of things we are submitting on a more regular basis. OC spray, right? How often are we deploying OC, in what units, what youth are involved in those incidents? So that transparency is really moving forward, but much of the things that relate to reform are discussed at our POC meetings.
Great, thank you. It's been a, let's see. You gave us the actual numbers of children who are in custody right now, but we did not get actual numbers of staffing that are currently deployable. How many do you have deployed? How many are on IOD or 4850 time? Or how many are just calling in sick? I mean, that was an issue. I think Chief Gonzalez told us that 50% on any given day are calling in sick. Has that changed? And then with that, is what are you doing to work with AFSCME to change the culture of the organization? Because it seems to me from the outside that what you do have is, and I think it was stated by Ms. Davenport, is a significant cultural issue. And you're right, big ships turn slowly, but when the ship is sinking, it's time to get the lifeboats. And I think that's kind of where you are right now. And so what are you doing to get those people back in service? Has that number reduced? And what are the numbers?
So we brought in a strike team from the county's Department of Human Resources, and they are really looking at processes. For many years, if I were calling in sick to a juvenile hall, I would call and it was another staff person answering the phone, and I might say, you know, I'm calling out FMLA, for example, right? Well, that staff person is not going to have those details, nor are they trained in HR functions. And so Department of Human Resources, through the support of our CEO, has come in and really helped us with making sure that our staff, when they're calling in, they're asked appropriate questions, right? We want to honor folks who need to be off of work, that are legitimate leaves, for example. But our DHR team, that strike team, is really looking at all of those leaves to see what's legitimate and what's not, and how do we bring folks back. Our vacancy rate is pretty high. Do you have the specifics or?
No, I do not have the specific numbers with me right now, but as Karen mentioned, our DHR team is doing a deeper dive into the leaves, and we brought in an outside consultant to actually do a much further dive into why the folks are out on leave, the medical restrictions and so forth, and what we can do to safely return them back to work or separate them appropriately. And so we're doing a much deeper dive on that. The vacancy numbers, I do not have them with me right now at this moment.
Right, and they're still significant, but we are making a great deal of progress. We do track our call outs, and we might average 12 to 15 call outs every shift at each facility. So we are managing that to the best that we can. So there's, you know, and it certainly has its spikes, holidays, spring break, Super Bowl, right? Those types of things. But they really did kind of plateau for a while when we were offering incentives. And with this new incentive program that we are offering, really is a flat rate system where our staff have to work those hours before they benefit from the incentive. And so we believe that's going to provide more consistency with our staffing levels in the halls.
And then finally, lead time to get somebody recruited, hired, trained, and fully deployed. Is it over a year?
Yeah, the lead time that we've looked at is approximately 8 months from time of application to hire. And then, of course, they have an additional 3 month in the academy. So total time is about 11 months. But as indicated, we're working with our Department of Human Resources to see where we can streamline and expedite. And they've already done some significant work in that area in terms of reducing the background process, eliminating some of the processes in order to get it down. And so we're working on that as well as continuing those efforts.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, thank you. Kirk Haynes, Chief Probation Officer in Fresno County. Thank you, Chief Fletcher, for being here, and also CEO Davenport. Thank you so much for being here. And also I want to acknowledge Chair Han for her appearance and her comments. It is significant that LA County has made this effort to be present, to be willing to offer up their view of the situation, because to be quite frank, this is the first time we've been able to hear from you at that level. And so as Chair Pinner talked earlier about what kind of commitment is going to come from LA County. When we looked at this, one of the things that I've said, since last year when we were first dealing with this, is that this is a Los Angeles County issue. And so I'm encouraged that the resources of the county are being brought to bear to be able to deal with this, because at the end of the day, when we think about the safety of the young people that you're tasked with serving and the staff that you're tasked with making sure that staff and kids are safe in your care, when the system doesn't support a department, whether it's the probation department or public works or whatever department it is, these are the results. These are the kind of things that happen when there is no support from the very top of the organization all the way down. So I do appreciate that commitment, but I did have a couple of questions in regard to staffing, because I think that's probably the biggest impediment that we've seen to progress being made. And I think Chief Mills and also Ms. Kumpion brought this question, but I need to get to just kind of the nitty gritty of a question that I believe is really important. We've talked about how many staff by the end of the year that you would hope to be able to bring on, 450 or whatever that number is. But the missing piece for me is when you're running an institution or two, there's an optimal number that you need at minimum to be able to provide services that I know you're not able to provide right now. And so we have a staffing matrix that we developed. And so we said, how many youth you have, being able to meet the mandates of BSCC or Title 15 to make sure that all of those staffing ratios are there. But what I've not heard, based on the numbers that we anticipate hiring, is are those numbers even enough to meet your minimum mandates that you're going to be able to have? Is 450 even enough, even if you get there, to be able to do what you propose to do in your cap? And I think it's a critical question. It's a missing piece for me as we look at the bare minimum of what you can do, and then again, how quickly you can move those things forward. And then the next question I had, and you can hit both of these, is that in my county, even at the hiring process, if I get 200 applicants who are applying for juvenile correctional officer, about 20% make it all the way through the process successfully. So I'm wondering, is LA County in a similar boat when it comes to how many applicants you have compared to who make it all the way through the end of the process?
That is correct. We are. Yeah. Are you gonna take?
So ideally, in our institutions, we would need 340 staff per day per institution, 125 on our AM shift, 125 on our PM shift, and 90 overnight. That does factor in the level of call outs that we historically have had. It also gives us the opportunity to safely and effectively provide for all of the programming, school movements, recreation, all of that. We have a tremendous number of our young people that are placed on one-on-one supervision. So that takes quite a few staff. One day, a couple of months ago, we had 30 at one facility, right? That's a lot. So that pulls staff away from being able to work in a group, in a unit. We also have, hospital runs and medical appointments. So all of those things. So we will continue to focus on hiring, right? We have the commitment of the board and the CEO's office to continually evaluate the needs of the facility. We're going to work really hard through motions that the board has put forth, but also because we want to reduce our population. We want to identify any young person who can be released and get them released to a safe environment. So by doing that, we'll reduce those populations as we're increasing the number of staff and hopefully get to a point, right, that we will be able to really manage and have enough staff to really make sure that our kids are safe right? Our kids need to be safe when they're out for recreation, right? We need to control the contraband. We need to have staffing to do all of those things, but we will continue to reevaluate the staffing levels to see what is manageable and what is needed to be fully optimal and flush with staff to serve these young people.
You talk about the 100 staff that are being, it sounds like they're being redeployed from the field back into the institution. Now, is that a flat number of officers, or is that going to rotate? Or you're always going to maintain 100 of the number that are going to be rotated in? Or is it just a flat identified 100 staff that are going to be tasked with doing this for whatever period of time?
So we actually stated that it would be a minimum of 100 staff. So once we get the 100 in the facilities, we'll reevaluate again.
Did they vote?
And if we need more staff, then we will reassign more staff. What we did in that process is to look at who had the most recent and relevant experience going back into the halls. So we went back 11 years. So anyone who had transferred out of one of our camps or one of our juvenile halls to a field assignment, they were the first ones to go back. So 79 have shown up of the 100. What we also had to deal with during this process are any outstanding medical notes that would preclude somebody from being a full able-bodied person in our halls. And so that's where the 21 went. And we are now looking at the list again and pulling those individuals to reach that 100. But that is absolutely a minimum number. We've been very clear with our unions and our staff that if we need more for the sake of our institutions and those young people and the safety of our staff, we will bring in more staff.
Thank you, Chair. That's all I had for right now. Thank you so much.
I see Sheriff Dykus with his hand up and then you're next.
Sure. Thank you. Hey, Chief, my question is, and I know this came up as we started to deal with this issue at the beginning, and that was really, what about dropping back to one facility, circling the wagons, taking care of your staff issues, and then building out based on that? What is there an issue with that in terms of capacities? And have you looked at that to try to really, consolidate staff, maybe consolidate the problem to some extent, and then build out? And is there an issue with that? Because I know we actually closed one of the facilities at one time. I know you at that time you were able to operate out of one facility, or is that even a possibility?
Correct. So that has been considered. We did do that last March while we were making the needed repairs and providing training to staff. We moved our central juvenile hall youth to Barry J. It does kind of complicate the staffing issues because of the distance across the county for our staff. So the call outs increased when we moved to Barry J. We also had to maintain an intake unit for law enforcement at Central Juvenile Hall. All of those things have been considered and will continue to be considered as we move forward to optimize the staffing levels that we have. We also look at our camp facilities. LA County has done a great job of reducing the footprint of juvenile institutions in the county by reducing the number of camps over the last 5 to 10 years from, I believe, 17. We're down to 3 camps. Our Kilpatrick facility is an SYTF facility, and Dorothy Kirby is a placement for some of our mental health young people and girls. So the consolidation is always on the table. Just that travel time across the county is often an impediment to our staff and to families as well who are visiting.
Thank you.
Chair, can I ask one quick question?
Yes.
In regard to Kilpatrick, and it's the designated SYTF program, but I know today we have youth that are at Barry J that are SYTF youth. Is there a plan to transfer those youth to Kilpatrick in the near future?
So we have 16 young people today who are at Kilpatrick that are SYTF. The maximum capacity for SYTF at Kilpatrick is 48. We have, I believe it's 87 total at Barry J. So we will quickly max out at our Kilpatrick campus. But what we are doing is there is a set of criteria. We work with our partners, Mental Health, Healing Dialogues in Action, ARC. They all come around the table and talk about the youth that we have in our care in SYTF at Barry J and make sure that kids are ready to transition, right? It's a little bit more freedom at Kilpatrick. It's a beautiful setting. And it is a way that kids can really show that they are committed to programming and education before we move them over. But we are quickly trying to get that up to speed. We have a couple of Title 24 issues that we're working on around the perimeter. But we're certainly working with Ms. Southwell to resolve some of that.
And then what's your plan for the DJJ returnees? How many returnees do you have that are going to come back before June 30th?
So a total of 57 have returned. So we actually are housing them separately. We have them not mixed with our SYTF population, trying to keep an eye on that population just regarding age and sophistication. But they are currently at Barry J. But we are not opposed to moving some of them. We believe that a couple of them are probably ready to go to Kilpatrick. But we are very quickly also trying to identify step down programs. We have some in place and hopefully can get some of those DJJ returnees who have been now transitioned to SYTF out in the community quicker than later.
And how many do you have at DJJ still today?
44.
44. And those are good, as those transition back home, their first stop will be at Barry J?
We're hoping that some of them can be released directly to a step down in the community. If any are eligible for Pine Grove, we will pull them off. We're working with the courts to prioritize how those hearings are scheduled to make sure that if we can avoid those young folks coming back to our facility, we'll do everything we can to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Marvin Speed, Acting Director for Adult Parole. And actually Chief Haynes asked the question I was going to ask about the DJJ returnees. Also have a question. I know you don't have the vacancy rate numbers for your staff available right now, but of your total number of staff, when you're fully staffed, how many would be peace officers and how many would be, say, educators or admin types, if you know?
So the 340 that is our optimal level, that would all be sworn staff. We have engaged certainly with our Credible Messenger program through the Department of Youth Development, and they are bringing staff in at both Kilpatrick and Barry J and soon Central Juvenile Hall to make sure that we have some support to our staff and the youth. So obviously that they are not in a position where they can provide direct supervision of young people, but they are working shoulder to shoulder with our staff to really address the tone of the facility and make sure that they are helping to engage with young people before incidents occur.
So your peace officer staff do all of the programming?
We bring in outside providers. So DMH, our Department of Mental Health, provides some programming, and then we have community-based organizations come in and provide the programming.
Okay, and do you have sufficient assistance in that area to actually provide effective programming?
So DMH is very helpful. They're a great partner in being able to provide services in our institutions. We are working with the CEO's office and internally to add programs to a master services agreement. So we are actively trying to get more programming into the facilities. HDA, Healing Dialogues in Action, and ARC have been big partners at both facilities to make sure that we have that basis of programming. But we are actively pursuing additional programs to come in.
Thank you. And then just one final question. I just was curious if you have any wellness initiatives in place for your staff?
Yep.
I believe we do. We have an employee assistant program that's basically countywide. But we're looking to develop and further strengthen those types of programs available on site. I know our sheriff department has like a psychologist that's on site to help deal with trauma and issues for officers. So we're probably going to explore that type of opportunity for our probation department.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Anyone else from the board like, yes, Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask from a process perspective, we'll hear from the community and then there will be an additional
Yeah.
opportunity. Then I'll wait. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one more question. Often when we're inside the juvenile facilities and you're short of staff, it seems that visiting is always closed, that that's the first thing that goes, that there's no visits, there hasn't been visits, we haven't seen our families in a long time. And so I'm wondering if that is something that is a policy or how does that come about? Because, you know, as a formerly incarcerated person, those visits are so incredibly important, especially for children. You know, I was in Central a couple of weeks ago and I was going to shake the little girl's hand because she got a certificate. She graduated from our program. And instead she just jumped up and hugged me. And I just thought that how vulnerable our girls are, our youth in these facilities, and for them to not have access to their families, it also starts that process, just like with the staff saying they don't feel safe. And then it starts that process that, you know, disgruntled. It happens with the kids too, that they don't get to see their families. It feels like a punishment to them. So I'm wondering if that's something that you could look at, or is that a mandate, or how does that work? That visiting is often closed.
Right. So we have worked really hard not to cancel visiting. We're bringing in reserve officers. They're going to be able to help us facilitate. Administrators have gone out and conducted visiting. I've conducted visiting. It's really important, as you said, that our youth have access to their parents. We have hit a couple of weekends in just the recent past few weeks where we have had to cancel. That does require a director's approval. So staff cannot just cancel visiting, nor do they want to, right? Kids usually are behaving over the weekend really well because they don't want to jeopardize their visits. But when visiting does have to be canceled, we are trying to do our very best to make sure that virtual visiting is offered so that there is some connection, and it's never the same as the in-person. But we do offer that. We had in some of the recent rainstorms at Barry J, we had to cancel because most of our visiting is outside. So we had to cancel because of the rain. But we do our very best to make sure that kids are engaged with their families, and we're making sure that we're tracking virtual visits so that we can ensure as we follow up that those are being conducted. They're very important.
Doug? Andy?
One final question, or two-part question. Again, I asked what the union is doing to support these reforms or not doing. And then the second piece is, if you were found unsuitable, how would you manage that crisis? Do you have a plan in place to deal with all these kids, and some of which are probably not ready to be out into the community?
Right. So we continue to have conversations with the union. Our main union, Local 685, is very committed to having the conversations with me. We speak several times a week. I do believe that they have the same concerns that we have. Staff safety obviously is a major concern, but they are engaged. They certainly are going through negotiations. Ms. Davenport, do you want to address that?
Thank you for the question. While I won't comment on the specifics of the negotiation, we have been engaged with Local 685. I met with their executive board a couple of months ago, all 15 of them. And a 1 hour meeting turned into a 5 hour meeting because we really had conversations about policy and what is the direction that the board is moving in. What does a care first model mean for probation and for long-term probation employees? And I think where we landed on that conversation, I told them, being a person of faith, I said, listen, even in the Bible, Paul was in jail. So We're always going to have a need for a facility. I think the question is the size, the scope, and the scale. And while I could not provide them with specificity about, you know, what would happen with senior level probation staff versus lower, you know, non-tenured staff, what I did tell them is that I think that there's always an opportunity as a county employee to find a place in the county, even if you're not necessarily doing the duties that you've been doing for the last 20 years. So our negotiation remain in progress. We are hoping to implement bonuses, a 5.5% increase retroactive to July 1st, 2022, a $1,400 what we call signing bonus. And then the board has also approved bonuses to work in various, I guess, specialized units within the department. So it is a work in progress.
And with respect to options, if we are deemed unsuitable, certainly we are exploring those. We have worked with Ms. Southwell to look at other facilities in the county to see what could be done. So we are exploring some of those options. But again, certainly not the desired outcome for our kids or their families. With the size of our county, moving kids into one location or moving kids at all is a challenge for everyone involved, our partners, the teachers, mental health staff, our doctors and nurses, our own staff. But our big concern are the families that are involved.
Can I also just put a finer point on that? So Karen, Chief Fletcher has indicated that we are, you know, making some preliminary inquiries. But when you spend all our, you know, most or an appreciable amount of your time working on a plan B, that means that we're not working the plan A. We want to double down, commit to our commitments and work the plan A so that we can have a realistic plan implementation and opportunity to resolve the BSCC findings. So I don't want to make it seem like it's not on our radar screen, but our priority is to not have to go to a plan B.
And just. Thank you. The question regarding the vacancies, our trusted CEO provided me with the breakdown of our vacancies. And so at this current time, we have 2,725. This is just in our juvenile institution, not the department as a whole. 2,725 budgeted items, 1,958 of those are filled, 779 are vacant, providing for a 40% vacancy factor. And that's sworn only. It does not include the civilian staff.
I'm sorry. Chair, just for clarity, so that you said 2,725 are the total between both field staff and juvenile hall staff?
This is juvenile institution. This is only within the camps, juvenile detention facilities.
Okay, and of those you have 19.
And this would also be field. Yeah, the field staff.
Well, that's confusing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We deem field staff people out in the field, not in a facility.
Yeah, I agree. But I included their numbers in my initial count. I didn't separate them out, but if you want, I can.
Why don't we do this? We will get the numbers that are separated out. Part of the, so one of the things that we put in the cap was the staffing analysis that my office is doing. My office started working on a staffing analysis probably over a year ago, separate and apart, wholly independent from the BSCC suitability findings. We did a staffing analysis many years ago, and that is what allowed us to position ourselves to close many of the camps. And because we continued on that downward trajectory, the question on the table is, what is the staffing number needed today in light of that? So when Ms. Williams calculates the vacancy factor, the other part of that question is, then what do you need? You have positions that are vacant, your population has decreased substantially. What is the right number? And then that is the purpose of that staffing analysis that we will be sharing with the board next week.
Chief Vernon first and then.
Kelly Vernon, Chief Probation Officer in Tulare County. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate the entire county taking responsibility because we know that probation doesn't operate in a vacuum. It's encouraging to see that commitment level at this point. However, the trepidation, I think, comes from the fact that we were here not that long ago with LA County, and Chief Gonzalez was met with a hiring freeze at a time when staffing ratios were so imperative to repairing a lot of the problems. What is the long-term commitment from the county as a whole to the probation department to support it as a whole? Because it cannot operate alone.
So two things. I think the commitment is to make sure that we have a whole of county approach to support probation. Not just to get through the BSCC findings, but to maintain the level of staffing, programming, safety, security that is needed to have an effective operation and to provide the services that we need. We faced this in LA County many years ago with our child welfare agencies, so that when child welfare walked into the room, people tend to allow them to do all the homework, so to speak. And so the board established the Office of Child Protection, which is basically a coordinating entity designed to pull the county family together to wrap around DCFS, which is our child welfare department. I expect similar action to happen here, whether the board establishes a coordinating entity or not. That is what the CEO's office does. And so the idea here is to replicate that model so that we can wrap around probation, so that we do have, it's not that departments are not willing to help. What we want are departments to actively, proactively throw themselves into the fray as probation is moving forward. And then on the question of the hiring freeze, there has been a lot of discussion in the county. A hiring freeze in LA County doesn't mean that you can't hire. And so what I will say is it is unfortunate that the prior probation chief may have communicated that to this board. The department is hiring now, and they have been hiring. We have a hiring freeze for our sheriff's department. They have about $100 million deficit every year. They've hired about 1,500 people since that hiring freeze has been implemented. So I think it's a misnomer. The hiring freeze actually means that you have to seek permission in order to hire. It doesn't mean that you are categorically unable to hire.
Thank you.
I'd like to get just a little bit in the weeds right now, based on last year's conversation going forward with the probation department. There were many conversations about safety checks and our concern over whether they were occurring or not. We find ourselves again there. There were promises, commitments made about moving forward with the electronic room check system. I'm told now that it went online. Is it piloted now, or is it fully throughout the facilities?
It's throughout the facilities.
And is it operational at this moment?
Yes, it is.
And I'm also told that young people are allowed to hang a blanket over the window into their room. Is that accurate, or is it being allowed, or what are we doing with that issue?
So that is not allowed. We have many cases where our young people are trying to block any kind of light into the room and any observation. Our staff, it has been reiterated to them numerous times that that is not allowed, that needs to be removed and addressed immediately. And our supervisors in the units will help to make sure that that is not happening.
Additionally, you talk about issues on this graveyard shift, and we've heard many things about young people not being able to use the restroom in an overnight shift. How many do you schedule on a given unit over the graveyard shift?
It depends on the population, but usually there are a couple of staff there so that we can manage letting kids out of their rooms. When they are short-staffed, that is when we're experiencing a problem.
You talked about moving a desk out into the unit so that they could hear young people ask to use the restroom. And I would elaborate on that for me.
So currently, the way our units are set up, there's an office in the middle. If the doors are closed to the office, it's virtually impossible for a staff person to hear a kid knocking on their door to be let out. So we want them to have access and make sure that they are stationed outside, which is one of the Title 24 requirements, so that they have sight. They can do their safety checks right there, right from that location, and not be going in and out of an office, and that they're able to hear young people as they knock.
You talked about having 340 staff. Is that per facility, I'm assuming?
Correct.
And what is your no-show rate on an average day, percentage-wise, please?
So it's, we average, depending on what the schedule is now, we're averaging about 12 to 15 call outs per shift, AM and PM. There's usually fewer on the overnight shift, which is significant.
So would you say you're fully, you're obviously, are you directing people to cover the shifts where the no-shows occur?
Right.
Is there
So
a lot of directed?
Right, so we have a schedule in place, and if somebody is calling out, then we are backfilling that person. We're trying to get as many folks. We have supervisors get on the phone, the OD get on the phone and call people that they know that will work overtime to get them in there. We hold staff over to make sure that we're meeting the minimum staffing ratios as well.
So is it the priority of the department at this juncture, this moment today, to ensure there's 2 staff in a unit over the graveyard?
Absolutely.
Much of what we're hearing today, and I'm not going to beat this up much longer, is prospective. The recommendation that, we're considering, there's many available to us. One of them is to have an emergency meeting in May. And it sounds like Los Angeles County is playing the long ball game. And we're asking you to execute in the very immediate near future. Respond to that for me.
So as I stated previously, since January, we have brought in 143 staff into the halls. The 30-day, the May date is something that is being recommended by your staff, not the department. We are in it for the long haul, but we need to make the immediate adjustments to make sure that things happen now. But our long-term goal is to continue to hire. And as you've heard, right, that takes time in every county, but we are bringing people in as fast as we can. With reassignments, we continue with the mandatory deployment. So staff, in addition to the reassignments, they're getting deployed on average 2 days a week. And then we get the staff who are working overtime. So we're not resting on the fact that it's 100 staff. We have all of those other things in place. So we are making strides to make sure that we have staffing on site. And that long term, that goal by the end of next year, 2024, to have 450 new staff is going to take time. But we are absolutely committed to bringing in as many of the existing staff and getting them reassigned and working in the halls and getting them back to work as quickly as possible.
So I thought Sheriff Dykus raised an interesting point to me, which is you continue to operate 2 facilities when your staffing is woefully inadequate at this point, although you're moving towards something. You can imagine that this board is very concerned about how your operation looks tomorrow and the week after and the week after. And we I think have been more than patient with the probation department. For you to reference, the long drive or whatever it is that staff may face as a result of economizing on what staff you do have today, really, in my opinion, falls on deaf ears for me, because I can't help you staff, but I can't tolerate young people not being safe, staff not being safe, young people not getting visits, programming not happening, people not getting out of their room at night. And so I'm frustrated that you're not quite ready to execute, but you're not willing to economize to ensure that you at least have one facility that is appropriately staffed. So please help me with that one, because that's, I struggle with that.
So what we're trying to avoid is having more call outs, right? So if you have staff who live in the southern part of the county, driving every day back and forth to the northern part of the county, we're going to have call outs, which is not going to benefit us in the long run,
But I
right?
think you should explain what that means. What does it mean to traverse 4,086 square miles? I mean, for some staff, it might be 2 hours each way. And so I just want to be clear, we're not saying that we are prioritizing the transportation desires of staff over our obligation to care for these youth. We want to make sure that the medicine is not worse than a cure. That if we were to, I mean, it would have to be done in a very thoughtful way, because we want to make sure that if we did consolidate to a facility, if that is the direction where we ultimately land, we don't want to make sure that we want to make sure that we don't exacerbate staff calling out. And we have seen that happen in other county departments. People have childcare issues or whatever it is, and they say, you know what, I'm not going to sit on the 405 freeway for 2 hours to get to work, or I'm not going to get snowed in on the Grapevine. Whatever the transportation challenge is, oftentimes it is the commute time. So I just want to make that statement for the record. We're not prioritizing comfort over the needs of the youth.
And we're also trying to improve the facilities, right? To make them more home-like, to provide a better milieu for our young people. And that limits our ability to use all of the facility in some instances because they're under construction to get that done. So it's a combination of things.
Sure.
All right, I think this is for Chief Fletcher. Earlier, I thought you said there was 354 people ideally per day to cover 3 shifts. Is that correct?
340.
340, okay. So what, I mean, just to help us grasp the operational shortage, what is your average staffing per day that you're actually getting on site in the facilities?
So we actually only have probably about between 200 and 250 staff that are active, if you will, not on limited duty at each facility. So we are not meeting that 340, but again, that is ideal. So we have obviously a ways to go with our hiring.
Okay, sort of in line with what Sheriff Dykes and our chair mentioned, you know, I understand obviously I'm from Lassen County, far different than Los Angeles County. And I understand the hardships with compelling your staff or asking your staff to travel across the city. But have you considered a model where you scale, where you maintain multiple facilities, but try to scale back to a level you can maintain with the staff you actually have available, and then look at an opportunity to expand out as you're able to add sufficient staff?
So I think the staffing challenges and dividing up to go to multiple locations, especially with our partner staff, is a bit of a challenge. Trying to divide up juvenile court health services, our doctors and medical staff, LACO, our County Office of Education, and DMH would be a challenge on top of the challenge with our staff, because you still have to have the security, you still have to have the intake, you still have to have all of those things in place, which we have looked at several times about moving youth around, and it does tend to exacerbate the staffing issues.
Sure. Just quickly, do your job flyers specify the facility when they apply for a job? Are they applying to the department or the facility specific?
They're applying to the department.
Thank you.
What are the top reasons, maybe the top 5 reasons that people are calling out? Is it the travel is one, and what are the other reasons?
Well, I think currently, and in my experience since I've been in LA County, it has been safety. With the lack of staffing, we have been forced to hold staff over. So if they're coming in for their 8-hour shift and they know they're going to get held over because we don't have the staffing to staff the next shift, they start to call out and it becomes a snowball effect. Folks don't want to get held over, and if they abandon their post, then we're in a whole different situation, right? With accountability for our staff. So people will just call out to avoid being held over, and it has just been just a cycle of that. So with additional staff coming in, we believe that the number of call outs and the frequency of call outs will be diminished.
Anything else from the board? Okay, it is few minutes before noon. I think we will take a 15-minute break. To those on Zoom, we will do our best to be back here at 12:15 and begin public comment at that juncture. Yeah, it is. Okay, we're gonna regroup. Chief Haynes is not in his seat where he's supposed to be. It's not right. Usually that's Katie. I know. And I'm gonna invite everybody online to get in the queue. We'll be closing that after the first speaker finishes. And we are going to hold remarks to 1 minute each. And I would ask you to try very hard not to be redundant. And when your 1 minute is up, we'll just move to the next speaker if you are continuing to speak. We know that we have a number of people interested in talking today, and we want to hear from everybody. And if we don't hold ourselves to this standard, I think we won't do justice to all who would like to say something.
And Chair Penner, on that note, if there are people in the room wishing to speak, please submit your card to Adam.
I did notice people doing that. Is everybody in the room?
They do. They
Hello?
actually do.
Okay. I see Sheriff Dykes is back. Do we see Scott, Judge Guard? Oh, Scott, I apologize. Then we're not going to see them. Thanks for the reminder. All right, all right.
Madam Chair, currently we have 34 members on Zoom, and we have 3 members in the room who would like to speak on
3
this
members
item.
in the room and 34 on Zoom.
Correct.
And once again, that would be 1 minute, and we will just go to the next speaker if you continue to talk. So please, please, please wind your remarks up expediently and try very hard not to be repetitious.
We'll go with the members on
Zoom first, if you don't mind. Is that all right with everybody in the room? Okay.
All
I
right,
figured if you made it here, you're willing to sit for a while.
All right, the first person will be Julio Gutierrez.
Are you there, Julio?
Julio, please unmute yourself and go ahead and speak.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Julio Gutierrez. I'm a deputy probation officer for LA County Probation. I am one of those 100 souls that got reassigned to save the department in 9 months, approximately. I've been deployed since the pandemic. I have been noticing in RS, specifically in PQ, 1/3 of the locks do not work. The minors are able to open, gain access, exit their rooms at will. This presents a clear and present danger to all staff and youth. The department's administration, interim chief, and administration have neglected and are either incompetent for allowing this to continue. This once again presents a clear and present danger for all individuals in this facility. I suspect that most similarly built units have the same issue. Please, this is a grave concern that needs to be remedied now. We are
Thank you.
supposed to be.
Next, we have Sean Garcia Lace.
Thank you. Hello, board members, staff, and audience. My name is Sean Garcia Lays. I'm the co-executive director of the Peace and Justice Law Center. Staff has suggested that approving a plan today, a corrective action plan today, means there was an approved plan on March 14th. This is what I'd call a John Eastman argument. That's because there's an analogy here that we all know. You were in the position of Mike Pence on January 6th. The law was clear on that day that his legal duty was to merely oversee the administration of an election that had already been decided. However, he was also advised by some who suggested he misinterpret the law so that he could choose who won. You're in the same position. The law says that Los Angeles' juvenile halls have been legally unsuitable since March 14th, when a corrective action plan was not approved. Your job now is merely to administer the next step to the process. However, you're being advised that you can ignore the plain language of the law to avoid an inexpedient outcome. Please do not do that. Instead, it's my hope that you will act on what the staff have described as option 4. It's the only lawful option in front of you.
Thank you.
Chair Penner said earlier in this meeting about another issue. This
Thank
board is
you.
constrained by statute.
Next, we have M. Cell. M. Cell, you have 1 minute. Please go ahead and speak. We're going to move on to Bernadette.
My name is Bernadette Medina Galami, and I'm a senior social worker with the Children's Rights Project at Public Counsel. And I'm here today to urge you to vote to close down LA County's juvenile halls due to their deplorable conditions. When we remove young people from their communities and place them in the carceral system, the basic standard set by the BSCC with help from advocates is that they will attend school, have access to outdoor time, and have access to the restroom, among other basic human rights. And we all know these basic standards are not being met, and this has been ongoing for decades. The county blames a probation staff shortage for these issues, asserting that probation doesn't have enough staff to walk young people from their units to where they need to go. However, as has been discussed in this meeting, it is much larger than that, and it is a cultural problem within the probation department. If this was a parent, a teacher, or a doctor depriving young people of their basic rights to education, access, and safe living conditions, this would not stand. So why do we continue to allow LA County to do this to our children? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kate Ripley.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm speaking on behalf of Freedom for Youth in Santa Barbara because the decision BSCC comes to today will not just impact Los Angeles's youth, but youth across California.
Oops. What happened?
Kate.
I just got muted, sorry.
Okay.
If the board defers action does not declare LA halls unsuitable, they're telling the entire state and every youth impacted by institutionalization that minimum standards mean nothing. The conditions discussed today are not unique to LA. In Santa Barbara County, youth are facing similar abuses. In a survey that our organization conducted, only 18% of participants agreed that juvenile hall created an environment where their mental and physical needs were cared for. And the county, LA County, is trying to claim that it's due to a lack of staff and resources. And that's a misleading claim because all correctional facilities are understaffed, but it's not due to a lack of resources or poor marketing. It's because people don't want to belong to a system that abuses their clients and employees. And that's why we've seen this mass exodus in probation staff over recent years. In terms of financial resources, Santa Barbara has some of the most funding for police and probation per capita in our state. And our youth are also facing human rights violations. The problem is that probation's
Thank
never
you,
been.
Kate. Thank you. We're moving on.
Next, we have Sophia Ventura Kraus.
Hold on, can I say something? Because you
Yes.
No, you keep trying to mute me. I got something really important to say. I feel like if y'all was really worried about kids' safety, y'all wouldn't be doing what y'all doing, locking kids up and putting them in a position to actually feel unsafe. There's actually kids that get raped within these facilities and mentally and physically harmed, and y'all not doing anything about that besides wanting to hire more people. And with that being said, a lot of times when y'all hire these people, they don't really have a real thorough background check, and something really be mentally wrong with the whole probation and police department. But a lot of y'all don't speak on that because y'all don't care about that. It's like y'all all are in it for the money. And I be finding it disrespectful how y'all be trying to disrespect other organizations that hop up on here that's really trying to do something for these kids. And y'all claim y'all got a heart, y'all really don't got a heart. In our eyes, we see y'all as danger. If you want to hear from a real Black person, yeah, we see danger. when
Thank
we
you,
look-
Sophia. Who was it? How did I miss that?
Can I make my public comment now?
I'm sorry, who is this? Oh, sorry, I apologize.
No, no worries. That wasn't Sophia. That was another participant.
Sophia, we apologize, but go ahead,
No
Sophia.
worries.
Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. My name is Sophia and I'm with the LA Youth Uprising Coalition. The present conditions in LA juvenile halls are a grave infringement on the human rights of every young person in the halls. If we pause and reflect, the unceasing calamities occurring in Barry J and Central should cause every person in this room to mourn. We are here today because impacted communities have raised their voices to highlight these horrors and have pushed you to take an action that this board in its almost 80-year history has never taken. There's a reason LA probation is the culpable party. Today, we were told that the solution to this problem is hiring more staff, but the core of the problem lies in a militaristic culture of probation. And training that culture out of a department takes decades. We don't have decades. To be clear, your plan A will take years to actualize, and unimaginable harm is happening now. To not find these facilities unsuitable today further emboldens a department steeped in impunity and sends a message to young people that their undeniable abuse is not prioritized. I urge you, Chair Penner, and this board to translate your
Thank
exhaustion
you.
with
Next, we have Noli Louisa. Okay, we'll move on to service program. Service program, you have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jessica Aparicio, and I work with SVX Youth and Family Services in Riverside County. And I'm here as an employee for a CBO who serves system impacted youth. I'm here to say that if you don't find LA unsuitable, it will send the signal to my county and others that they don't have to meet the minimum standards either. Every single young person who is behind bars in a facility right now will be impacted by what the BSCC does today. And if the BSCC does not declare LA halls unsuitable today, after giving LA more than enough time to improve conditions, these young people will hear that inspections are performative and probation will never face consequences for repeatedly defying the BSCC. This isn't a staffing issue. This is a probation issue. I myself commute to serve our young people more than an hour, and we don't need to spend more dollars on hiring bonuses and insufficient training to staff who do not care enough to show up. They need alternatives to LA County probation, like CBOs with staff who believe in what they do to change the lives of young people. So has LA probation asked the young people their input on anything with their plan now? I really want to ask.
Thank you.
that.
Next, we have Christopher Wilkinson. Christopher. All right, we'll move on to Daniel.
Hello there.
Daniel?
Hello. My name is Daniel Basuano. Thank you for letting me make public comment today. I just wanted to offer my lived experience as a person who's spent countless years in these juvenile facilities. In 2012, when I first went into these juvenile facilities, I myself had to urinate in towels in the corner of my room because staff didn't come to unlock my door, and I would bang really hard on my door and things of that nature. And it's the same thing occurring now, and the justification is lack of staff, when back then there wasn't a lack of staff. It's just the human indecencies that go on. It's a culture thing. And if we don't do the change and make the changes necessary to help these youth, these are our future. Think about it as if it was your child and you were looking down at them and they were going through these traumatic experiences that people at war go through. We come out of these experiences with PTSD and things like that. And you expect us to change our lives when you're just re-traumatizing us and putting us through in environments that aren't healthy for us to grow. Ultimately,
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Alita Ledesma.
Hi, my name is Alita Ledesma. I'm the Executive Director of the Arts for Healing and Justice Network. AHGN is also part of the Los Angeles Youth Uprising Coalition and the Education Justice Coalition. I am urging the BSCC to declare the halls unsuitable today. Our network of art providers has been attempting to provide programming in the halls, but have continued to experience how broken and unsafe these facilities are. We encounter probation staff who are dismissive and unsupportive of the services we provide and actually fuel an environment that does not promote healing or rehabilitation. We recently witnessed a group of young people being pepper sprayed, teaching artists have been physically assaulted, and access to education services continue to be subpar. We often have to provide programming without a PO in the room because of alleged understaffing, but hiring more staff is not the solution. Adding more staff only feeds a toxic culture that equates punishment with justice. These are all symptoms of larger systemic problems that have been ongoing for years and ignored. Probation has had many opportunities to address these issues and hasn't, with little to no consequences. We demand accountability so
Thank
that the
you.
youth.
Next, we have a attendee by the letter E 488526.
Hi, my name is Cornelius Pettis. I listened to everything that was said, but what was not said, even with special populations committing heinous crime. We're talking about rape, robbery, carjacking, murder, gang and drug. With the staffing, what problem we have is it's not safe for the minor, it's not safe for the staff. As far as the hiring is concerned, we have a bait and switch. We show one thing they can and prepare, and these children have understand so is traumatized, but they have no consequences. They're doing anything and everything to themselves and to the staff who are there. So I'm not saying what has been said. I'm saying what has not been said. And staff don't want to come if they think they're going to come over. They work 3 days and get told over 3 days and work 48 hours in 3 days. Why even should they want to come the rest of the week? I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sir Bailey.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you. This has been an amazing call. Our ears are open, our eyes are open. I'm glad we're doing this work. The United Nations resolution on the appropriation of culture says that that's akin to genocide. And so this is amazing. It's exciting to hear probation talk about reimagining justice. And we want that reimagining to happen. It cannot be dislocated from the reimagining of all of Los Angeles. To end abuse, we need to abolish incarceration. No more cash for more cops and more cages. Imagine the young people at work leading a new future, a new creation. The first probation officer, through Bridget, through Egypt, through Sophia, are all saying the same thing. We can do better with our spaces, our physical spaces, our bodies, our community engagement, our love. Our love will change the world. So set young folks free. Someone said about Paul being in jail.
Thank
He was
you.
in jail for.
Next, we have Kent Mendoza.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Kent Mendoza. I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. Just wanted to say we need to focus on solutions. That's what we desperately need right now. So no more youth and staff is being harmed. The problem is staff, and the problem is, and it's not staffing, but it's also the culture of probation departments. In LA County, for example, we have a department that is big in staffing. It has a big infrastructure of staffing, a large budget, a large number of staff working at different levels at different facilities, working with young people for the past decades, and unfortunately, all these past decades, this department has relied on old models, templates, and processes that are not rooted in principles of youth development. And because this department has followed the same old hiring processes with its own defined qualifications for the job, they have not fully hired the most appropriate staff for the job. And for those that are good staff, they are also constrained to following and working in the same lane as the entire department. We, ARC, and many other advocates have worked on passing laws at the state and local level. They have been based on research on youth development. They have been something new. Youth development is new to probation. Understanding the brain and the way young people grow up is not really embedded in
Thank you
this
very
department.
much.
Next, we have Ladale.
Yes, hi, my name is Liddell Hayes, and I have a community-based organization. I am formerly incarcerated. Next week, I'm meeting with the United States Forest Service about creating a wildland firefighter program. I'm also in talks with the local politicians here about the same, creating a firefighter program for youth and young adults. How is it that I can be able to come inside these facilities and also teach the exact same training that I was taught. Teach individuals how to become wildland firefighters and be certified through the NWCU. I truly think that that would be a great help if we could be able to provide assistance that could lead to job opportunities and careers for our youth as our juvenile halls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Whitaker.
Hello.
Whitaker. Next, we have DCR SEP.
Hello.
Right, we'll move on to Nancy Juarez.
Nancy Juarez, Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice. Regarding suitability, Chief Fletcher stated the biggest effect will be on the youth who suffered trauma many of us can't even begin to imagine. Let me be clear, this trauma happened at the hands of probation, but this is not unique to LA. These problems exist in Fresno and Butte, as shown in today's inspection report, discussion item J on the agenda, or in Riverside's halls, proven in the BSCC February 9th meeting agenda item G, who were also out of compliance with room confinement and discipline process, just like LA. In Kern and King, we learned of unsanitary living conditions. Large or small, rural or urban, this is not a county-specific issue. This is a probation issue. If we no longer want young people to suffer, BSCC, please find LA unsuitable. Otherwise, you're sending a message to the entire state that when probation harms young people, when they fail to meet minimum standards for 2 years, when they force young people to relieve themselves into towels, the state does not care about their future generations. And while young people don't get second chances, probation gets infinite.
Next, we have Frank Paredes.
Good morning, Frank Paredes, part of Los Angeles County, President of the Professional Managers Association, with all the directors, assistant directors, and special
facility is
assistants.
unsuitable. I don't think it should be hard with these, but
Frank, are you there?
Yes, hi, good morning. Thank you for your time again. Again, just to reiterate, and I don't have much time, we hope that the BSCC will consider working collaboratively with the folks that have been doing the work for over 30 plus years, so we can drive exactly that. This is a union and we're not a proponent to any of the change. We want to include everyone on the call. We hope that the BSCC will make considerations to dive into these challenges with us immediately, as stated by Chief Henry.
Next, we have Russell Holland.
Hi, guys. Good morning. I'm a former DSO. I'm going to try to keep this as quickly as I can because I have to stay within the 1 minute. I'm a former ward of the court. I'm from 98 to 01 between the county juvenile halls, camps, and CYA. I came back to the department. I joined the department to make a difference, and I left in 2020. But let me tell you, I still talk to all the staff. I run our Facebook page, Probation Days. I know most of you have heard about it. Staff can
Russell? I don't know how.
Hey,
we
I'm
lost-
sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. You there? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. Did you hear anything I said or did no?
Yeah, we heard your first 30 seconds. Keep going.
Okay, sorry about that. So anyway, the halls can be fixed. I believe they can. I know they can. Most staff have the heart in the right place, but they need the tools. They need the proper backing from management. They don't have that right now. That is the biggest complaint that I'm getting from staff when I talk to them on a daily basis. For someone who left the department that still cares as much as I do, that should say something. I believe it can be fixed. Just give them the opportunity, give them the tools, give them the management. I welcome talking to Ms. Fletcher on a one-on-one basis. I know how to fix this. It can be done. It just.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Yusuf Miller. Yusuf Miller.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Unsuitable
is unsuitable. My name is Yusef Miller from the North County Equity and Justice Coalition, the Saving Lives in Custody campaign of San Diego, and unsuitable is unsuitable. We need to stick to our guns and hold LA County accountable. Our youth are in jeopardy. And when we don't have proper safety checks and don't have proper hygiene, that is a tragedy that's greater than moving a facility or consolidating a facility. These youth need our protection, they need our support, they need our help. We should inquire upon the youth. What is it that makes it so horrible to be in this youth detention center? We hear it all the time from prior youth, but also the current youth. We need to make sure that we understand. In San Diego County, we see when neglect is happening in the jails, that people lose their lives. That is a horrible, horrible consequence of not doing the right thing in LA County. We need accountability, we need transparency, and these kinds of things will make sure that other counties throughout the state will not make this same mistake and make the same neglect of our youth.
Next, we have Gloria Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, everyone. Gloria Gonzalez with the Youth Justice Coalition. I'm wanting to elevate and reiterate everything that's been said and just really, looking at each and every one of you and that you all have a responsibility to the young people inside, that you all have been enabling probation, because probation, when they are not held accountable, the message is clear. The message is that they cannot be held accountable, not even by the Probation Oversight Commission, not by the Board of Supervisors, not by anyone. And so I urge you all to do the right thing and find them unsuitable. There is nothing else to be said. There is nothing else that needs to be heard. You are seeing the conditions. You are seeing that young people need support. Probation doesn't need support in amplifying themselves. They don't need any more money. Probation needs to be held accountable, and we get there through finding them unsuitable and really protecting the young people inside whose parents, whose guardians are looking at you all to help them while they are in your custody. Probation is not meant to offer youth development. Probation is not meant to continue to reinvent itself, because like someone there said.
Next, we have Banks.
Hello.
Okay, we'll move on to Jared Gunsberg.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Jared Gunsberg. I'm a defense attorney. My clients include young people housed at the secure compound at Barry J. There are units within the compound who have not had family visits in over 5 weeks due to staffing issues. Families drive great distances only to find visits are canceled once they arrive. Regarding the OIG report regarding narcotics at Barry J, there are narcotics in the compound at Barry J. As you know, the compound is a secure facility within the larger facility, surrounded by extremely high security fencing and no exterior walls. Nobody could throw drugs into that compound. No drone could drop narcotics there. Besides that, youth in the compound have not been outside in weeks. Even if they were, they have no access to the rest of Barry J outside of the compound. It is inconceivable that the theory reported by the OIG is true. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Starla Hines. Starla.
Hello. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now
Can
we
you hear me?
can. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Starla Himes and I work with AB 109. The big issue is staffing. Staff is very fearful. Staff is very fearful. They work. The struggle is that the tools and the powers to regain the order. Staff is working double time. They work half the time at their regular positions, then they're working over at juvenile hall. And then they're being pushed to work over there. If they had the tools, this could be work, but it comes from the above. They do not have the help. If you're taking a model from Utah to work with 10 million residents in the United States here over in LA County, how could that set the precedent to work for juvenile hall here in LA County? These youths we have are sophisticated. They are well above our range. We could do this. We have the tools to do this, but we need the power from up above. We need safety, and we're not being backed. They're asking 60-year-olds to go back to work in the halls to work. Can you believe that? And we don't have the backing.
Next, we have Galagos.
Hello?
Okay. We'll move on to Angela Noboa. Angela? Okay.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you for the
There you are.
opportunity.
There you are.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to go for it here. 35 years with the county, LA County Probation Officer, proud of what I do. Thank you, Kim from ARC, for standing up for us and saying it takes both sides of the team to go ahead and stand up for us. We are scared to go inside the halls, but we won't show it. These kids are sophisticated. We just had a stabbing of a supervisor standing by the wall, watching kids go get water, and was attacked from the back. Okay. And now we also have a lady past tense when all this started that had a pole stuck in her eye. We're asking for the materials needed to go ahead and take care of these juveniles that committed crimes and were adjudicated for running over pregnant women, for sodomizing their brothers and doing all this nasty stuff. They were adjudicated and found to go ahead and need to have consequences for this. What we have is problems in our houses because there's no security. These minors are sneaking it up any way they can. Drugs, narcotics, knives, shanks, please. 35 years, I transferred minors from the Northridge earthquake gladly because I love my job. I want to continue to love it. Give me the resources, everybody, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Charlene Russell. Charlene Russell.
Hello?
We'll move on to Sosi. Is it
Are you there?
Sosi? S-O-S-E. All right, we'll move on to Nicholas Esperanza.
Nicholas, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hello?
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Nicholas Esparza. I am employed with Los Angeles County Probation Department. I do care about our youth and our staff. One critical aspect is wellness. Our peer support program was established July 31st of 2019. We do have dedicated staff, however, it is on a volunteer basis. In addition, we have a contracted clinician team available for resources for our staff. Now to discuss how can we improve. Dedicate funding for our wellness and peer support program, provide support to our staff by creating a wellness center at each facility so our staff could decompress and recuperate. Also dedicate staff full-time to our wellness and peer support program. It is imperative that our staff wellness is addressed so that we continue to adequately support healthy youth development.
Thank you.
Next, we have Robert Gutierrez. Robert Gutierrez.
Are you there, Robert? Okay.
Yeah, I am. You know, one of the things that we keep on talking about is all these staffings that have been reassigned. But, you know, what we may not be saying is how many are going to stay. You know, the county has kept on repeating that 100 staff are being reassigned. And I can tell you firsthand that out of the 100 plus, only 60 of them showed up. The next class was about 50 and only 13 showed up. So what is the long-term solution for the retainment? And there is none. So you keep on hearing 100 staff, but there are not 100 staff. And there won't be 60 because 30 of them are going to go out on IA. So this is an unsafe, you know, situation that you're putting these sworn officers that haven't been working institutions for 16 plus years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Sosi,
Great.
joined.
Great.
Hi, hello, my name is Sosa. I'm a therapist at Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall. I've been working here for 6 years. The probation staff are doing what they can with what they have. They're being verbally and physically assaulted on a daily basis. The youth have zero consequences. The facility is a mess. Youth are breaking down doors and windows, tagging up the units, and their hands are tied. If they try to redirect, the youth become aggressive. They need programs, proper education, groups, and rec, but they also need consequences for their actions. They don't need pizza parties and outside food brought in despite physically assaulting the staff daily.
Hold probation accountable.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we'll move on to Roger.
Roger, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to commend Ms. Fletcher for the commendable job she's doing after just inheriting a very, very tough situation. Secondly, I wish you guys on the board knew the type of kids we're dealing with. When these minors at times can commit crimes with impunity, it makes it tough for us to deal with them. When you can bust the lip of a supervisor and go home in a few days, there's something wrong with the system. When you can commit a calculated murder and only get 4 years, there's something wrong with the system. So the minors that we're dealing with, they're not really walking down the street and shining their halo. So I just think that, you know, and then they take away the OC spray. And the minors have no reason to stop fighting now, you know, even after multiple commands. And that's why officers will continue to get hurt. But personally, I'll close in saying this. I think if we combine the halls and meet up at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall, I think that would take care of the staffing issues immediately. So let's combine these halls.
Thank
and
you.
I'll see you guys at Los Padrinos.
Thank you.
All right.
And next we have DPO.
DPO. Hello?
Okay, we'll move on to Reverend Beverly Brooke, RUV. We'll move on to Louise Dotson.
Are you out there?
Did you say Louise Dotson?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi. I'm a former probation officer. I retired. And when I left in 2021, it wasn't as bad as it is now. You say human rights. Human rights do belong to the minors, but they belong to the adults there as well. And I urge you to come up with a culpable solution that you don't have to close, that you can make the adjustments and put everybody in a place where they all can be safe. I have relatives that work there and I want them to come home safe. I don't want them to hear that they've been stabbed. And we all want the same thing. But Board of Supervisors, we are citizens too, and we deserve to be heard. All of these people that are saying that what they're going to do or whatever, they're looking for dollars too. I'm looking for what's right and looking for safety for my loved ones.
Thank you.
Next we have, it's either M or IM.
Maybe LM. I just want to say I too am a probation officer. We house 95% murderers and the other 5 are 5% sexual offenders. When do the victims get their rights? They are definitely deserve human rights, health, education, mental health services, but no one wants to come to work to get stabbed, assaulted sexually or physically. When do we deal with that issue? When do we hold these children accountable? I'm sorry, young adults, because the average age is 20.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Erin Palacios.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
My name's Erin Palacios. I'm from the Youth Law Center. I understand it's hard to find a facility unsuitable, but I don't think it should be so hard with these. This has been a long time, but I can still understand. So perhaps you should see it as a blessing that you don't have to. You don't have the discretion to find this facility unsuitable, nor do you have the discretion to delay such a decision. You only have that discretion when it fails to meet an approved corrective action plan after 90 days. When no plan's approved within the first 60 days and filed, it becomes unsuitable as a matter of law. It's then your legal obligation to issue a notice of unsuitability. And as we said in our demand letter, that is your duty today. As we also said in our demand letter, if you fail to meet that duty, we've reserved the right to resolve this through litigation. And I just want to be clear, we are now prepared to do so. So we again ask that you direct a notice of unsuitability to issue for both facilities in Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Next we have Leah Z.O.
Hello, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Good afternoon. My name's Leah Zeidler-Adaz. I'm Youth Justice Policy Lead with UCLA School of Law's Criminal Justice Program. I'm urging this board to declare LA County's juvenile halls unsuitable. This would be an affirmative step to ensure true accountability, which has been lacking throughout probation's history. As some of you have pointed out today, the fact that we're here discussing this issue again so recently after the last time LA County was declared unsuitable is itself evidence of the lack of action that the county has taken, even when they've been in this position before. Recall that as reported by the LA Times, to avoid a second finding of unsuitability because probation was still out of state compliance, probation shut down Central Juvenile Hall for 90 days, completely traumatizing youth and their families. Based on how the past is played out, there's no reason to believe that declaring the hall suitable today will yield different results. This is not a solution that will benefit youth in the long run. If you find LA County's halls are suitable today, you're supporting a system that is consistently underperformed, underdelivered, and has completely failed to keep youth staff in the community safe. There's no transforming the culture of this department.
Thank you.
Next, we have Byron Castillo.
Hello, you out there?
We'll move on to Emilio, YJC.
Hello. Sorry.
Byron, is that you?
Hi. Yes, this is Byron.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Byron Castillo, coming from San Francisco, California, as part of an intern for the Next Generation Fellowship. Clearly, the BJN and the Central Juvenile Hall is still under concern in regards to the compliances. Doesn't this recurring cycle of non-compliance by your institutions not raising enough questions? Clearly, many allegations continue to be youth urinating into milk cartons, the youth receiving inadequate education, and also limiting them to outside exercise, which impacts them and impacts their mental health and sociability. Ideally, ask the board to review the allegations aforementioned and consider issuing a notice of unsuitability as required by law. Would anyone in this room here today allow their children to receive this kind of treatment in the name of justice? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Emilio, YJC.
Yes, hello. My name is Emilio, Director of Media and Communications, Youth Justice Coalition, and member of the LA Youth Uprising Coalition. We urge you to immediately deem the county juvenile halls unsuitable. Our young people need love, not more trauma. We don't all want the same thing. Some of these callers are trying to justify child abuse, and it's problematic. These camps are unsuitable, toxic, dangerous, and abusive. There's an extensive history of sexual abuse, physical harm, pepper spray, and limited access to restrooms, education, exercise, programming, and visitation, but probation continues to duck and dodge accountability. Just firing is a systemic issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jacob Jackson.
Are you there, Jacob?
Okay, we'll move on to participant by.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm so
All right.
sorry.
All right.
How you doing?
Good. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Anyways, I'm urging the BSCC to find LA unsuitable today. This is the cycle of conditioning and enabling. This probation department is so far beyond reformer and fixing that even the LA Board of Supervisors has already committed to a new plan for youth in LA County, Youth Justice Reimagined, which explicitly phases out probation entirely. LA County has recognized that no amount of reform will help our youth, and so the county has invested significant resources into Youth Justice Reimagined. You guys need to find LA unsuitable today. Women probation should not have their hands in this. They already had their time, they already had their history. As we've seen, they have no accountability towards what they're doing. That's it.
Thank you.
Next, we have participant E536675.
Didn't we do that already?
No.
Oh, they missed? Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Unmute.
Okay, we'll move on to Ronaldo Veleda.
Ronaldo, hello?
Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ronaldo Villeda, Executive Director of Hoops for Justice.
SB 823 passed almost 2 years ago. Youth Justice Reimagined about 2.5 years ago. We've known about this transition, yet we find ourselves here. This is a systemic and cultural problem. This isn't a funding or staffing issue. This is a department that has been broken for decades. You've heard probation officers speak today. They don't care about our youth. They find them too sophisticated. Why would this board continue to be complicit on this abysmal department, which has historically failed to improve and reform itself? Close this juvenile hall and allow for the county to truly create the system we imagine as a community. Lack of action here will send a message to other counties that they too will get a pass. If staff isn't showing up because they don't feel safe, how must the young people feel? The young people who cannot speak out for themselves, who are being painted as lepers. Probation is incapable or adept at caring for our youth. Hold LA County probation accountable and please protect our youth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Manuel.
Hello, my name is Manuel Enriquez. I'm a community member calling in to urge you all to deem the LA youth facilities that have been found unsuitable many times unsuitable. You have the power to change the life of youth who have been denied the programming that they serve, who aren't allowed to use bathrooms at night, who don't even receive a basic education a lot of the time. Reading from the LA County Probation Department website, quoting directly, the LA County Probation Department is currently the largest probation service agency in the United States and presumably the world, with over 6,500 employees and an operations budget of more than 900 million. There are no excuses for a well-funded organization such as probation to not comply or fulfill its basic duties to guarantee basic human rights. So thank you for closing this detention facilities if you do so today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bernie Gomez.
I want to speak.
Hello.
Bernie Gomez.
Yes, good afternoon, board and chair. Just real quick, Bernie Gomez with Milpa. I've been listening this whole time, right? And just it urged me to say something, you're here to hearing something around suitability, right? And it's apparent that there's been a derelict of duty by probation. And essentially, you've heard from probation officers that they demonize these young adults, these youngsters, right? So that culture is prevalent. It's there. They're not equipped to deal with the current state of those facilities. So I just urge y'all to do the right thing, and what is the right thing is to uphold regulations, and that's your job, and LA is not suitable to house these.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Deborah Lewis.
Hi, my name's Deborah Lewis, and I believe that I have a unique perspective to offer because I was a probation officer for 10 years in Alameda County, and now I've been 10 years working for alternatives to incarceration in the community. So this is an issue of practicality, not morality, because we obviously have more than enough reasons to find LA County unsuitable. Probation has a responsibility. The system is broken. It cannot be fixed. This is a crisis. It requires a drastic shift. And as you see these opposing views. These kids sometimes have isolated incidents and then they're put in a more violent environment and they're perceived as monsters. This takes a complete shift. It is your responsibility to find LA County unsuitable and let the chips fall where they fall. This is not something that can be fixed.
Next, we have Avalon Edwards.
Good afternoon, members of the board. This is Avalon Edwards with Starting Over Inc. It's obvious that 30 more days will not lead LA Probation to fix the abuses they've been responsible for years. It's your job as an oversight agency to hold LA County accountable for the countless disturbing abuses occurring in their juvenile facilities. LA has been given too many opportunities already to address these issues and has clearly failed to do so. Failing to find unsuitability today is setting a clear precedent that the BSCC will never hold any probation department in California accountable for child abuse, no matter how inhumane their juvenile hall conditions may be. Yet another refusal to follow through with this board's oversight responsibilities would be yet another testament to your disinterest in the well-being of both young people and staff in local detention facilities across the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ashley Stanton.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ashley Stanton. I'm a current DSO working at Central Juvenile Hall, and I just want to give you a current perspective of what's happening as I've been a DSO working for the department for 16 years. The unit that I currently work in, there's programming. There's programming that comes in all the time, all week, dance programs, art programs, mental health. The kids don't want to participate. The kids, it's not this whole thing of programming. Also, some other talking points of, again, we're not dealing with kids who stole candy from the candy store or ran away from home. These kids are murderers, and not that they don't need rehabilitation, but we're dealing with a different caliber of kids, and there needs to be a new approach with dealing with these kids of how to change their attitude. Okay, we're dealing with kids who killed a man over a wig, stabbed a guy getting off the bus. Things like that. These are not kids that ran away and, oh my God, they are the victims. Again, like
Thank
other
you.
callers said.
Next, we have two or TO.
Hello.
We'll move on to Jose.
Are you there?
Is it Jose or Josue?
There you go.
That's me?
Josue.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna start off by talking about, it was something that I heard earlier, me mentioned during the presentation. You know, it was said that our youth will not flourish and feel safe, and families have endured trauma. But the consideration for the safety and mental health of youth and families seems performative to me. There have been overdoses under the supervision of LA probation, and the families of these young people were blamed for the contraband given to the youth without any staff being held accountable for what happened in their care. Any kind of amendments or implementations or new strategies are quite frankly reactive to the potential closure of these facilities, and is only an effort to retain jobs, but it hasn't been proactive. And it isn't with the intention of creating an environment that offers the best form of care for our youth. The decisions of the BSCC should not be undermined, and there should be no form of leniency given to anyone that is tasked with caring for our youth. The highest standard of care for our youth, who have, quote unquote, came in at the lowest point of their life, should be at the forefront of any decision-making, implementation, or administration of care.
Thank you.
Next, we have Douglas Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. My name is Douglas. I'm from ARC. I barely came home like a month ago. I was incarcerated for about 5 years. 4 of them years I was in the compound, and I believe like our youth need to be like busy. We need to provide them with more programming so we can be focused on it. Like we need more mental health too, like mentors for our youth. We need to teach like our staff like how to talk to our youth. You know, like I believe like we need a lot of help. We need more mentors so we can keep them busy so they can stay out of trouble. And then like some vacational centers, you know, so they can learn some skills. There's a lot of youth right there with skills, but we don't have the tools to like to show our skills, you know, like. And I believe like I'm in ARC right now. I'm like a member, and I'm willing to mentor them. You know, I'm really like one day go back to a juvenile hall to try to help our youth, you know. And then like just gotta keep them busy, and then like provide them more programming so they can like stay out of trouble.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Olivia.
Yes, I just want to briefly say I am a probation officer within LA County. The BCSS, you know what you need to do. Nobody's going to convince you of that. But I will like to say, as a PO who has 2 brothers that was incarcerated, my philosophy and the philosophy behind a lot of juvenile detention service workers, adults and juveniles, is to care for them as human beings. We don't come in there trying to, demonize them, and some people certain say. We don't come in there trying to punitively punish them any more than they've been punished, because we can look back to our family that was in that same type of care, and we would want to treat them as human beings. So I just wanted to put that out there, that we are human and we do treat the people in our custody as human beings first.
Thank you.
Next, we have Monica.
Are you there?
Okay, I'm sorry. I had to unmute myself.
Understood.
Hi, I'm Monica and I'm a supervisor with the probation department as well. And I just want to say that on behalf of the staff that work in the institutions, they do not go to work to harm these children at all, these youth, because they do come from the minors that are detained. A lot of them are traumatized and have been through traumatic experiences, but the staff don't get up in the morning to say that I'm going to go to work to abuse these children. I believe personally that it is a managerial issue that should have been fixed, to me, with the board of supervisors as well. It's just been passed on and on and on. And it's reached a point now where you all have to make a decision. But I'm hopeful that you don't make the decision based on the belief that the staff that are working in those institutions are abusing the minors, respectfully.
Thank you.
These two callers came back, and
Okay.
these two callers will be the last of the public comments
Thank
on
you.
Zoom. The first one will be Noli Louisa.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Noeli, and I hear that there's issues with staffing, and then staff say that we don't go in here with the intention to harm. Yet I have heard from all the probation officers that have come to speak, with the exception of maybe one or two, that these kids are criminals and they're out here saying all the things that they're in there for and painting this picture that these are animals. And if this is how you view the children that you work with, then maybe this is not the job for you. And the fact that it's the majority of probation officers that have said this, it is very concerning that they view the youth this way. And with that, I honestly don't think that this can be reformed or rehabilitated. You need to find LA County unsuitable.
Thank you.
And finally, we have E536675.
Hi, hello. I am a nurse here with the County of Los Angeles, and I was just wondering, you talk about accountability on probation staff, but who's going to hold these kids accountable for what they've done? I've seen, and I lived in this community for a long time, is that there's more programs in probation than there are on the outside. So you basically want to send them back into the community with no resources, when in fact in here, they get fed, clothed, they get programs, they get school, everything they weren't supposed to be doing on the outside, they get in here. And I feel like probation and the staff that work in probation or in juvenile hall don't get enough credit for that. So I think you'd be doing a disservice in some part to these kids and the people that work here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I had my hand up. Oh, hello, I have my hand up. No one called me.
What's your name?
My name is Miss Banks. I work for LA County Probation, a proud member of probation. And I just want to say, as probation officers, we do an amazing job. We, like everyone has said, we do not come to work to abuse these kids, but as well, we are humans. We don't come to work on the flip side to get assaulted. And you guys want to hold staff accountable. These kids need to be held accountable. And for the young lady that said, we said these kids were animals, no one said that. We love these kids. No one said these kids were animals. You guys are misusing our words. We said if these kids do something, they need to have consequences, just like your children at home. If your children at home assault someone, there's consequences. So please don't put that out there. And as far as reassigning staff that are in the field, forcing us back into the institutions that we worked hard to get out of, that's not going to be the end all to the be all. But pay staff more, educate us, pay for us to go to school to get our masters. There's a lot more that can be done. So to all my fellow probation staff, I love you, I respect you, and I pray for your safety.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak.
You want to close the queue? You had closed
We
the
had
queue.
closed it. What do we have going on there?
We have additional hands were raised, and there's 6 more.
Okay, we'll do the final 6, and there will be nothing allowed. And if you do not answer at the appointed calling of your name, don't plan on being included, because we're already stretching the time here. Go ahead.
Is that a who? Oh, hey, okay, for me, Pablo? Yes, hi. Good afternoon, my name is Pablo Ortiz, and I work there. Please know that as of yesterday, we have no programming, low morale, no leadership assaults are increasing. Field people who were reassigned, like the young lady said, don't want to be there. And we don't appreciate Karen lying to the board. What improvements and results were made? Root cause is not only staffing, it is the lack of leadership, lack of respect for the profession, and the disrespect for the previous administration and supervisors. You guys discussed that the cap was initially rejected. They submitted an incomplete, no effort cap, and now they submit a new detailed plan. This is questionable and dishonest. Again, lies by Karen Lyer Fletcher. Directors are telling staff to find another job. They move managers, demote managers, and skip detention staff on promotions and say that we're the problem. What is the excuse now? Still blaming others, even at this stage, before it was, the previous administration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Natasha. Please start. You have 1 minute, Natasha. All right, we'll move on to Drew Pearson. You have 1 minute.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
How you guys doing? First of all, thank you for letting me speak. I'm definitely a probation officer here, and I was a former minor that was on probation, and I absolutely love it in here. And I love working with these kids. I love the opportunity. I love breathing life. I love coming in here knowing that we can paint the picture and give them a different perspective. Are things as best as they can be? Probably not, but absolutely probation is in here trying, putting their best foot forward and giving opportunity, just like we're giving these kids opportunity. I think we're definitely do that. With that being said, thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Next, Charlene Russell. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Charlene, no. Is it Sanipe Tina?
Yes, good afternoon. I believe that I'm a teacher at Central Juvenile Hall. I believe that the frontliner staff are doing a very good job, and they go above and beyond to support our students. We are looking for solution. Looking for solution is not to demonize the frontline staffers. They need support, and accountability is missing, structure is missing, but it's not their fault. So the decision-making powers need to sometimes come to this place incognito to see what goes on and give our probation frontliners support, because they are doing a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this will be the final speaker. That will be Amanda.
Thank you, Adam. Amanda?
Oh, yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Once again, I'm going to reiterate that all staff, probation staff, are doing the best job that they can do. I am 18 years in the department, did 10 years in juvenile facility, and implemented all sorts of programs. I paid out of my own pocket for these children. We love these children. We're coming in to do the best job that we can do. We definitely are not saying they're animals. They are definitely human beings, just like we are. The only thing that staff is asking for is support and tools and consequences. And that's all we're trying to do. And that's all we're asking for.
Thank you. Now turning to the public comment in the room. Who's in the queue? Adam, how many?
We have 3 in public comment.
Okay, we're closing the in the room queue. We're all going to hold ourselves to the 1 minute time limit. Go ahead, Adam.
All right, the first person will be Israel Villa, and everyone else could just line up right behind him, and that would be Olivia and Aditi.
Thank you.
Israel Villa, CYCJ. 1 minute is offensive, but I get it. Staffing shortages, this is, it's a coordinated strike. It's an organized strike. And when the 8 young people in the secure youth track who were not getting visits, program education, had a peaceful sit down and a strike, they were met with pepper spray. This is a no-brainer. What is going to happen is going to happen, and we'll see. It doesn't surprise me that BSCC staff is trying to delay. Whatever. It's clear as day. It's a no-brainer. unsuitable. And then what though? This system's probation is not staffing, probation, the juvenile justice system in its entirety and beyond the trajectory that you sent me and sending our kids still, that's the problem. It's a racist punishment system in its totality. It's a problem. I know I just wasted a few seconds, but it's not just LA also though. Staff shortages is everywhere. And I'm glad people don't want to be there because it's not good. It's not good for me. I'm all messed up. All depression, anxiety, you name it, PTSD, all that. And that's what you do to us. You created a monster. You guys created a monster, and I'm, by the grace of God, I'm still here doing better. But this is a no-brainer. Do what's right, and it's happening all over besides LA. Overdoses, abuses. These are.
Israel, I'm going to have to ask.
I know, and I'm going to finish my statement real fast in a couple seconds. At this point, this is a protected class. This is like you're the Vatican and they're the priests.
You're no more important than every other speaker we had today, please, and thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Olivia Shields. I'm the policy coordinator at Urban Peace Institute and a coordinating member of LA Youth Uprising Coalition. In 2007, video footage at Los Padrinos Hall showed a probation officer, formerly a college football star, hitting a 16-year-old boy in the face, throwing him to the floor and kicking him. In 2010, an LA Times article described a probation officer who directed 5 teenagers under her care to beat another youth who she mistakenly believed had stolen her cell phone. Just last year, nearly 300 boys and girls alleged they were sexually assaulted, harassed, and abused by LA County probation officers over the course of 5 decades. Probation has an unfixable culture of abuse and neglect that has traumatized generations of young people, and the need to shift away from this antiquated system has been made abundantly clear. How we approach this shift is articulated in Youth Justice Reimagined, a blueprint I want to emphasize was unanimously adopted by the county's Board of Supervisors, describing a new way to care for young people. We already have immediately actionable steps, including structured decarceration outlined in a recent motion, that align with YJR and provide actual solutions to issues discussed today. Chairperson Penner and the board, at this point, any leniency you provide probation fails both your moral and legal obligation to protect the well-being of LA County youth. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Aditi Sharakar from Children's Defense Fund, California, and the Los Angeles Youth Uprising Coalition. There's been a lot of talk about consequences and accountability today in public comment and before. But the fact is, when a young person messes up, when they do anything, even the smallest violation of their probation, they're dragged in front of a judge and often incarcerated. But when it's LA probation, absolutely nothing. They never face the consequences. They never have an incentive to actually put their plans into play. Sheriff Penner, you talked about a young person being worried that tonight a young person will urinate in their cell. I'm guaranteeing you that will happen because the AG found those same violations in 2018 when they were fully staffed up. You are worried about these young people. I see it in all of your eyes. And the only thing you can do today is hold this county unsuitable for them. Because if you do not, we will continue a 2-year cycle, 2 years, where everybody has proudly proclaimed that these halls do not meet the most minimum of standards. We have accepted that for 2 years, when the statute clearly says that 60 days is the most the legislature was willing to let these kids sit in these conditions. Please find them unsuitable today.
Thank you. Okay, I'm now turning back to the board. Thank you for the public comment. Thank you for your patience and waiting and having to shorten any statement that you may have made. We appreciate what you have to say. We heard you. The board, anybody would like to comment at this point?
Thank you. I wanted to just ask a couple of questions based on some of the speakers' recommendations, and then I have questions mostly for staff. I do want to ask if council can just respond to the issues relative to what is within our purview today and what isn't within our purview. And I think you addressed that a few hours ago, but just to refresh all of our memories.
Sure. Procedurally, where we are is, as it was described, was after the initial inspection report was issued, the county had 60 days in order to file a corrective action plan with us. That was going to be March 14th. We received that corrective action plan on March 14th, and the way the statute reads is that they must have an approved corrective action plan. The statute also says that the corrective action plan shall either be approved or denied by the board. This body has not approved or denied the corrective action plan, and the issue That's still an open question in my mind, is whether or not Allison Ganter on her own can deny a corrective action plan. That has never been done before. Staff has not disapproved plans before. And so in consideration of some other discussions we've had with Los Angeles County and representations as to whether or not they might be able to supplement that plan. And that is, in my estimation, the board can either deem the collective approval of the plan, the supplemental plan, presentation by the LA staff today as the plan deemed adopted as of March 14th. I think the board has it within its authority to deny the plans outright, in which case that would result in then we would ask the board to make a determination of suitability and ask them to be found unsuitable for not having an approved corrective action plan on file. And then a combination, I would say, is also allowing for the deferral of the consideration of the plan or conditionally approving the plan. I think all of those are within sort of the powers of the board to manage its affairs.
And the implications of the, finding them unsuitable. And part of the reason but here's what I'm trying to better understand. And that might be more helpful in terms of how you answer this question, is that what I'm trying to better understand is whether or not the trigger for the timeline is the when the plan was turned in versus what you just said is that we have time for consideration.
I think no matter what I would recommend is the plan was due on March 14th. So I do think the board has, and unfortunately, again, where we've, I don't know how many times Chair Penner has used the words uncharted waters in the last 2 years. The mechanism to continue to consider that plan, I think, is within the board's purview, in as much, again, it's the board is supposed to approve or deny these plans. By practice over the years, we've just, the staff have allowed the plans to go forward. We generally have not presented those plans to the board for affirmative approval. And the concern that I have with the denial that was, I wouldn't even call it a denial, the non-approval, is whether or not that's within the authority of the staff to do, given the implications of the unsuitability determination. So those are sort of the various legal concerns around that. But again, I would say that the board could reject what staff has previously done, because the board can do that. And then the question is what effect would that have? Because the board still needs to either approve or deny the plan. If the board approves the plan, and whether we consider it the plan that was filed on March 14th, or collectively the plan, the supplemental plan, and maybe the representations made by the LA staff, I think those are all within the board's purview to consider as the corrective action plan moving forward. I would still recommend using and again, the effect of the approval of the plan is allowing for a reasonable period of time to make corrections not to exceed 90 days. So the original timeline the original timeline was going to be March 14th, assuming that it was an appropriate approved plan, would have been March 14th. June 12th would have been the June 12th, 13th. June 12th would have been the date that they would have had to have corrected all of their items. And then the timing would have been that we would have, if those items were not corrected by the June 12th corrective date, there would have been a determination of suitability calendared for the June board meeting. And at that point, the question before the board at the June meeting would be, or would have been, have they fixed the items of noncompliance? Yes or no. If they didn't fix the items of noncompliance, then again, different options for the board would be find them not suitable, or again, depending on circumstances, whether or not the board could continue those proceedings to another date would be available to the board as well.
And if the board found that the plans were unsuitable, then what?
If the board today rejected the plans in their entirety, the board would be obligated to find the facilities not suitable.
And then what?
That's a good question. So what we would do is we would issue a notice to the county and everyone who has authority to are responsible for the holding of the youth. So the last time we did this was we notified the Board of Supervisors, the CEO's office, the County Operation Department that they were found not suitable and that the facilities were no longer suitable within the meaning of Welfare and Institutions Code, and that they would have 60 days in order to basically not use those facilities for the detention of youth. When we have previously found them not suitable, we went back to inspect during that 60-day window, and the county was able to correct those items of non-compliance that we were looking at the time. So for the safety check issue, for example, they were able to demonstrate that they were conducting safety checks in accordance with our regulations within that 60-day window. So we came back to the board and asked them to be found that this item of non-compliance was corrected, and then they were deemed suitable at that point. So again, where we are is if the board finds the county not suitable, we would issue a 60-day notice. And at the expiration of that 60-day notice, they would have to vacate the facilities. Then the sub question before the board would be, would you want the staff to engage with the county to try to remedy any of those issues again of non-compliance and give them the opportunity to come back and be found suitable again? And I think there's, at least internally with the conversations we've had, I think we've had less, we wouldn't recommend doing that anymore in terms of trying to come back within those 60 days to find them suitable again.
Why?
I think it's been, we would estimate that they would not be able to come back into compliance within that time window.
Thank you. And then I wanted to go, and colleagues, thanks for, I'm getting a little technical just because I want to make sure everybody, we're all looking at the same framework. Could the staff, would you mind just reiterating the thinking behind the staff recommendation and the staff recommended action today? And what I'm particularly interested in is understanding the recommendation relative to the ability for the county to respond within the time frame that's in the staff recommendation. And what I'm really asking colleagues is that what would we expect as a product if we accepted this recommendation? What would we hope to get from LA County? What would we hope to get from the staff that would put us in a different situation than we are today?
And I think, and I'll ask my colleague, Mr. McGuire, to help me out here, but I think what we are looking for is specific detail that would provide enough information for BSCC staff to understand clearly what action steps are being taken to directly address those items of non-compliance. And another way to say it, I believe, would be what would we be inspecting for to determine compliance? And again, I can't say it enough, the fact that we need a clear plan. We need to understand if it's reports that are being generated that demonstrate a level of compliance for safety checks, for example. A plan in our mind, in staff's mind, outlines what steps are being taken, what documents can BSCC review in a particular time frame to verify compliance. No, that sounds kind of mushy, but I don't have reports noted in the corrective action plan that say I'm going to look at deviation reports for 10 shifts to demonstrate compliance, to demonstrate that 15-minute safety checks are being met. That's the level of detail that will help us get to a point that we can re-inspect for compliance. That's what we're looking for. So I believe the product would be a more detailed plan that staff would feel comfortable and the board certainly would feel comfortable saying, yeah, this is an actionable plan toward compliance. And in a reasonable time frame, I think we're working with the June 12th deadline, and that date would be clear as well. All 30 of these items would be clearly indicated that compliance would be met by these steps, very specific steps, inspectable steps, actionable steps by June 12th.
And I'll add to that in terms of the, and maybe you were getting to this question of what the idea behind sort of deferring the further action as opposed to maybe the recommendations just to approve the plan, which is an option for the board too. And so in terms of approving the and requested by LA County, I think in their presentation was to, approve their corrective action plan so they'd at least have until June 12th. And I think where the staff is hesitating on that is they've at least indicated some steps that they would be taking in order to remediate, including, I think there would be additional staff reporting on Monday, for example. And I think we would want to verify that before we would say, yes, this corrective action plan actually is plausible and it looks like it is actually being implemented before we would extend out the date. So that's sort of the in-between of just saying, no, the plan's not acceptable. And so we should just issue the non-suitability notice now versus allowing a little additional more time with, again, we haven't seen the county this engaged before in terms of the chair of the Board of Supervisors being here, the CEO being here, and other indications of changes that are being proactively made. So that's sort of the where we split the difference of what is an acceptable timeline.
If I may interject a bit here. This is our third iteration of what I would consider LA's plan. I think where I stand is the deference to me gives us an opportunity to go in and verify that plan. They have suggested on the previous occasion that they were going to do a number of things and we accepted their plan. On this occasion, I want to immerse staff in LA and see during this deferred time period if they are comporting with what they suggest they will do and can do. If not, I think we have a really clear path. Certainly what we heard today and the kind of engagement we have today is a credit to LA that they spent this time and effort and did this, but we've been here before. And I personally want our staff to be in there and be able to come back to us and say, they said they did this, we saw they did this, they did this. Or they said they were going to do this, didn't happen, and then we launch. Anything short of something verified by staff that we all put a lot of faith and confidence in is a short sell, in my opinion. And that's why this recommendation to me offers us an ability to execute when we come back. And I think that verification, one way or the other, is going to move the board forward in a fashion that, is allowing them some due process, I suppose, lack of a better way to say it, and allowing us some evidence that would give us some confidence one way or the other.
So, so I just want to make a couple of observations, and I waited to make my comments till after we got to hear from the public, honestly, because, as part of our job, and I think you asked the question about oversight and transparency, that's such a big part of it. Are we being responsive to the people that we're trying to serve? And I just want to make a couple of comments that are more observations, and then if my colleagues are comfortable, I'd like to make a motion so we have something to discuss. First, I just wanted to say to all of my colleagues, I thought your questions were excellent, insightful, and very helpful, and you were much more articulate than I would have been had I tried any of those. So I appreciated hearing from all of you first. Second, I do want to say to the public, I think we heard the range of the challenge that is being faced, and it's everything from what do we think our systems of justice need to look like today and in the future, to how we address young people that are in custody and our current staffing structures today, and frankly, where we're not meeting the mark as we're trying to both maintain and make transitions. I think it was incredibly important to hear from the president of the board. I deeply appreciate, Ms. Davenport, you being here and making sure that the board, this board understands the commitment and the leadership from your vantage point, because I frankly think that one of the challenges we've had for a while was hearing from the probation department really frankly on their own, which I think, you know, is something that's both challenging, but also unfair in a way that we're putting a lot of effort, emphasis on one part of the county team, I think, as you said. So thank you very, very, very much for being here and for getting them the staff they need. Here's my thinking on this. I was actually disappointed that you requested approval of the plan previously. And the reason for that is that as I read through what was in the staff packet, what was clear to me is that when there was a back and forth, the information was much, much clearer than what we got in the first place. I think the fact that staffing was such a core concern, frankly, Chief Fletcher, that you raised and your predecessor raised at previous meetings, that I think not having the data of, current staffing, where we're going to be midterm, where we're going to be long-term, by classification, what the vacancy rates are, what the absentee rates are by classification, that should have been, in my opinion, embedded in here, not because we have that level of oversight, because we're really looking at the outcome, but for us to better understand where you are in process so that it would be easier for us to make a decision about how best to move forward. And when I saw the response that you gave to the staff after there was a question in one section, I thought, well, that is so much closer. That's getting where we need to get. But I think that if what we're saying is the crux of our challenges is a very real challenge that you're having, then understanding at a detailed level what you're facing today, what you think you can do midterm, and what long-term is really critical. And I think asking for an approval prior to the staff assessment that you've asked for really doesn't make sense either, because you're going to get some data in a couple of weeks that your board's going to get a chance to chew on, make some decisions, potentially financial decisions about how you want to proceed. And my expectation is that the request would have been, let us finish our work and then come back and have a conversation with your staff so that we better have an opportunity to determine how best to move forward. So that all said, I'm comfortable with the staff's recommendation under one condition. And that condition is that our staff be able to convey what it means to be inspectable and actionable, because LA County needs to understand that and the board needs to understand that. And I appreciate the point you raised about some areas being less clear, but the clarity should come out of discussions between both staffs over what it is that we want to actually measure and what we want to lift up for both parties to be able to understand how and if we have the possibility to move forward. I think your point, Director Penner, is really important in terms of our staff being able to get in there the way that you would if you were auditing any other incredibly important thing. And these are kids. And so I would make that motion with that request that our staff works with LA on what's inspectable, and actionable. I think I just made a new word. Anyway, that can be inspected and that is actionable. That would be my motion.
We have a motion. Discussion, please.
Well, we don't have a second. So.
Sorry. Apologize.
Well, I'll probably second.
Yeah, and I'm open, really.
I just want to make sure. I want to make sure what we can expect if we approve the staff's recommendation between now and when we reconvene in May, if that's what happens. So Ms. Gander, so as it's written, the supplemental corrective action plan is insufficient based on staff's review, correct?
Yes.
As a whole, there were some areas that showed promise, but as a whole.
Yeah, that's how we would, I think we would characterize it as plausible.
Okay.
the concern being what we've talked about with Chair Penner of concerns about whether it's actually going to be implemented or not, given what we've seen previously.
Okay, so from my perspective, one of the desired outcomes is a complete and plausible corrective action plan. And then also that staff, as Chair Penner indicated, and that staff actually go in to the facility, inspect and see that those changes outlined in the corrective action plan have been implemented. Is that the plan? Is that the goal in the 30 days, is to see all those things occur?
I think that's yeah, progress toward for those areas where we'd like to get more and additional information, especially around what Board Member Chavez talked to about staffing and vacancy rates, and a little bit more detail, and making sure that we see that those staff members that again are being indicated are supposed to be showing up in the following week that they're showing up.
Well, and I would just say, I mean, I'm not a parliamentarian, but since I didn't have a second, we don't have a motion on the floor, which is fine.
I'm sorry.
No, you don't need to. I'm not.
I
was
don't
really-
know that I gave you time to get a second.
Oh, you gave us
Let's
time.
pause a bit.
But but I just want to make sure that the discussion's open, because I'm also open to other alternatives, but this to me was the best next step, but I'm open to hearing other people's thoughts.
No, and I agree with you. I just think we need to see some meaningful progress in the 30 days. And that's what
Yeah.
I would say at a minimum, we've got to have a complete and acceptable corrective action plan.
That would be the action item for the May
Okay.
for the May meeting, would be a final approval of the corrective action plan, which then lets them go until June 12th. And if the plan can't be, if we feel like the plan has fallen short, or again, the plan can't be approved as submitted with the assurances, then we'd be looking to disapprove the plan in May, and then do the unsuitability finding in May, or any combination of things in terms of if there's things have deteriorated even more in the facilities, we may just come back in May and say the plan's not working and the facilities remain unsuitable, and we want you to substantively find them not suitable now. So all of those things are possible, but I think the what we would look for as a May agenda item would be for just a final approval of the plan.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
If final approval is June 12th, is that approval of the corrective action plan, or is that 100% compliance?
So June 12th is the 100% compliance, and we're not looking to move that date. What we would really what we would effectively be doing is saying at the May meeting that the March 14th plan will be deemed approved as of March 14th. We'll be doing that in May effectively.
Well, one or the other options.
Yeah, or the other option is the plan is denied in May,
Correct.
fully denied in
I think
May
that's
per the board
an important
action.
distinction.
And then we issue a 60-day notice that they're not suitable for both facilities.
Chief Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so when we think about what happens on May 12th, so we would come back, or May, that mid-May date, and looking at whatever that correction action plan, whatever that looks like at that point. And can we consider, can the board, if we were going to move in that direction, because we've already talked about staffing plans and vacancy rates and some of those things that we think need to be a part of whatever this correction action plan is, to be able to provide some things that we would want to be able to see. Like I would like to be able to see like a shift matrix of what is the best plan moving forward based on making sure that we can meet all of the Title 15 regs and the Title 24 regs. Also meeting all of the educational needs, making sure that, the young people have two people there overnights, so that basic needs can be met. And then based on whatever staffing formula they put together to be able to show us over a period of time, are people showing up to work, to actually give us some live data of actual shifts of people who showed up or didn't, just so that as part of our review, when we come back, we can see where they are, and the plan that they present to us is something that moving forward, we'd be able to consider in June, whether they're going to be up to date or if they're going to be in compliance or not. To that level of detail that I think is needed in those kind of things. And there's other things that I would, also want to consider, because I think the other thing alluded to in their plan that they have before us today is actually taking a look at youth that may be released that to meet staffing needs and those kind of things. And they alluded talking with DA, the courts, and some other judicial partners. What does that look like? It's really nebulous what that means. And, when we think about public safety and making sure that if youth are going to be considered to be released earlier on some kind of a device, GPS or whatever it may be, okay, then what is that mechanism going forward look like? So, that level of detail is what I would be looking for, since now if we had a year to figure this out, that would be different, but we've got, 30 days, 60 days to figure that out. So we need some plans that are really going to meet and expect to meet that need and to continue to sustain it over time. So I think that's going to be really important for us to know that.
I would agree.
I'll make a second on the initial Ms. Chavez recommendation with the caveat, also a friendly amendment, that the plan must come back to the board within 30 days and has to be accepted by the board, or else we move immediately to default.
Yeah, I don't know if that needs to be part of the motion, but that's that's what will happen.
Yeah, that's the process laid out, I think. We have a motion. Yes, Supervisor
Well,
Chavez.
I was just gonna say, I do want to keep it part of the motion irrespective, just so it's clear to the public what's happening, because I think you all speak BSCC better than the rest of us. So that would be helpful. And the other thing is, I want to just say to Chief Haynes, and I also think you raised some great points too, that each of the plans that comes back need to be really detailed for each of the steps that our staff thinks are important. Otherwise, there's really no way to assess how we proceed.
And then Chair Pinner, under staff's recommendation under the second recommendation regarding the SYTF issue, can we get clarity around that? Because I'm really, even for me, not really understanding the difference. We know that we've got young people embedded at Nydorf. And so I'm just trying to get an idea of how and what are we looking for them if they're going to reissue, some that form to, I would assume, OYCR and to the BSCC about, what does that look like? And then moving forward, how is that going to work with this new plan?
What the notice, when an agency is standing up an SYTF, one of the requirements is that they notice the BSCC. Those notices for all of the SYTFs that have been stood up so far on our website. We have one from Los Angeles from December of 2021 that identifies, I'm not going to attempt to get the units correct, but that identifies a particular set of units where SYTF youth will be held at Barry J. Nydorf. In the course of our inspections over the last few years, SYTF youth have been housed in other units other than the originally designated units. And it wasn't always clear when we would go into the facility making up units here. If the plan was that youth the SYTF unit facility rather, and this gets a little confusing because many of the SYTF facilities that we see today are housed in already existing facilities. So if Unit A of building 1 is the SYTF unit. And unit B in building 1 is the pre-adjudicated youth. And again, I'm making numbers up. There have been SYTF youth held in units other than unit A, so outside of the originally designated SYTF facility. And it is something that we're looking at from a staff perspective. Again, as these SYTF facilities are being stood up, they are not standalone facilities. They are beds or units in existing facilities, but we, to be able to inspect and to follow the Welfare and Institution Code, particularly with suitability that is specific to juvenile halls, we need to understand where the SYTF youth are. It needs to be clearly delineated in that agency's plan, and BSCC staff need to be able to understand where people are so we can review policy that applies to juvenile hall, policy that applies to SYTF. They might be one and the same. The agency is going to have to tell us that. And then we're also going to need to be able to review documentation related to youth in those two types of facilities, which again, sometimes inside the same unit. So it's a lot of words to say. We need to understand from Los Angeles where are the clear boundaries of the SYTF.
Super
And
fair
those-
to say that it's drifted.
Correct.
And we want to get it back in line and be able to delineate where exactly that is. I think that's the shorter answer, Allison, but you did a great job articulating that. I appreciate it.
And I think Chair Penner, the one question, should there be a finding of noncompliance at some point in the future? What does that mean for the SYTF youth that are at Nydorf now?
I can address that. But we don't have jurisdiction at this juncture to close an SYTF, but I think that's something that we're very concerned about, and but that is factually where we sit today. Not sure whether that'll change down the road one way or the other, but at this juncture, that's where we are, which is why we need the clear line of distinction as we go forward. That's not to say we're not going to be in the SYTF and ensure that the day-to-day living plan and programming and whatever is not taking place, we will continue to do that.
So whatever motion, I know we have a motion on the floor now, but it did not include staff's recommendation for number 2. And I'm not sure if Allison, that's still something that
I was
needs to be a
moving
part of that.
I was moving the staff's recommendation for 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
and
you.
I apologize.
I-
that
clear.
wasn't-
I didn't catch that either.
No, I
Thank you,
I was moving
Chief
it all
Haynes, for
as a
doing that. I thought we
package,
were on
yeah.
one. Okay. Okay. We have a motion, a second. Anything? Okay. Adam?
I just think, if I
Oh,
can, just,
sorry, you're-
I think it's clear that the motion is a couple of things. One is the displacement of youth, should that they not be approved, that the plan must come back with what they will do with the youth in case there is a finding of unsuitability. Number one. Number 2, also the STFY youth, what that will look like. And then obviously the most important thing is the plan to fix it and the timelines and milestones associated with that. So it's not a nebulous, we're going to work on it. And I've heard that comment multiple times today. Well, we're looking at this, we're looking at that. We want a specific plan with timelines that'll come back to the board.
And, you know, prior to a void, I think the clear message is, this change is going to have to be expedient and definable, measurable, and inspectable. And I will leave it at that. Anything? Okay. Aaron, you're giving me a look. Is there, do you need something before we go to the vote?
I would probably call the roll.
Thank you. Well, that's what I was gonna do, but you gave me the look. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and call. Your processor is very busy today. Go ahead, Adam.
All right, Chair Penner,
Aye.
Mr. McCumber. Aye. Mr. Speed,
Aye.
Mr. Grouden,
Aye.
Mr. Dykes,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez.
Yes.
Mr. Haynes.
Aye.
Ms. Vernon,
Aye.
Ms. Guard, Mr. Budnick, Ms. Zaragoza, recuse. Mr. Mills,
Aye.
Ms. Kumpion.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion carries for agenda item 5, special order of business.
Thank you so much. Let's take 5 and reconvene quickly, please. Okay, everybody grab a chair. If you're leaving, leave. Oh, that's rude. You're staying, stay. All right, we're gonna go on with the agenda. And there's a guy that's been standing there for some time. Are we on item G?
That's correct.
Item G, which by the way, I got that myself, so I don't need all your, whatever. And good to see you.
Thank you, ma'am.
What's that?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Does anybody
This
think we
won't
like
take very-
one
this
new
won't take
member
very-
better than the
I
other?
don't think so.
That's not even
I hope.
right. She's, well, if we give a girl a
I think
Frito,
it
she
is.
feels
I
free
think
to
I'm hearing
leave.
myself.
All right, apologies.
So. Yeah, he can't be here either.
All
I
right,
just want to make sure, just for the record, Madam Chair, so board members Groudon, Haynes, and I'll tackle him if he tries to come back in. And Zaragoza are recusing because of their current employment situations regarding the awarding of the JAG funds. And then I would flag, I don't know if Janet is still, Judge Guard is available. The Yolo County District Attorney is going to be receiving an award, and I know she's occasionally recused on items that impact Yolo County.
and Sheriff Dykus?
Sheriff Dyke is okay.
Just in my review, I didn't see my county being considered or submit for these, so I thought I was safe to stay.
Yep, I believe so.
Safe you are. We couldn't see your picture. We just see the state capitol right now, so.
Sorry, that's my PowerPoint.
That's all right. It was just like an all encompassing PowerPoint. We lost a few members. Okay. Ian, please.
Ready to go? Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. I almost said morning. It was on my notes. Ian Silva, Field Representative with the Corrections Planning and Grants Program Division, presenting agenda item G. This agenda item requests board approval of the Edward Burns Memorial Justice Assistance Grant awards as recommended by the JAG scoring panel. The JAG grant, which is funded via the Bureau of Justice Assistance, is the leading source of federal justice funding to state and local jurisdictions. On September 8th, 2022, your board approved the release of a request for proposals, making $47.3 million available competitively to California counties. This RFP was based on the 2018 JAG RFP, updated to incorporate the 2022 multi-year state strategy that was presented to your board in July of 2022. The state strategy in the RFP put equal emphasis on 5 of the program purpose areas allowed for in JAG funding as shown on the current slide. The plan also allocated funding across small, medium, and large counties, also shown here. After the RFP's due date of December 2nd, 2022, the BSCC received 30 proposals requesting approximately $55.2 million. After a technical review process, 29 of the proposals met the eligibility criteria and were forwarded to the JAG scoring panel. The scoring panel recommended funding for 26 counties consisting of 9 small counties, 9 medium counties, and 8 large counties. As specified in the RFP, these recommendations included the reallocation of $3.5 million remaining from the small county allocation to additional projects in the medium and large county categories. These reallocations would fully fund Placer, Sonoma, and Sacramento counties and partially fund Alameda County and result in the funding chart, funding list shown here and in attachment G2. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the JAG scoring panel for their diligent work in bringing these recommendations to the board. On behalf of the JAG scoring panel, staff recommends the board take the following actions. Approve the proposed list of counties for $47.3 million for grants that will run from June 1st of 2023 to December 31st of 2026. Authorize staff to continue making awards from the rank ordered list if any applicant is unable to accept the award or relinquishes the award, first by offering to any partial awardee and then to the next highest rank application. Authorize staff to continue to make awards from the rank order list if staff determined during the award making process that an applicant recommended for funding is ineligible, if a grantee becomes ineligible during the grant cycle, or if the grant award is relinquished during the grant cycle. And finally, to dissolve the Justice Assistance Grant Scoring Panel upon approval of the funding recommendations. This concludes my presentations, and I'm of course available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Ian. I actually chaired this ESC, and I'm not going to say I didn't do very much because that's really where I'm at today, but I am troubled by dissolving. With all that said, any other comments, suggestions, questions from the board? Do we have any members of the public that wish to address this? Did you put in a card? Rush right back and get it done. Process, do we have anybody? No, go ahead. You don't have to do it. Just hand him the card. We don't really need a card. That's good. You know, this is coming from the queen of process. No, get right here.
Okay, so. You can come with it. Okay. You can go right here, sir.
Oh, how
Sorry
funny.
about that.
Poor guy.
I was hoping to do it after it was final and you voted, but I'm assuming things are going to work out. I'm Jonathan Raven. I'm from Yolo County, from the DA's office. I want to thank the grant scorers because I did that during the last round, and I know what an arduous task that is. And I'm actually here partly because of this, but partly to be part of another committee on SKIP following this. But I just want to let you know, we scored number one. And I want to let you know that how much it means to Yolo County and the whole state. I just want to, if you could bear with me for a moment, I want to tell you something about what we've done. So this is
2 minutes.
our third round getting the grant. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Anyway, we do restorative justice. We are decriminalizing those who commit crimes. When we started this grant a number of years back, it was very low level crimes. In the second round of 3 years, we increased it to 10% of our felonies. And now we're even expanding more. So we have had offices from across the state and across the nation come out to learn about what we're doing. We actually had our elected DA and our manager of the program speak to the Judiciary Committee in the state of Oklahoma because they were interested in our program.
Okay, I
And-
appreciate your
Yep,
remarks, but you
yep,
gotta wind
thank
it
you.
up.
Yeah, I know you
Okay,
got a lot to do. I just wanted to thank you, so I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, any further members of the public?
There are no other.
Okay,
comments.
back to the board. Second. Adam, take the roll.
Chair Penner,
Aye.
Mr. McCumber. Aye. Mr. Speed,
Aye.
Mr. Groudon, Mr. Haynes, and Miss Zaragoza recused, Mr. Dykes,
Aye.
Miss Vernon,
Aye.
Miss Guard is not present. She recused as well. Mr. Mills,
Aye.
Mr. Budnick is not present for the vote, and Miss Kumpion.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion carries for agenda item G.
Thank you. Thank you. Now moving on to item H, Prop 64, Public Health and Safety Grant Program, Cohort 3, funding recommendations, and hello, Helene.
Hello. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. My name is.
Hold the
Helene-
phone here
Oh,
for just a minute. I apologize.
Oh, we gotta bring
Recusals.
people back. So sorry.
People
I was
coming
trying
in.
to move
It
it along.
actually was me that was speeding it up. You don't have to apologize. And I'm not going to. Yeah, yeah. I'm
And
not
on
a-
this one, for the record, we would note that Chief Mills has stepped out of the room
Okay,
as there's an award going to the city of Palm
and let the
Springs.
record reflect new member Zaragoza is attending her first agenda item. Okay, Helene.
Okay, again, good afternoon. Madam Chair and board members. My name is Helene Zentner, and I'm a field representative with the Corrections Planning and Grants Program Division, and I'm presenting item H. This agenda item requests board approval of the Proposition 64 Public Health and Safety Grant Program awards recommended by the scoring panel convened for the purpose of reading and rating the proposals submitted for cohort 3 funding. As background, Proposition 64 was the voter initiative which legalized the recreational use of cannabis in California for people aged 21 years and older. An ongoing portion of the tax revenue generated from the cultivation and retail sale of legal adult use cannabis or cannabis products funds the BSCC Proposition 64 grant program. The BSCC currently has 2 cohorts of Prop 64 grants totaling over $31.2 million, supporting 22 grantees in mitigating the impacts of legalized cannabis in California. For this cohort, cohort 3, the BSCC had $150 million to award eligible cities and counties per the Revenue and Taxation Code, which you can find in attachment H3, for projects to address cannabis issues concerning public health, public safety, youth development, prevention and intervention, and environmental impacts. The RFP approved by this body for cohort 3 is provided as attachment H2. In addition, the board approved a scoring panel process to read and rate cohort 3 proposals that are now provided in attachment H6. The scoring panel membership chaired by Guillermo Villarosa can be found in attachment H1. And I'd like to thank Guillermo for his time and leadership during the scoring panel process. And if there are any scoring panel members on the call, a big thank you to you as well. The BSCC received 39 eligible proposals requesting over $99 million. Proposals went to the scoring committee to read and rate, and of the 39 eligible proposals, 37 met the scoring threshold of 100 points out of a possible 200 points, or 50% of the rating process or the rating scale. At this time, I would like to share a slide, or I have IT, which they have already done for me, to show the applicants recommended for funding on behalf of the scoring panel. This information is also provided in attachment H4. Available funding for this RFP was separated into 4 categories. 20% of the total amount was allocated to each county size, small, medium, and large counties and the cities therein. The remaining 40% of the total amount was allocated to proposals that met the scoring threshold, but were not funded out of their county size allocation. As you can see, the large county and small county allocation amounts did not fully fund 2 of the applicants. Therefore, those 2 proposals were made whole to the amounts they requested from the 40th overall funding allocation, after which the remaining proposals scoring above the threshold will be funded. If the proposed list of grantees is approved, the 5-year grant service period would begin May 1st, 2023 and end April 30th, 2028. Successful proposal activities range from illegal eradications, legal compliance monitoring, cannabis prevention and intervention programs, and environmental impact analysis and reclamation. A summary of each project is provided in attachment H5. Therefore, on the behalf of the Proposition 64 Public Health and Safety Grant Program Scoring Committee, staff recommends that the board fully fund the 37 Prop 64 Cohort 3 proposals totaling $93.8 million for grant projects that will assist in mitigating local impacts due to the legalization of recreational cannabis in California. This concludes my presentation and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. To the board, any questions or comments?
This is Sheriff Dykes. I have one just comment. I just want to note for the record that the city of San Bernardino is a municipal police department and not under control of the sheriff's department via contract or anything else.
Oh, thank you. Super helpful. Any members of the public?
I have no members of the public for this item.
Anyone in the room like to comment on this item?
I have no members in the room.
Thank you. Back to the board. I'm looking for a motion in a second, please.
Dean Groton, I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Okay.
Chavez, second.
Motion and a second. Adam, please take the roll.
Chair Penner,
Aye.
Mr. McCumber. Aye. Mr. Speed,
Aye.
Mr. Grouden,
Aye.
Mr. Dykes,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez.
Yes.
Mr. Haynes,
Aye.
Ms. Vernon,
Aye.
Mr. Mills recused, Ms. Zaragoza,
Aye.
Ms. Kumpion.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion carries for agenda item I.
Thank you. On to agenda. No, what that was,
Oh. That was H, I'm sorry.
can't tell you how happy I am to
Agenda
catch you in a
item H.
mistake. On to item I. And guess what, Allison? Where's Allison? Well, that never happens. Usually she's here. We need Allison for this item. And we lost Katie too. And all the recusals have returned, okay. You may talk amongst yourself, as they say in kindergarten. Allison, you're not busy enough today. We need you. That's all right. That is all right.
May I have one moment to consult with IT, please?
You
I
have,
apologize.
take all the time you want. I'm letting the board talk amongst themselves.
I'll wait for Linda, because that'll give me a chance to sign into my machine. Oops. Just go, okay, okay, I didn't want to. Yes.
Okay, the talking amongst yourself must now end. Moving down the road here, Allison has her IT up, I think. Feel
Hi.
bad letting everybody else talk amongst themselves and there's Sheriff Dykus all by himself.
I apologize. Okay, I do not know the letter. I think this is agenda item I.
Yes, it is.
Fantastic. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience. I apologize. I needed to run upstairs and take care of a few things. I'm Allison Ganter, Deputy Director. I'm going to take a deep breath, Deputy Director for the Facility Standards and Operations Division. And as you know, we are in the process of revising the Title 15 and Title 24 regulations for juvenile detention facilities. And we formed an executive steering committee for that project. The executive steering committee has met twice. This ESC represents the broad and diverse interests and perspectives needed to develop regulations for the safe operation of juvenile detention facilities that are aligned with national best practices. Board member Chief Kirk Haynes is graciously serving as our ESC chair. And together with Chief Haynes, the BSCC staff is requesting that the BSCC board appoint a new co-chair to the executive steering committee. And the new co-chair will take the place of Miguel Garcia, who resigned from the board in November of 2022. At our most recent meeting of the ESC, which was on March 23rd, the committee discussed the collective interest in adding a new co-chair, specifically a person with lived experience to work with Chair Haynes. Roberto Luca from Los Angeles, who is already a member of the Executive Steering Committee, is willing to serve in this role. As co-chair, Mr. Luca will be responsible for co-facilitating the ESC meetings with Chief Haynes. And I've had the pleasure of working with Mr. Luca since the commencement of the Executive Steering Committee and agree that he would be a fantastic choice for co-chair. So what we are recommending, what BSCC staff recommends is that the board approve the appointment of Roberto Luca as co-chair of the Juvenile Regulations Revision for the duration of the Executive Steering Committee process. I'm happy to take any questions or see if Chief Haynes has any comments.
Thank you, Allison. And I just want to echo your thoughts regarding Mr. Luca and how much I know he'll continue to contribute to the process that we've been going through with the Title 15, Title 24 reg revisions. So looking forward to co-facilitating with Mr. Luca. He's his vast experience, both with the work that he's done in the community down in LA, and then of course his experience of having been involved in the juvenile justice system is valuable. And so we really appreciate his input and his future input as a co-chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of the board, questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, looking for any public comment on this item. No, we dispensed to that. You get 2 minutes. We didn't dispense of that. Well, you gained a minute from the other process.
All due respect.
Well, let's go.
It's so hard to remain grounded and loving with such hypocrisy that happens here. Title 15 Steering Committee, this is facts, right before Christmas, the Salinas Gang Task Force came for me in another jurisdiction. And I was never thought I was gonna smell the freaking smell again of those stale, cold ass holding cells. And it very conveniently was kicked off of the steering committee. Probably the most critical voice, the person connected to 20 communities right now, 20 counties and about to be 22. Our alliance is led by formerly incarcerated people and young people. And I just wanted first, it's not as the physical right now. I took a break because I wasn't sure what was going on in my heart earlier. It was feeling real, I don't know, I got scared. And I'm in knots right now. I want to cry. I can't believe how hypocritical these systems and the decision was not surprising at all. We're here to talk about steering committee, this Title 15, but it's all related because you continue to maintain the same. We're going to delay it, just like you're backpedaling around the camp spray. We're going to arrest more data. We did that already. You continue to backpedal. I was kicked off unjustly. Your system says we're guilty, we're innocent or proven guilty. Yes, correct. That's the fundamental from the DA to all of the whole system stakeholders. And at this point, the district attorney don't even know how mine wasn't illegal. It was illegal from what it looks like. I don't believe they're gonna file. If they do, we got a legal team ready to rock and roll. Let's dance. And we know why they came. It's not because I'm in the streets. I'm a grandpa. I just have my second granddaughter. I don't got time for the streets. We're doing what we do. So it's just not surprising. It's just so disheartening. And I also just want to acknowledge and all the community that showed up here in spirit, how hard it is to come to these spaces. You're going to shut me up? Cool.
Finish.
How hard challenges for someone who right now in my 40s, after being home for 9 years, finally able to stop drinking. And it's a milestone, and how hard it has been September to now facing it all. And y'all, probation, juvenile hall is the root cause of my depression, anxiety, PTSD, all of it. And all of my peers, it's hard. We don't talk about it. It's hard. But we share it all. The young people, they're sharing it. You're recreating it over and over. And you've been doing this for generations. It's horrible. You are ruthless, heartless. Nothing there helps. Nothing. You want to sound so good. But the good thing about this process, and almost 800 people are listening today. Wow. The good thing is other folks are listening and hearing. And how could you not see the hypocrisy in all of this? guilty until proven innocent. I don't have false charges, but yet a individual, and I got different versions of whose decision. A individual admitted here in a public meeting that it was his decision. He happens to be a CPOC representative. Well, that's like a conflict of interest if you ask me. So this process is like, you want the community and we've been coming very consistently I've been here for almost 9 years coming to this space. I rarely miss a meeting. And we just continue and continue. Let's just be real then. Let's not play games. Just say you want to maintain it and let's be real. You know, the solution is not here. The legislators are calling them, the governor, where you at, brother? Shh, we need you. We need your leadership. Where's the administration at? We're in crisis. It's not just Los Angeles. I have so much information right now from 20 counties that we're figuring out what needs to go to OICR, what needs to go to OSBA, what needs to go to the media, and what needs to go to human rights attorneys. There's so much foul stuff happening across the state. It's not just LA. And it's real easy for even system holders to, wow, it's LA, and let's push it. Not in my county, not in my, we only use it once. No. There's overdoses happening in multiple counties. There's excessive amount of fines. Why? Y'all are lucky that it was not our times, because when we were there, y'all will be getting blasted. The violence has decreased. The numbers have decreased. Our kids are not the same kids. The super predators that you called me, that you helped create, you guys created that super predator. It's not them. The violence is extreme low. The DOJ reports, the media says this, y'all say that. Go with data. Y'all love talking about data. DOJ reports, annual reports, crime is dropping. Youth violence. I'll start wrapping it up.
Thank you.
I went out there and prayed for all of us, you know, that we're able to do what's right. What is right, justice, juvenile justice, like, do what's right. I hope that we're all able to I could face the mirror now. I'm very proud of myself. And it's so challenging, and y'all are the root cause. And you continue to perpetuate. You're not the solution. You're part of the problem. You can't be part of the solution. Oh.
Thank you.
Amen.
Oh,
Any further public comment?
I have no other public comment.
Thank you. Back to the board. Any questions or comments? Adam, call the roll.
Chair Penner,
Aye.
Mr. McCumber,
Oh, I apologize. Honest to Pete. I need to be grounded today. Okay. So moved.
Second.
I don't know what I'm going to do if the rest of you aren't one of these meetings for me. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Chair Penner,
Aye.
Mr. McCumber. Aye. Mr. Speed,
Aye.
Mr. Groudon,
Aye.
Mr. Dykes,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez.
Yes.
Mr. Haynes.
Aye.
Ms. Vernon,
Aye.
Mr. Mills,
Aye.
Ms. Zaragoza, Ms. Kumpion.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion carries for agenda item I.
Thank you very much. Now on to item J, and I note Ms. Ganter is still in the room.
Yes, yes. So the first link on the agenda. Adult, please. Thank you so much. Hello again, Allison Ganter, Deputy Director with the BSCC. And this report is a regular update on the biennial local detention facility inspections completed in the 2023-2024 biennial inspection cycle, and a summary of the current outstanding items of non-compliance. The 23-24 biennial inspection began on January 1st of this year and will conclude on December 31st, 2024. All inspections for the 2022, the previous inspection cycle has been completed, and we are continuing to follow up on those items of non-compliance. One thing that I do want to note, and we can pull those up as well, but we are seeing items of non-compliance fall off of the previous inspection cycle list. For instance, Kern County, we were just able to find out that they were able to fix their item of non-compliance where they didn't have female staff available in their court holding facilities. That item has been corrected, and the county has been notified that that item has dropped off of our previous inspection cycle list. So the list of current outstanding outstanding items of non-compliance at adult detention facilities during the current cycle. Again, these are the inspections that have been completed since January. are located up there. I know it's the tiniest font available. There have been a few items and they remain within our enhanced inspection process. While we don't have statutory authority to compel compliance or do suitability in an adult detention facility, we do require that they submit a corrective action plan within 30 days and fix them within another 30 days. So the codes are ranging from green to yellow in that there are no immediate threats to safety and security of people in those facilities at this time. And we're also not recommending that any of the sheriffs of those agencies come before the board at that time. I do want to give a brief update on the unannounced inspection that we completed in Riverside County. After several concerns were raised about the conditions in the Riverside County jails, BSCC staff did conduct an unannounced inspection on March 16th of this year. We focused on safety checks and medical screening at intake. We walked through and reviewed policies and procedures for the agency's intake process. We had discussions with people housed at the facility and staff at the facility. We observed the medical screenings taking place at intake, and no items of non-compliance with Title 15 were discovered, were identified during that unannounced inspection. We had said we would provide an update after we had heard concerns at a previous board meeting. Now that agency will receive a comprehensive inspection in this year, and we will continue to focus on the items of concern and make sure that we're following up on those items and those concerns as they come to light. So switching over to the juvenile list of non-compliance, and again, the list of juvenile, the items that have been found non-compliant at juvenile detention facilities since January of this year will be up in just a moment. Sorry, I just had to think for a second. You will note that they are all coded green. As you've heard, the agency has 60 days to provide a corrective action plan and then 90 days to fix those items of non-compliance. And you can see it says number of days since initial inspection report. So that is the number of days that the agency that has passed since the agency has been notified of that item of non-compliance. So you can see the two outstanding items of non-compliance at Butte County Juvenile Hall are well within the time for that agency to submit the corrective action plan and get that item fixed. At the bottom, you can see that there have been items of non-compliance identified that have already been fixed at 2 juvenile detention facilities. Again, there are no current items of non-compliance at juvenile facilities that require immediate attention. They're not coded red, and we're not asking the board to take any further action on those items at this time. I'm happy to take any questions that the board may have. Thank you, Matt.
Once again, any questions or comments from the board? Any members of the public, Adam, on Zoom?
I have no members of the public.
Thank you. Anyone in the audience wish to comment on this item? Thank you. Back to the board, looking for a motion in a second.
Madam Chair, this is not a vote.
Oh, God, heaven help me. You think I'm tired today? It's been a day. I just do this so you all can find a space to get at me. Okay. Next item.
Yeah, just ask for final public comment. Any other public comment?
Are we going to not do your report?
We will adjourn this meeting.
I'm sorry. We moved your informational.
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you so much for all of the hard work today. Very much appreciate everyone's participation. And I only wanted to share one update from our grants division. You'll probably recall that a couple of times over the last several months, we've released new information for our two new board members. A request for proposals for some technical assistance on our California Violence Intervention and Prevention grants. A couple of different service contracts for building capacity in the community. And we have just launched a service agreement with an Oakland-based consulting firm that I happen to know does fantastic work. And it's focused on building capacity for community-based organizations who are doing this sort of work. We're very excited about hearing more. That work is just getting underway and we'll come back with more information soon. Madam Chair, that
Yes, and just
concludes
for
my
the
report.
record, who chaired that committee?
The CalVIP Committee,
Yes,
Chief Mills,
Chief
thank you so
Mills
much.
Carried the ball across the finish line. Thank you. Well, that happens too. Okay, now we're at the public comment section of the board meeting where anyone in the public wishing to make a comment on any item, be it on the agenda or off the agenda, may speak. I'm looking to Adam to see if we have anybody on Zoom.
I currently have 6 members of the public who wish to speak.
Okay, and we're going to hold that to 1 minute each, please.
The first would be Amanda.
Amanda?
Amanda, are you still there? Okay, let's move on to Lupita. Jerry. Jerry, are you there?
Are we having technical difficulties or is it just okay? I think we've worn people out over the day. Okay.
We have next Willie Edwards.
All right.
Okay. Oh,
Willie's here. Okay.
Willie.
Willie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, guys. I was in a meeting with you guys. Ouch.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'll pass for now.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Chad Todd. Chad Todd. Here.
Are you unmuting?
Okay, we'll
Okay.
move on to DPO.
Hello? Okay, so we're certain we're not having technical problems. Okay.
Okay.
All right, move on. Anybody in the room wish to make a public comment at this juncture?
Israel did leave me a card, but he has left the building.
Okay, all right.
And that's it for public.
We'll move on then, and at this juncture, we're going to adjourn this meeting, reminding you all that we have another meeting that we will convene in hopefully briefly. And so this meeting of the Board of State Community Corrections is adjourned. Next board meeting remains to be seen the date. We'll just have to let you know. This is now the Burn Skip Advisory Board.
We'd invite the other Burn Skip Advisory Board members to
Join
the
the
us.
dais. There we go. Jonathan? There's a spot for you up here.
And then I did want to check, Madam Chair, and then with Ian as well, if we had any other people that wanted to, we're getting into, last time was just a very, very high level overview of the SKIP grant. And I know Judge Guard is going to step off the SKIP Advisory Committee due to potential conflicts. And I just wanted to see if there were any other board members that wanted to step off the SKIP Advisory Board.
Well, Council, are you seeing a potential for someone that you might suggest to them, or are you just?
I don't know. So I'm looking at, and I'm not looking for inviting people to leave soon or to be sure, but again, Yeah, it's, to the extent that a county or city department might apply, it may be good for you to step down.
Let the record reflect we have.
There's also a local. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's going to be a potential local pot of money.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
it's been a pleasure, the three of you. And Sheriff Dykus, you're here. Are you leaving now?
Take care, Chief.
No, that's why I wanted to check with Aaron. There is a possibility that I would submit for a burn JAG grant. I just want to make sure that that's the appropriate thing to do.
Take care.
Yeah, so if Sheriff, if you're interested in the burn, potentially interested, and again, we don't know the exact contours of what this program might look like, but we're going to start making some of those decisions. And if you have any inkling that this pot of money might be available to you and you might want to apply for it, we'd look for you to step away.
Yeah,
So
Aaron,
we're-
I'm going to step away then, and I apologize to the group. I certainly would like to help out, but there is a chance.
Sorry.
Okay, well, I appreciate you staying on and thank you and goodbye.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
So Madam Chair, just to be sure, so if we're receiving the burn JAG funding for that separate grant, that's
So that's a
Not
separate
this.
pot of money. Yeah.
different.
The-
Okay.
Am I good to go, ma'am?
You are good to go, Ian.
Apologies, had to step away there for a second. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Advisory Board members. Ian Silva, Field Representative with the Corrections Planning and Grants Program Division. I guess I should probably be able to say my own division correctly, but I apologize. Before you today to request the board's input on the preliminary plan for the Burn State Crisis Intervention Program, on which the advisory board was briefed in February. However, before we discuss specific elements of that plan, I would like to update the board on a recent development related to the Burn Skip grant. In late February, the Legislative Analyst Office posted a report on the Burn Skip grant that included 4 specific recommendations to the California State Legislature. For reference, the Legislative Analyst Office, or LAO, provides fiscal and policy advice to the legislature. While BSCC has not as of yet received a formal request or direction from the legislature, I'd like to familiarize the board with the LAO's recommendations in case formal direction is ultimately forthcoming. The first recommendation from the LAO is that the legislature direct the BSCC not to finalize plans for the use of SCIP funds until after the state budget is adopted. The second recommendation is that the legislature ensure that BSCC's plan for SCIP funding is aligned to reflect the legislature's priorities. If the legislature were to act on these recommendations, BSCC would delay the board's approval of the SCIP plan pending passage of the state budget. Staff would then have to reconcile the current plan with whatever specific direction the legislature provides regarding the use of SCIP funds. Any such revision would then need to be brought back to this board for approval. The second 2 recommendations listed here under federal funding authority are administrative in nature and do not impact the advisory board's decision-making. They're only displayed here for the sake of transparency. Despite this report, staff recommends that the advisory board continue with the current planning process for 2 reasons. First, if no direction from the legislature is forthcoming, we can avoid unnecessarily delaying the grant program. Second, solidifying key elements of the BSCC plan will likely make it easier to incorporate any input we may receive from the legislature into a revised plan for this board's approval. With that, can I answer any questions about the LAO's recommendation before moving on?
Seeing none.
Seeing none? All right. In that case, I will move on to the preliminary plan by itself. By way of reminder, the preliminary plan is intended to develop a multi-pronged approach to decreasing gun violence in California, to support local jurisdictions in their efforts to improve firearm relinquishment procedures, and to support the enhancement of collaborative court programs that address behavioral health issues with a focus on people who are at higher risk for gun violence. Now, as you may recall, the proposed plan allocates SCIP fundings into 3 sets of subawards, based largely on the pass-through amount stipulated by the BJA. 2 subawards would be allocated to the Judicial Council as shown in columns B and D, and the Judicial Council would in turn make subawards to the local courts. The 3rd set of subawards would be allocated to local governments as seen in column C. I'd like to discuss each of these subawards separately. And I would first like to turn to the local allocations for the board's input. As proposed, these subawards would be intended to include program activities such as law enforcement programs to safely secure, store, track, and return relinquished guns, behavioral health deflection programs for those at risk to themselves or others, and programs that support collaborative court processes. One of the key issues on which the board's input is requested is the basis on which these awards might be made. Staff discussions have focused around two scenarios that your board might consider. First, awards could be made based on a competitive request proposal, as is typical with BSCC grants. A second idea has been discussed in which the local awards might be coordinated with the subawards made by the Judicial Council. In this scenario, when the Judicial Council makes the subawards to local courts, the BSCC would then offer a corresponding non-competitive awards to local governments in that jurisdiction. Thus, the local allocations could help support governments whose operations might be impacted by the court programs or who wish to support those programs. This also might help avoid scenarios like the one mentioned in our last meeting, in which one agency in a county received funding for a program, but a partner agency was not funded. And with that overview, I'd like to open the floor. Excuse me. I'd like to open the floor to any questions or input the board might have on this element of the SCIP plan. For reference, I've provided a slide with a summary list of allowable activities mentioned in the burn SCIP solicitation, if that's helpful.
I didn't know the iPad would ring. My apologies. This is off.
So I think what we'd really like just some input from the advisory board on is, again, whether or not the preference would be to do competitive grants for this local pot of money, or whether or not it would be acceptable to do non-competitive coordinated grants with the court allocations. And of course, we don't know what the courts have allocated or proposed to allocate yet, correct?
Not yet. They would go, the courts would go through a internal proposal process by which they would make their own subawards.
So we would look to see if there's any preference from this body as to whether or not again, coordinated, non-competitive versus competitive. Any thoughts?
I do have a thought. Would it be allowable for us to let staff consider what alternatives are the best fit, or do we need to make a suggestion from this board to staff?
It would be helpful if we just knew where to land, because what we're looking to do right now, again, depending on whether or not the legislature takes any, gives us any further direction as part of the budget process, is bringing back the plan for actual approval to this body in June.
When you're talking about partnering any non-competitive funding with whatever the court does, could you elaborate on that just a little?
Sure. So what we expect to see is eventually the Judicial Council will tell us exactly what courts are being funded to do the collaborative courts and other activities. And so the proposal would be, once we get that list of county courts, to just say, okay, county entities within other county entities, here's a separate pot of money, a separate allocation. If you wish to apply directly to us, then we would allocate that money out directly on a non-competitive basis. But it would basically, the idea would be you'd have local jurisdictions, probation, sheriff, or police partnering with the courts effectively in order to do the whole programs together. And again, I think as we've talked about, these programs are pretty court-centric in as much as they're dealing with violence restraining orders and other things like that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just adding a thought. We really were noticing in the initial conversation of this advisory body comments, I believe from Sheriff Dykes and Chief Haynes in particular, that if the court is running a program that would result in needs like safe, secure storage of firearms and those sorts of things, that it would be really terrific to have some funding available for other county partners. And so, this was an idea that our team came up with to say, so if it turns out that these, just totally making up the number, these 8 collaborative courts are going to be funded across 8 counties, how about basically sort of like partnered grants that other county entities could go for? That was,
Because it is often the case, they want probation or the sheriff or somebody to partner with them on the endeavor. Is that,
yes,
that makes some sense to me as a board member. Looking to anybody else?
Madam Chair, I would say just one quick comment, and I talked about it a little bit the last time, but we're speaking specifically about collaborative courts, but there's also a function of just generally the regular court process that's required under Prop 63, that weapons relinquishment has to happen with any convicted felon. And I'm not sure if this is that broadly used in that kind of context, or are we talking about for this funding being something more geared towards some specific kinds of court operations?
I think as if you could go back to the allowable activities
Yes.
things, these are the types of things that we'd be looking to fund. And then again, in terms of the local pot, whether or not we should tie it to the court funding, or whether it can be a free for all for any jurisdiction that's interested in participating can apply competitively. In which case we might make you score something,
Yeah.
but or we might have to do a separate scoring committee. So
Yeah,
that's the plus and minus of doing a competitive versus non-competitive
Right,
process.
right. And then also kind of whether Kelly and I should be, even here, because that's the other part of this is.
That is, yes. So,
Because they're all probation departments pretty much are tasked with all of those Prop 63 folks.
yeah, so if you'd like to flee now, I invite you to do so.
It might be a good idea.
Okay.
Now that we're kind of, I'm peeling,
Yeah.
this onion back a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, chiefs.
Am I on? But I do a lot of work with our collaborative courts. We have very robust collaborative courts in Yolo County. And also we're doing a lot of work in the area of, gun violence restraining orders and all those sorts of things. And in my view, the courts really don't play that central of a role. They may be the hub, but all the work is done in the collaborative courts by the partners, whether that's the sheriff or the DA, public defender, and particularly your probation department and health and human services that are doing the big treatment piece. And so then you have the issue of, going out and getting the firearms, which is a huge issue for law enforcement, and that takes a lot of resources. That's one of the issues we're having right now with local law enforcement, especially when you look at collecting firearms in domestic violence cases. We just don't have the manpower to send officers out there to go get firearms. You sometimes just have to trust that they're being turned in. So I don't know if it's the best approach to give the money to the courts and have them pass it through to their partners. Just because I don't think the courts play the central role. When I look at those 4 items, I don't see the court isn't going to do communication, education, and public awareness. They're not going to train in implementing the ERPOs. They're not going to do the big behavioral health piece, and they're not going to do the law enforcement piece.
So we're to clarify with this slide of the local government pass through, that is a separate pot of money. We're not asking the courts to pass through that money. It is a separate designated pot, and sort of the question we have is whether as the SCIP advisory board / BSCC is giving out that local pot of money, whether we should do it coordinated with the court grants so that those local programs could support the court, or vice versa, the court can, the local grants could support the court, or whether to just, again, more of a competitive basis, come one, come all. If you want to do any of these activities, feel free to do so irrespective of whatever the courts are doing and whatever their grant programs are doing. And we just have whatever we say, and again, either way is fine. We just have to build the budget accordingly and tell the feds that we're going to do it that way. And then this body has to approve it. And then we can move on down the line with developing the actual RFPs or RFAs, depending on.
So is that up in California up to our judicial council to determine what courts, what counties get funding? How's that determined? What courts are funded?
We've asked the judicial council to develop that part of the process.
So just for clarity, if I may. One suggestion is a non-competitive process that partners, whatever law enforcement or probation or whomever, other stakeholders, other than the court, would be given a grant to do whatever process the court engages in. And the second option is to do a competitive grant, standalone funding that people would apply for and get, possibly for the reasons the two chief probation officers left the room and the sheriffs left the room, because they are charged with securing and storing and tracking, relinquished guns and one thing and another. So that's the two tracks I'm hearing.
Yeah, and so the question is it preferable to have, depending on what the courts do, and again, if the concern is the local law enforcement won't be funded to do whatever the courts decide they want to do, we set aside money specifically for the locals to do those activities that the courts may be asking of them through the court grant money. It's a separate pot of money. Or the alternative is it's just a competitive grant, and maybe a local jurisdiction or the court got money, the local jurisdiction wouldn't get any money because they're competing with other jurisdictions.
Well, I might push back a little on option one. You're holding this finger up for that one, which is the courts doing this. That's a very big unknown, that the courts might want to engage other stakeholders. Okay.
Yeah, we don't know right now.
Okay.
It's only $10 million. And so I would like the need to be dictated to us or demonstrated to us by whoever applies and shows that they need it for whatever purposes or project they designs, rather than wait for the court to make a decision or for us to make assumptions about that.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I realize just a few people have spoken, but I am getting the sense from the advisory board at this moment, maybe not full consensus, but that the needs are distinct enough between whatever may be funded through the judicial council for collaborative courts, and then all of these separate kinds of things and I do think the name is confusing. It's not a pass-through in the way we often think of pass-throughs. It's just this separate sub-award pot for local governments. That general sense from this group is, let's go ahead and not have a necessary linkage to the collaborative courts piece, but a broader opportunity for any counties or locals who may want to do some of these good activities to have a chance to get the funding. And that would be a separate competitive pot. That's what I'm hearing so far.
Or I can make it more complicated, because why not? It's the end of the day. We could do a hybrid, which is we could also give preference points to jurisdictions where the court got an award. So if they partner with the courts, then they could get slightly more advantageous scoring than a jurisdiction that, again, is a free-for-all. So
yeah, but that would remain to be seen in the process, right? I mean,
we could, yeah, the threshold question is competitive, non-competitive, I think is what we're asking for immediately. And then staff can bring back some additional ideas.
Okay. All right. Yes.
If someone applies through the competitive process and doesn't have a court to work with, are they precluded from getting and using the funds?
No, as long as they've used it for any of those funded activities.
Okay, thank you.
So
It does. Do you need a motion and a vote? Because I missed that a few times today.
right.
Don't want to miss it the third time. Okay.
Okay, with that, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any further, so having narrowed it down to a competitive process. I wanted to see if there was any additional input on some of the questions. Obviously, we would develop and bring back recommendations. But regarding eligibility, size of awards, any focus on particular program activities, or just to leave those things open and we'll develop that.
Really want to ensure.
So-
I'm good with staff development on
Okay, we'll just develop. All right. Thank you for that. Forgive me. I think I got out of whack on my PowerPoints there. All right, with that input at hand, I'd like to now turn towards a discussion of the proposed subawards to the Judicial Council. That's that second pot of money. I do need to confirm if we were able to get a member of the Judicial Council, either Francine Byrne or Martha Wright, on the Zoom. I was emailing with them back and forth at the last moment. Are either of them here? Before I tell you they're here?
Yes, we are both here. Hi, everyone. I'm Francine Byrne. I'm the Director of Criminal Justice Services at the Judicial Council.
Great.
Welcome.
Got
All right, I was about to say that I asked Director Byrne to join us this time by Zoom in case there are any questions about the Judicial Council proposal that I'm not able to answer. To remind the board, the preliminary plan calls for 2 subawards to the Judicial Council, but we can essentially talk about them as one award, since the less than $10,000 allocation is proposed for the same purpose as the regular allocation, and it's only distinguished by the category of the jurisdiction to which those funds will go to. Now, the Judicial Council's proposal consists of 2 functions. One would be to fund an operational review to identify best practices for firearm relinquishment in criminal courts. And the second function would be collaborative courts to fund programs that address behavioral health needs for people in the criminal court system who are likely to use guns or be victims of gun violence. Subawards to the local courts from this funding would be administered by the Judicial Council. So I just wanted to open the floor to see if there are any questions or input regarding the subawards proposed for the Judicial Council.
I have none. Anybody? You're good, Ian.
All right, thank you very much for that. We will move forward on that basis. The last item that I wanted to touch base on was the performance measurement tool, or PMT, established by the BJA. Sorry, that's a lot of acronyms, by the Bureau of Justice Assistance for this grant. During our last meeting, the board requested information on data collection requirements that were established for the Burn Skip program. The PMT, which was included in your materials for today, requires quarterly reporting, broadly divided into the 5 categories you see here listed on the slide. The specific process for collecting and reporting the required data would be developed with our subrecipients in consultation with BJA as necessary. I just wanted to give the board an opportunity to ask any questions or provide any inputs regarding data collection now that you've seen the performance measurement tool required by BJA.
I have none.
Excuse me. Would there be an opportunity to revisit this issue once we see who has been awarded? Like, for example, if we see someone has a really creative program, we could see, oh, that's really great. What kind of data would they collect? Would there be an opportunity to return to this issue?
To return to which kind of data a specific subrecipient would be required to
Yes, to potential data fields that we might want to collect in addition to what's required by the federal PMT.
The normal process would be to require any data collection particulars in the RFP before we actually came back with a report on who had been awarded, because that would presumably wanted to build in some kind of requirement that would be in the RFP. So applicants knew, in addition to the PMT information, we want you to collect this other data. So that would be the normal process to identify that ahead of time, so applicants are fairly warned, so to speak.
All right. I think the board is satisfied.
We will move forward
All right.
as directed.
Thank you. And thank
No
you
moment.
for the long wait.
That was everything I needed
right.
now. Do we have public comment on
I'm
this?
gonna.
Yeah, we should ask for public comment.
Heaven knows.
If I may, Linda, I just wanted to thank Ian and Ricardo for a great deal of good work on this project.
One last question, Ian or Ricardo. Is this going to be the custom of the at every BSCC meeting that this will be the follow-on meeting? Or is were we just doing these time sensitively and then as needed in the future?
The plan as was originally developed was when a meeting is needed, it would be follow on the tail of a
Understood.
BSCC meeting. Obviously, in these first stages, we might have to come back more frequently because we're developing things for BJA approval and whatnot. Presumably, once the program stood up, we would need
Thank
less
you.
frequent meetings.
Thanks.
So I just want to say I mean, you're all here. It's kind of a challenge to not know when a meeting is going to be, because I don't know how long the board meeting is going to be.
Yeah.
Today I didn't mind because I was interested and I was doing work
Yeah.
and watching and. but,
We
you know,
front loaded it last time and I think we try to do that.
Okay.
This day was an exception.
Yeah, and it was fine today.
Yeah, and we probably could start early and I don't know how we'd manage it, but we commit to being aware of your time constraints and not taking up an entire day.
Yes, I would imagine we want to take that into serious consideration,
Yeah.
Jonathan. And I like the chair's suggestion. We do have our June board meeting date already set. We should be sure that you have that. Aaron's looking it up. And I do like the idea of having the burn skip be a special set for perhaps 9 a.m.
Yeah.
That would make your planning a whole lot better. Today was an extraordinary set of circumstances, the likes of which we rarely see. June 15th, which is a Thursday. Yeah.
All right. Okay, I think, is there any public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have one on Zoom and one in person.
Okay,
I'll call the Zoom first. That would be, oh, God.
Hamilton.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Ms.
That's okay.
Hamilton.
That's okay. Thank you. Hello, members of the Crisis Intervention Advisory Board. I really thank you for this opportunity to provide comment on this program. My name is Shika Hamilton, and I'm the Vice President of Organizing at Brady United Against Gun Violence, and I'm a longtime California resident. At Brady, we work to prevent gun violence through education, legislation, and advocacy, and we are particularly invested in the SCIP funding and ways in which we can ensure that these crisis intervention dollars are effectively utilized at all levels of state government to ensure that lives can be saved. And for some history, Brady helped lead the effort to pass California's gun violence restraining order, as we also led implementation efforts to educate frontline intermediaries such as law enforcement, healthcare workers, community leaders, and more about the tool's existence, process, and petitioner process through the Speak for Safety website. I'm here today to urge the advisory board to use some of the 2023 Burn Skip funding to invest in public education campaigns around California's GVRO and safe firearm storage, which is listed as an allowable activity. While GVROs and safe firearm storage are effective tools to reduce gun violence, research has shown that they are rarely used due to a lack of public awareness. For example, a comprehensive review by Governor Newsom's office found that in 2020, California's GVRO law was only used 1,284 times, a rate of only about 4 per 100,000 adult residents. That's roughly 8 times lower than the utilization rate in Governor DeSantis's state of Florida, which is 34 per 100,000 adult residents. Similarly, safe firearm storage rates in California remain dangerously low. In 2020, researchers at the University of California, Davis found that nearly 40% of gun owners in California stored at least one gun unlocked. One of the best ways to increase use of GVROs and safe firearm storage is through the development of a robust.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. You had a 2-minute time. Are you getting close to winding up?
I'm almost done, just a paragraph more. One of the ways is development of a robust multimedia public education campaign with distribution across the state. And we have one that's it's called End Family Fire, and 48% of gun owners say that when they see those ads, that they change how they store their firearms. So as the advisory board develops plans for California's program, I urge you to invest in public education campaigns to increase GVRO and safe storage usage in our state. Thank you, and I apologize for going over.
No, thank you. And one member of the public I see coming forward. You're gonna have to move that computer screen or we're just gonna hear a voice coming out.
That's fine. I'm so short. I'm not helping.
I never said that, for the record.
I'm Tanya Shart. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Senior Counsel and Director of State and Federal Policy at Brady. So that was my colleague you heard just now. So I will try not to repeat everything that she said. So I have the distinct pleasure of working alongside advocates, survivors, partners, and elected officials to reduce gun violence through evidence-based policies here in California, which is my home state. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act was a big step forward in the fight against gun violence at a federal level. And we're so pleased that the legislation allocated California a significant amount of funding to support gun violence reduction programs through this funding. While there's broad permissive use of the funding, we really want to make sure you all know that it's imperative that California take a public health approach to its investment. And GVROs and safe storage are effective tools to prevent gun violence before it happens. And yet, as Shika mentioned, research shows that both are underutilized because of a lack of public awareness. We think a public awareness campaign should be a priority here. This is how we prevent gun suicide, unintentional shootings involving children, and mass shootings. It wouldn't be a large investment, but it's really important that there is a specific investment in this type of public awareness. So we would urge you to include that in any kind of allocation of funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate your remarks. Very informative. Okay, we've done a public comment and anything from the board going back.
I just want to say those two public comments were spot on. So from a local level, GVROs are an extremely valuable tool that are extremely underutilized. And I think it's partly because of a lack of awareness and education.
Super helpful. All right. Ian, anything further from you?
No, ma'am.
I'm
I
going to
think I
take
have
the
everything I
liberty
need.
of adjourning this meeting. Woo, thank you all. Long day. You know, some people want to come back and do another meeting tomorrow, but I told them.